Episode 121, The Masked Attacker. Let me go! Seeing Henry's face looking down at her, Vivian was so scared that she closed her eyes and struggled crazily to free herself from his arms. And it wasn't only her. The 4 waitresses were also struggling fiercely to get away from Henry's friends. The scene was chaotic and everyone watching was horrified. "Damn it, let go!" shouted Vivian. The boyfriends of the 4 girls who had been serving drinks were also present. Naturally, they were enraged when they saw their girlfriends being manhandled. And the rest of the boys watching were all hot-blooded men in their 20s. Of course, they all felt indignant in being ordered around by these bullies. Without any warning, a few guys bellowed and rushed toward Henry and his friends. Henry and the others were shocked and immediately let go of the women that they were holding. As some young guys rushed toward Henry, his 4 friends stood in front of him, yelling at them and hoping to scare them off. Suddenly, bottles, chairs, and stools started raining down on them, and they were unable to fight back. Henry's friends screamed as they were getting pummeled by the flying furniture. They only managed to hit the young guys a couple of times. A few minutes later, Henry's friends conceded that they couldn't protect him. All they could do was squat on the ground with their arms over their heads to protect themselves. "Beat up their leader," shouted one of the young guys. His friend agreed. "We need to drag these 4 pieces of trash out of the way so we can get the one hiding at the back." The youngsters looked like they wanted to kill Henry. Henry was terrified as he sat hugging his head and shouting, "Slayer, save me!" The youngsters didn't care who this man was. They had no interest in understanding anything about him. They just knew they wanted to get their revenge. A fist had already landed on his head. Then 2 of the young guys suddenly let out cries of pain. The others turned around and saw that their friends were lying on the ground. Then others started falling. Before they could work out what was happening, half of them were lying out on the floor. It was the little man in the mask. This masked aggressor seemed to be some sort of martial arts expert who knew exactly what he was doing. Each time he attacked someone, he would either kick their knee out first, or he would attack so quickly that they weren't able to dodge him or fight back. He was like an unstoppable ninja. Less than 2 minutes later, not a single young man was still fighting. Some were still lying on the ground moaning. Others were not hurt, but they were too in awe of this man to keep fighting. They watched him meekly, some holding their injuries. No one dared to take another step forward. Slayer walked to Henry's side and said, "Boss?" Everyone was surprised to hear him address him in this way. "Are you stupid? Your boss has been beaten up, yet you're just standing there watching the show? Damn you!" Henry shouted at him and thumped his head as hard as he could. Slayer lowered his head. He was not tall to begin with, but now he looked even smaller. He had defeated more than 10 people single-handedly. The onlookers were surprised to witness such a strong person behaving so subserviently in front of Henry. All this time, Alex had been observing Slayer from the back of the crowd. He saw that he was dressed in fashionable but worn clothes that had been given to him by Henry. His outfit consisted of a brown suit jacket, which looked to be a few years old, a pair of blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. These 3 pieces of clothing didn't match at all, and the fact that Slayer was wearing a white mask only added to his odd appearance. Alex also noticed that his hands were yellow, and his nails were long and dirty. He had a crew cut, and 2 bald patches were visible on his head, giving the impression that he was sick. What kind of person is he? Alex wondered. Everyone there had the same question on their minds. Henry looked down at Slayer and ordered loudly, "I'll let you off this time. You can be useful at crucial moments. Remember, if you ever see me in danger, you must immediately come out and protect me. Whoever hits me must be beaten to death. Do you understand?" "Understood," Slayer answered timidly. When the others heard his meek voice, it was hard for them to imagine that he was the same violent man that they had just witnessed. Henry looked at the young people eyeing him nervously, and he shouted arrogantly, "You bunch of losers! You want to take me on again? Just try it." Seeing that they were all scared of him, he walked over to them and slapped 2 of the young men twice on their faces. He bragged confidently, "You're nothing but a bunch of cowards. If any of you dares to interfere with my business again, don't think I'll let you off so lightly. I might even beat you to death. Come out if you're not afraid of death. Come on then." The young men had heard many stories about people being killed in this type of situation, and they didn't doubt that this angry man meant what he said. He was an arrogant person from a powerful family. He also had the ruthless masked attacker under his command, who clearly would stop at nothing to please his employer. None of them dared to challenge him. Seeing that no one dared to cross him, Henry shifted his gaze to Vivian, who shuddered and took a step back. Henry walked toward her with a sinister smile. Everyone watching could guess his intentions, but no one dared to intervene. They were ashamed and lowered their heads, as if they would feel better if they couldn't see what was happening in front of them. Vivian leaned against a table. Her hand was resting on it as she looked at Henry in fear. Her mind was trying to think of a way to solve the problem. But as he walked up to her smiling wickedly, only panic remained in her mind. Watching the scene, Alex was also struggling to work out what he should do. If he tried to intervene now, he would be putting himself at risk. He had hurt Henry in the past and had hindered his relationship with Kelly. He knew that he couldn't battle both him and the guy in the mask. Henry walked over to Vivian. He grabbed her hands and, looking at her terrified face with a cruel smile, he said, "This table may not be as soft as a bed, but the height is perfect. Do you want to get yourself up on it, or shall I put you there?" As he grabbed her around the waist and carried her to the table, Vivian screamed out in terror. "Let me go! Help! Save me!" "Come on, baby," Henry said in mock adoration. He lifted Vivian onto the table and started to take off her clothes. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the crowd and, pushing himself off the shoulders of the 2 people next to him, leapt high into the air. Looking like Bruce Lee, he kicked Henry on the back of the head. Henry screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Vivian also fell off the table on the floor. "Vivian, are you okay?" her savior asked. It was Alex. When he had seen that she was going to be molested by Henry, he had rushed out of the crowd without stopping to worry about the consequences. After kicking Henry, he went straight over to help Vivian up and check if she was all right. "I'm fine," Vivian replied. She only had a small injury to her arm. She and Alex both looked fearfully at Henry. He had fallen heavily onto the ground when Alex kicked him. He got up with a groan, and a clear shoe print was evident on his face. He frowned from the pain, and as he looked around him, he saw that it was Alex who had kicked him. His friends instantly recognized Alex and spoke to Henry excitedly. One said to him, "Henry, that's the same guy from the other day." "Yes, it's the same one," agreed another. "You little shit, so it's you," Henry said angrily. He gave Alex a look of pure hatred. He, Henry, had never been assaulted twice by the same person like this. "Slayer?" he roared, still glaring at Alex. "Yes, sir," Slayer replied as he quickly walked to Henry's side. "Are you stupid?" He cursed and hit Slayer's head hard, which made his arm start hurting. "Ouch!" the little man screamed. "You're supposed to be protecting me. If you don't start doing your job, you better be scared for your own life. Do you understand?" "Understood, sir," Slayer answered meekly. "Now beat him up. Don't be afraid. My family will get you out of any trouble." He took a dagger from one of his friends and handed it to Slayer. They all carried daggers, which they used to scare people with. "Go." He pointed at Alex and pushed Slayer toward him. Slayer unsheathed the dagger. His eyes peeked out from his mask and stared at Alex as he slowly approached him. The others in the room were panicking. The girls were clenching their fists and the men were anxiously wondering what to do. They all wanted to help Alex, but the dagger in Slayer's hand stopped them from getting involved. Vivian was frightened. She held Alex's arm tightly and asked him helplessly, "What should I do?" Alex didn't say anything as he stared at Slayer, who was walking over. He slowly moved Vivian behind him. "What are you doing?" Vivian asked him anxiously. Alex simply moved her out of the way. She wanted to go back to try and help him, but someone else stopped her. Alex looked at Slayer with respect for his skill, but also with pity. He pitied him because he couldn't understand why he would want to be a lackey for someone as evil as Henry. When Slayer was 2 yards away from him, Alex noticed his eyes freeze for a moment. Alex suddenly thrust his hand toward him from behind. In his hand, he also held a knife. Before rushing out in Vivian's defense, Alex had slipped behind the bar looking for a weapon with which to confront her assailants. He was aware of Slayer's martial arts skills and knew that when he attacked him, his opponent would not hold back at all. Slayer tried to dodge his attack, but Alex was too fast. He inflicted a deep wound to Slayer's shoulder, which started bleeding profusely. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Episode 122, Meeting Monica. When they saw the vicious wound that Alex had inflicted on Slayer, everyone was shocked. When the girls saw the blood, they screamed and threw themselves into their boyfriend's arms. Henry and his friends were also stunned. They'd wanted to watch a good fight, but certainly hadn't predicted this result. Henry started to panic a little. "What are you waiting for? Call the police!" Alex growled at the bartender. Several of the surrounding boys responded by taking out their phones to dial 911. Seeing that the police had been called, Henry shouted to his friends, "Hurry up, we need to go." He led them as quickly as he could out of the bar. None of them stopped to check on Slayer. Holding his injured shoulder, Slayer tried to leave, but he was blocked by the young men in the bar. Alex saw what was happening and said to the men, "Let him go." Anyone could tell that he was only doing what Henry ordered him to do, and Alex didn't hold him responsible at all. They all made way for Slayer, who slowly walked out of the bar clutching his injured shoulder. When Alex saw that Henry and his friends had finally left, he let out a long sigh of relief. The people at the bar tidied up a bit, bid their farewells to Vivian, and then left one by one. Vivian had been sitting beside Alex watching what was happening. She had expressed her gratitude to him for saving her, and had personally applied ointment to his injuries. She accompanied him to the exit as he was about to leave. "Take care, see you later," she said as she waved goodbye to him. The movement aggravated her elbow injury, and she flinched with the sudden pain. Alex heard her gasp and asked, "Are you okay?" As he quickly walked back over to her, he looked at her elbow and saw that it was purple with bruises. He guessed that even a slight movement would cause her a lot of pain. Vivian smiled slightly and replied, "It's fine. I'll go back and put some cream on it." She didn't want to hold him up. Alex looked at a red Porsche parked in front of the bar, frowned, and asked Vivian, "How will you get home?" She realized that she couldn't drive at all and replied, "I can't drive, but I can get a cab. Please don't worry about it." "Give me the key," Alex requested. "Why do you want the key?" Vivian asked as she fumbled for her car keys. He took them from her and helped her walk over to the Porsche. "Let's go, I'll take you home," he said. Following her directions, Alex drove them to Vivian's home and helped her into the living room. He asked her where he could find her medicine cabinet and brought some ointment to apply to her elbow. As she sat on the sofa in the living room, Alex held her arm and carefully applied the balm. Watching Alex's meticulous concentration and remembering how he had risked his life to save her in the bar, Vivian's feelings for him started to grow. She felt happy and a little giggly. While she was daydreaming about him, Alex was engrossed in his thoughts. He felt a sudden gust of air on his face, and as he looked up, he glimpsed a black shadow smashing down toward his head. He dropped Vivian's hand and dodged to the side. "Monica, no!" Vivian shouted loudly. Luckily, Alex was able to get out of the way in time, and the missile had missed him. When he stood up to see what had happened, he saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl in pajamas holding a rolling pin. He realized that she had thrown the rolling pin at him and missed, then grabbed it from the floor and rushed toward him again, brandishing it in her hand. "Monica, what are you doing?" Vivian asked the girl as she grabbed her and held her still in her arms. "He's a bad man. He bullied you. I'm going to kick him out," the girl replied, glaring at Alex. If it wasn't for Vivian hugging her, she would have still rushed over to hit him. Alex realized that she looked and sounded very childish, and deduced that she must be younger than he first thought. Vivian hugged her and tried to calm her down, but she didn't want to listen. Finally, Vivian's patience ran out. She let go of the girl and pointed at Alex, saying, "Go on then, go and hit him. Do what you want." She sat back down on the sofa, helplessly looking very sad and angry. "Mom, I'm not hitting him anymore. Please don't get mad at me. Look, I'm not hitting him." She threw the rolling pin down and sat beside Vivian, cuddling up to her and looking at her pleadingly. Vivian asked her, "Are you really not going to hit him anymore?" She replied, "I promise I won't, Mom. Please, don't be angry with me." She was still afraid that Vivian would punish her. "All right. As you're being so obedient now, I won't be angry," Vivian said as she hugged her. Then she looked at Alex and said, "Come over here." He walked over and sat in front of Vivian and Monica, noticing that although the girl was pretty, she looked nothing like her mother. He also thought that the girl looked a little dazed. Vivian addressed her daughter. "Monica, I'll introduce you. This is Alex. He's a good friend of your mom's. When you see him in the future, you mustn't be as rude as you were today. Do you understand?" "Okay," she replied without much interest. Alex nodded to her in a friendly manner. However, it was clear that she was only pretending to agree. The look she gave Alex was filled with hostility. Vivian sighed helplessly. "Did we wake you up?" she asked the child. "Come on, Mom will take you back to bed. Alex, wait here," she continued as she held Monica's hand and led her toward one of the bedrooms. "Mom, tell me a bedtime story. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Tell me the story of that astronaut who went up to heaven." Okay. The astronauts were floating in the space station. Outside the porthole was the vast space. Suddenly, the astronaut heard a da-da sound coming from outside the porthole. "Oh no, ghosts! I'm scared. Is there a ghost outside the porthole?" Alex could hear Vivian and Monica talking in the bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but smile. After about 10 minutes, Vivian gently closed the door and walked back into the living room. She went over to Alex and apologized for Monica's rudeness. "I'm truly sorry for what happened," she said. "It's all right, Vivian. Is Monica your daughter?" Alex asked. He couldn't figure out who she was. Although she called Vivian Mom, she didn't look anything like her. He was sure that the relationship wasn't that straightforward. "Monica is a child I adopted. She has learning disabilities. Although she's 13 years old, she has an intellectual age of 3 or 4. As she spoke, she looked a little sad. "I understand," replied Alex, feeling sorry for Monica. "Did she hit me because I did something to upset her?" he asked. This was the first time that Alex had met Monica. He was trying to work out why she seemed to hate him so much. Vivian smiled uneasily. "It's nothing. She was probably scared because she woke up in the middle of the night and found a stranger in the house." "Really?" Alex sensed that Vivian was hiding something from him, but he didn't push her anymore. He stood up and said, "I should leave." "It's already so late. I think you should just stay here for the night. We have a guest room. It won't be a problem," Vivian replied, urging him to stay. It was almost 3 in the morning, so he agreed to stay the night. The next day, Alex woke up early. Vivian had already prepared breakfast for him and Monica. While they were sitting at the table eating, Alex noticed that Monica was still glaring at him. However, now that he understood her situation, he felt pity for the child. After breakfast, she begged Vivian, "Mom, I want to go out and play." "Not today, Monica. I haven't got time. You only have to wait for 2 more days, then I'll take you to the amusement park," Vivian replied as she patted her head to comfort her. The child appeared to be very disappointed. Alex couldn't bear to see her so upset, so he suggested, "Vivian, I think there's an outdoor gym down the road. Why don't I take Monica there to play for a while?" Vivian agreed. If he took Monica out for a while, she could get on with some work. Although Monica didn't like him very much, she wanted to go out, so she was happy to go to the gym with him. When they got there, she didn't seem to know how to use any of the equipment, so he showed her what to do. This made her start to like him a little. When she saw him do 30 repetitions on a piece of equipment with spinning wheels, her eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and jumped up in excitement. Without her realizing it, Monica's hostility toward Alex had gone, and her heart was filled with affection for him. "I want to ride a big horse," she told him excitedly. "To ride a big horse?" he asked in confusion. She walked up to him and told him to crouch down. Then, without any hesitation, she climbed onto his back, happily patted his head and said, "Go, boy." Alex was speechless. This must be what she means by riding a big horse, he thought. Monica slapped her palm on his head and said, "Yeah, go!" And Alex, the dignified heir of one of the wealthiest and most powerful families in the world, was bullied into action by a 13-year-old girl. After he had walked for 100 or 200 yards, Monica finally climbed off him and let him stand up straight. He felt gratified that the hostility in her eyes was gone. The morning's torture had been worth it. Episode 123, Where is My Daughter? When Vivian saw Alex and her daughter Monica returning, it was clear to her that they were now friends. She was surprised, and although she couldn't work out how it had happened, she felt very happy. Alex left Monica with Vivian and went away. The next 3 days passed by as usual. Ken Stokes still hadn't heard anything useful about Debbie. Alex went to Ramsey Lake every day and sat on the rock where he and Debbie had once eaten seafood risotto together. He looked at the lake in a daze. With Debbie still missing, her classmates at Preston University graduated without her. Alex watched them dragging their luggage behind them as they left the school for the first time. As they celebrated their successes and praised each other on their grades, Alex's pain deepened. One particular day, he was sitting on the rock staring blankly at the lake when Vivian called. She asked, "Alex, are you busy right now? If you're not, can you do me a favor?" "I'm not busy. What is it?" Alex answered. In the background, he could hear Monica crying. "I wondered if you could help me by taking Monica out to play today. I was hoping to take her myself, but the man who is taking over the bar called me unexpectedly, saying he needs to discuss the details with me this morning. I tried to explain it to Monica, but she refused to listen," Vivian said worriedly. "No problem. I'll come at your place now. Then you'll be free to do what you need to do," Alex said. He ended the call and stood up to leave. He felt a bit worried about Monica after hearing her anguished crying over the phone. As he left the university campus, he stood at the intersection to find a cab. He suddenly felt that something was wrong behind him, but when he turned around to take a look, he couldn't see anything unusual. He shook his head doubtfully as a cab pulled up next to him. He climbed in and headed to Vivian's home. When he arrived, Vivian thanked him profusely. She asked him to take Monica to the amusement park and then to the Sunrise Special Education School, where she could play with the other children. "Why there?" Alex asked. He was happy to take Monica to the amusement park, but he couldn't understand why she wanted him to take her to a special school. He assumed the other children there would also have learning disabilities. Vivian replied, "Because there, Monica is equal to the others. No one will look at her with discrimination, pity, or mockery. She can feel normal there." She looked sad. In the past, she had taken Monica to many different places, but when people saw that Monica was lacking in intelligence, they always looked at her with pity. I understand, Alex thought. He always looked at Monica with pity too. They spoke for a few minutes, then Alex and Monica left. They took a cab and went to the city's amusement park. The amusement park had all kinds of fun rides and other attractions. Together, they went on the pirate ships, tried the sledgehammers, and rode the carousels. They spent several happy hours at the park, and Monica spent the whole time laughing and cheering. Alex was filled with joy when he looked at her gleeful face. After eating lunch, then resting in the shade for an hour, they made their way to the Sunrise Special Education School. It was a private school and was worlds apart from the city primary school. It was not run for profit, but purely to help these children with learning disabilities. Alex took Monica to the school field. He watched the other children as they approached. Their ages ranged from about 6 to 13, but all were behaving as if they were much younger. As soon as Monica arrived at the sports field, she broke away from Alex and ran toward a group of children. It was obvious that she had been there many times before. She went over to a small group of kids, and they started chatting like old friends. They seemed like normal adolescents from a distance, but the contents of their conversation was more typical of much younger children. Monica was saying to her friends, "My mom is always too busy to bring me here. She's busy doing $1,000 business deals. Otherwise, I would have flown over on a big plane to see you guys a long time ago." "Big plane? What are you bragging about? That's nothing. I came here by steamer the last time. Your family is so much worse off than mine. At most, you can drive a Rolls Royce," bragged one of the boys. Another said, "Monica, my family just moved to the Himalayas. When I have time, I'll invite you to my house to be a guest, and you can eat tiger meat." Monica seemed so natural and relaxed. Alex had never seen her looking so comfortable. He felt a tinge of sadness for her. 20 minutes later, he heard a scream and a boy's voice shouting, "Don't run, you stinky Monica! I'll beat you to death!" When Alex looked around, he saw that Monica was running toward him as fast as she could. She hid behind him and gasped for breath as she looked at the boy who was chasing her. The boy saw that she was hiding behind Alex and stopped running. Alex was afraid that she had been hurt, so he quickly pulled her to him and checked her body nervously, asking, "What did he do to you? Let me see, it's okay," he said softly as he gently hugged her. Monica let out a soft moan, which surprised him. He rolled up her sleeves and then looked at her waist. There was a purplish-red bruise on it. Alex got angry when he saw it. He was about to grab the boy who had been chasing her. "Alex, where are you going?" Monica asked as she rubbed the bruise. "He was the one that beat you up, so I'm going to get him to apologize," he replied. "Oh," Monica said. Then she paused for a moment before laughing out loud. "But he wasn't the one who hit me." Alex stopped and walked back over to her. "Who hit you then?" Monica suddenly felt at a loss. She lowered her head, and a few seconds later, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. "Monica, don't cry, it's all right." Seeing her like this, his heart sank. He held her and tried to comfort her. "Monica, tell me who hit you. I promise I can sort it out." Her eyes and nose were red, and she looked pitiful. Looking into his eyes, she felt warm inside. "I don't know who they are. These men sometimes come to our house at night. They hug Mom for ages, and it makes me really scared. So last time I hit the man, but he hit me back. And then he hit Mom and dragged her into her bedroom and locked the door so I couldn't get in. I heard Mom shouting inside and I was so scared. When Monica remembered what had happened, she was so frightened that more tears streamed down her cheeks and her chest heaved up and down. She pulled up her sleeves and the legs of her shorts. And here, this is where they hit me. On Monica's snow-white skin, Alex could see lots of scars and bruises. He was horrified. "Does your mom have bruises too?" he asked as he helped her to straighten her clothes. "Yes, she's got more than me, and she cries every night." "Do you remember what this man looked like?" His heart was filled with anger. "It's a different man every time. I can't remember them all. That's why I was so scared when you came to the house the first time. I thought you wanted to hit Mom and drag her into the bedroom. That's why I hit you." "It's all right, I understand. I'm not going to let anyone bully you anymore," he said, and he patted her head as he began to think about how he could protect this girl and her mother. "Alex, let me go. I want to apologize to my friend. We were just playing a game. I shouldn't have pretended that I was so scared." Monica recovered her composure. She smiled at Alex and ran toward the little boy. Watching her holding the boy's hand and apologizing, Alex became lost in thought. Vivian seemed so bright and confident that he was shocked to find out about what she was going through. Then he heard a cheerful voice. He looked up and saw Vivian smiling at him. "I'm done with my work, so I've come to meet you both. Thank you so much for today," she said. "It was a pleasure," he replied. He looked at her with increased respect. "Where's Monica?" she asked as she looked around the field. "Playing with the kids over there," he replied, pointing toward the location where he'd just seen Monica with her friend. His voice stopped abruptly as he saw that she had vanished. He looked around the field, but he couldn't see her anywhere. He quickly stood up and ran toward the little boy who she'd been playing with. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and asked him anxiously, "Where's Monica?" "Her father just came and collected her," the little boy said with a relaxed smile. Alex looked anxiously at Vivian and saw that she was on the verge of tears. She was mumbling to herself, "Who would pretend to be your father?" "When was this?" he asked the little boy again, but the boy was struggling to explain himself properly. "Don't be afraid. Come on, follow me," he said to Vivian, trying to console her. They went to the school CCTV control room and asked the security guard to play back the film of Monica being carried away. On the screen, they could see two middle-aged men waving to her from the school side gate. One of them was waving a candy bar at Monica, and when she saw this, she happily ran over to them. When she reached the gate, the other man quickly grabbed her and covered her mouth. Then two men ran off with her in their arms. "I'm so sorry," Alex said to Vivian. At that moment, he hated himself. Vivian couldn't hide her grief as she howled, "Shut up! You being sorry isn't helping anything. I only want my daughter back." Tears were streaming from her eyes. "You call the police right now. I'm going to find her and get her back," Alex said. His gaze sharpened as he ran outside. Vivian called the police and then ran out of the school behind Alex. Episode 124, Saved by the Masked Man. After leaving the school, Alex ran in the direction in which he'd seen the two criminals escaping on the CCTV. Using his intuition to decide which way to go, he ran for more than a kilometer. At a narrow intersection, he paused as he suddenly heard faint curses and moans. His gaze focused as he ran toward the noises. He saw two men standing beside a van. "It's them," Vivian whispered. She had followed Alex, and she recognized the two men from the CCTV film. They were the ones who had taken Monica. Both men had pained expressions on their faces. One was holding himself around the waist, and the other was rubbing his head. It looked as if they had both just been beaten up. Alex didn't hesitate as he rushed toward them. He screamed, "You bastards, I'm going to kill you." When the men saw Alex charging toward them, clearly wanting to fight with them, their first instinct was to feel insulted but amused. He was clearly very young and no match for them. "What's this?" one of them asked his buddy. "What the hell?" said the other. Before they could get into position, Alex had hurtled up and kicked one of them. The man fell instantly to the ground. He also knocked the other man to the ground, then propped his knees against his neck and raised angrily, "Where's the little girl?" Vivian had already searched the van, but there was no sign of her. "What are you talking about? We don't know anything about a little girl." The man didn't know that Alex had already seen the surveillance cameras. He thought he could bluff his way out of it. "You bastard!" Alex smashed his fist into the man's nose. The man felt a burst of pain as tears, snot, and blood all flowed down his face. "Tell me right now," Alex demanded. Okay, I'll tell you." The man was too scared to lie anymore. "We were taking her to the car, but someone jumped out on us and knocked us down. By the time we could react, he and the girl were already gone." Vivian and Alex's hearts sank when they heard that Monica had been snatched away by someone else. "You must know who it was. Speak!" Alex slapped the man. "I beg you, please stop hitting me. We really don't know who he was. He was so fast. We didn't even see him clearly," the man said tearfully. Alex was furious, and he punched the two men hard in the guts. They held their stomachs, feeling as if their internal organs had been crushed. At that moment, 2 police cars arrived. Alex handed the 2 men over to the officers, who took them to the police station in one car, leaving the other car behind with 2 other officers. The remaining police officers contacted the traffic department, who told them that on the footage from surveillance cameras, they'd been able to spot the suspect taking Monica to a nearby park. Alex, Vivian, and the 2 police officers went immediately to the park to find them. They had searched fruitlessly for half an hour when suddenly they heard a shout coming from some nearby woods. "Mom, I'm hit," the voice called, then stopped, as if someone had covered the person's mouth. Alex and Vivian both recognized Monica's voice. Vivian faced the direction of the voice and shouted in panic, "Monica!" Alex and the police officers turned around and saw a small copse of trees in front of them. Alex signaled to Vivian to keep quiet. He exchanged glances with the 2 officers. The 3 of them moved Vivian behind them and cautiously approached the group of trees. They could hear whispered voices, and he knew that the suspect and Monica were nearby. Suddenly, a bush in front of them moved, and a man in a white mask rushed out. It was Slayer, the masked man whom Alex had injured at the bar a few days previously. Slayer faced Alex and pushed Monica in front of him. "Monica!" Vivian cried out. When she saw her daughter, she tried to rush over to her, but she was stopped by Alex. He looked fearfully at Slayer. He had already witnessed the brutality that this man was capable of, and he knew that this was a very precarious situation. The 2 police officers pointed their guns at Slayer. One of them said, "Let go of the little girl right now." Slayer started to say something, but the police had already opened fire. The man was wearing a mask and holding Monica in front of him. In the eyes of the officers, there was no doubt that he was a very dangerous person. Bam! Slayer was hit by a bullet, and he fell to the ground. Monica fell with him. Vivian rushed to her and pulled her into her arms, while Alex rushed to Slayer and kneeled on his back to hold him down. "Monica!" she cried, but Monica's gaze never left Slayer. She was struggling in her mother's arms to get back to him. "Monica, what's wrong with you? He's a very dangerous man who tried to take you," Vivian said to her. In tears, Monica replied, No, Slayer isn't a bad guy. He's my friend and Alex is hurting him. Mom, let go of me. I want to see him. Everyone was stunned by her words. They looked at Slayer, who was still being held on the ground by Alex. Speak now. Why did you kidnap Monica? Alex asked him angrily. I didn't. I saved her, he replied. You're still lying. Alex's fist landed on the back of Slayer's head. Alex's methods were too aggressive, so the two police officers stopped him. It was their responsibility to interrogate the suspect. However, Slayer continued to insist that he was the one who saved Monica. At that moment, one of the officers' phones rang. After a short conversation, he ended the call and released Slayer. He explained, the surveillance camera showed that it all happened exactly as he said. This man defeated the two kidnappers and brought Monica here. He had no intention of harming her, and when he heard us shouting, he hid with her to protect her. Hearing what the officer said, and watching how Monica reacted to Slayer, Alex and Vivian knew that they had been wrong about him. Vivian let go of Monica's hand, and she looked at him. She said, Slayer, are you okay? Are you hurt? He replied calmly, Don't worry, the police only shot me with rubber bullets. It didn't hurt at all. Monica's face lit up. Banana bullets? She asked. She walked up to the two police officers and asked one of them, Mr. Policeman, can I look at your banana bullets? I want to try one and see if it tastes good. Only then did the two officers realize that Monica had some type of learning disability. They smiled and chatted with her for a while. Before leaving, they asked Alex and Vivian to go to the police station later that day to give their statements. Seeing that Monica seemed very happy with Slayer, Alex was confused. He wondered, what kind of person is this Slayer, and why does he always wear a mask? As if reading Alex's mind, out of the blue, Monica innocently asked Slayer, Slayer, can you take off your mask so I can see your face? No, my appearance will frighten you, he replied. He was caught off guard by her question and took a step back. It won't, I promise. Please let me see, I'm begging you, Monica said pleadingly as she held Slayer's hand with both of hers. All right, Slayer finally agreed. Monica smiled happily. She was excited about seeing Slayer without his mask. Alex and Vivian were also watching curiously. They wanted to know more about this man. Slayer slowly took off his mask and revealed his face. Ah, a ghost! Monica screamed out in fear and ran to hide behind Vivian, who grabbed Alex's arm tightly. Alex's eyes narrowed. He was also shocked by what he saw. There were white spots on Slayer's face and a large purple birthmark over his left eye. These two colors made his face look terrifying and ugly. I've scared you, he said sadly when he saw their reactions. He looked forlorn as he grabbed the mask and put it back on his face. You followed me from Preston University, right? Alex asked him. He remembered feeling that someone was following him and concluded that it must have been Slayer. Yes, Slayer nodded sadly. He was aware that ever since Monica had seen his face, she had been hiding behind Vivian. Why? Are you planning to take revenge on me? Alex asked frankly. Slayer shook his head slowly. Although you hurt me the last time we met, I don't blame you. Actually, I've been looking for you, he replied. Why? Slayer was quiet for a moment. Although he couldn't see his face, Alex was sure that his lips were trembling. He stuttered. Because... His voice was shaky. It's okay, just tell me what's on your mind. Say it and I'm sure you'll feel better, Alex said as he patted Slayer on the shoulder. He could tell that he had something he needed to get off his chest. Because my face is disfigured. Right from when I was young, other kids have always laughed at me. In my town, I was a joke because I wanted to have friends, but no one wanted to play with me. In the end, I was sent to be raised in a monastery, but I was even bullied and mocked there. When I was old enough, I left the monastery to make my own way in life. I tried to get a job, but no one wanted to employ me, and I gave up all hope. I was ready to jump into the river and commit suicide. Did Henry save you? Alex had guessed that this may be the reason that Slayer was working for him. He nodded and continued with his story. He told me that he could stop people from mocking me. He gave me this mask and told me that if I wear it, I'll be an ordinary person like everyone else and that I'll be able to live a normal life. Do you think he was lying to you? Alex asked worriedly, as he looked at Slayer's weird clothes. At least he stopped me from being mocked by others. I'm much better off now than I was before. I'm satisfied with my life. Slayer looked at Alex and said, When we met in the bar and I walked toward you with a dagger in my hand, you looked at me as an equal, without any discrimination. I'd never experienced that kind of look before in my life. It felt so good that even though you cut me, I wanted to meet you again. I don't hate you at all. Alex was surprised. He hadn't predicted for a minute that he had unknowingly saved himself that day by looking at this man as an equal. Alex said sadly, I understand that there are a lot of superficial people around, but you shouldn't be so afraid. If you get back out in society, you'll find that there are plenty of people who don't judge others by their looks. He continued, I must say it's very dangerous for you to help Henry do these horrible things. Do you really think that he's trying to help you? Or is he just using you for his own gain? Do you think that he even views you as a human being? He feeds me and pays me $800 a month. He respects me for my skills and even calls me Slayer. What makes you think that he isn't trying to help me? Slayer asked Alex in confusion. Have you seen the ridiculous clothes that he gave you to wear? And have you forgotten that you helped him at the bar? And he thanked you by hitting you on the head? Alex looked into Slayer's eyes and said, Wake up, buddy, he's brainwashed you. He treats you like his dog. No, that's not true, Slayer said in bewilderment. He's my savior. I'm not his dog, I'm not. Slayer covered his head with his hands. Episode 125. I'm your friend. Alright, don't think about it now. Try to calm down. Seeing that Slayer was distraught, Alex held his shoulders and tried to comfort him. Slowly, he started to relax. Let me ask you a question, Alex said. Who do you think really sees you as an equal? Henry or me? Slayer thought about it seriously for a moment and said softly, You. Good, Alex said, and then he was quiet. He felt that Slayer had made great progress by seeing the truth. Do you think that what Henry told you to do was right? He continued. No, but he's my employer and he saved me. I must do what he says, Slayer replied. Alex said resolutely, You know that I'm right. You've been completely brainwashed by him. I hope that you can see that now and that you'll stop helping him do these terrible things in the future. He looked at Slayer and asked him, Slayer, what's your real name? My name is Daniel Wiseman. Danny. Good name, Alex laughed. You're my friend now, Danny. Let's go out for a few beers sometime. Friends? Danny mumbled in a daze. He looked at Alex with a small smile, but he still couldn't believe what he had just said. He asked, You said, I'm your friend? Yes, we're friends, of course, Alex said with a smile. Danny lowered his head and wiped away his tears. Friend. How much he'd yearned to have a friend over the years. A man doesn't cry easily. If you cry again, I'll feel very awkward, Alex said with a smile. I wasn't crying, Danny replied. He finally had a friend. and he didn't want to make his new friend feel awkward. "Danny, if Henry asks you to kill me again, will you do it?" "No, I won't kill my friends, and I won't let them be bullied either," he answered without hesitation. "That's great, buddy." As Alex patted his shoulder, Danny's face broke into a broad smile. It was the first genuine smile of his life. "I should go. If Henry can't find me, he'll get angry," he said to Alex. "All right, but please remember what I said." Danny could see no pity, no discrimination, and no mockery in Alex's eyes. There was only friendship. He nodded and was about to leave when his gaze shot toward Monica. "Monica, go hug Danny," Alex said to her. Vivian pushed her forward, but Monica tried to hide behind her. Alex smiled awkwardly at Danny. He could guess how crushed his friend would feel by the child's reaction, so he walked over to her. He squatted in front of her and said, "Monica, Danny saved you. He's your friend. And it'll make him very sad if you're still scared of him." "But he's a ghost," she said as she hugged Vivian, obviously still afraid of Danny's face. Alex sighed. Alex got into the car and drove to the police station with Vivian and Monica. They wanted to find out who was behind Monica's abduction and their motive. The officer in charge of their case led them to the interrogation room. Through the window, they saw that the two kidnappers were being questioned by the police. From the solemn expressions and furrowed brows of the two officers, Alex guessed that the interrogation was not going well. 2 hours later, the officers exited the interrogation room. Alex and Vivian had also finished giving their statements, so they approached the officers and asked them what they had learned from the two suspects. "They seem to be seasoned criminals. They're not giving much away under interrogation, but don't worry, we have a lot of evidence. They'll definitely end up behind bars," they promised Alex. "Thank you, officer," Alex said respectfully. Vivian nodded slightly to express her gratitude. Monica was still asking the two officers for banana candies. "Let's go," Alex suggested to Vivian. It didn't look like there were going to be any answers that day, and it was already dark. Just as they were leaving the police station, a distinguished-looking man in his 40s walked out from an office. All the police officers turned and looked at him with respect. "Commissioner," one greeted him. Another said, "Commissioner Hargreaves." Another simply greeted him, "Boss?" This middle-aged man was the police commissioner. He acknowledged his subordinates with a nod. His brows were deeply creased, and he was clearly worried. The commissioner addressed the two officers who had been interviewing the suspects and whispered a few words to them. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Go." They walked reluctantly to the holding cell. When the commissioner saw Alex and the others, he walked over and said, "I'm so sorry about this. I want to convict these men, but it's been taken out of my hands. I'm under a lot of pressure from my seniors." Alex and Vivian didn't understand what the commissioner was apologizing about. Then they saw the two suspects smugly walking out from the detention cell. Vivian grabbed Alex's arm and asked in shock, "Commissioner, you're not releasing them?" The commissioner could only grimace and reiterate, "Sorry, it's out of my hands." One of the suspects walked up to Vivian and said brashly, "Hey, Miss Carter, we meet again." "You wanted to leave, now leave," the commissioner cursed angrily. He was struggling to hold on to his temper with these two thugs. One of the suspects said, "Commissioner Hargreaves, you'd better treat us with a bit more respect. If Mr. Granger wants your badge, he only has to say the word to the chief." He was sure that Dale Granger was behind their release. The commissioner could only glare at them and try to suppress his anger. He knew that he couldn't afford to lose his temper with these two suspects. "You coward," one of them scoffed arrogantly at the commissioner before shifting his gaze to Monica, who was hiding behind Vivian. With a sinister smile, he said, "Little girl, I didn't get to keep you this time, but watch out. I'll definitely be coming for you again." As he spoke, he moved to pinch Monica's cheeks. A figure stood in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Alex's face glaring at him with a stone-cold smile. Although Alex had beaten them before, Now that they knew they had Dale Granger's support, they were no longer afraid of him. One of them pointed at Alex and spat out, "Get out of my way. Do you know who I work for? If you don't move right now, I guarantee you'll regret it." Alex replied calmly, "Really? No, I have no idea who you scum work for. Why don't you tell us?" The other suspect said to Alex, "I think you must have a death wish. Listen, we work for Mr. Dale Granger. Now are you afraid?" "I don't know anything about Dale Granger, but from where I'm standing, you're just a couple of scumbags who don't deserve any respect." Alex's eyes showed a trace of coldness. He asked himself, who is Dale Granger? What does he have to do with everything that's been going on? The suspect stood in front of Alex shouting, "Screw you, you crazy piece of shit. You want to hit me? Go on then." Bam! Alex beat him down to the ground with a punch. "Damn, you really do want to fight," the other suspect said in surprise. Before he could say anything else, Alex's fist landed on his nose, and he instantly joined his friend on the ground. The two suspects pointed at Alex and complained to Hargreaves. "Commissioner Hargreaves, he hit us right under your nose. Quick, arrest him." "Commissioner, you heard them yourself. They asked me to hit them," Alex said innocently. Then he thanked the police officers, said goodbye, and left with Vivian and Monica. Watching them go, the commissioner sighed. He had been under pressure to let the two suspects go. The reason for the order was that they were hoping that they would lead them to capture much bigger fish. Their real goal was to bring down the whole criminal gang that these two lowlives were part of. Alex took a cab home with Vivian and Monica. Vivian cooked dinner and then coaxed Monica to sleep. Alex was sitting on the sofa in the living room when Vivian came out of her daughter's bedroom. He called her over. "Why has someone been coming into your home and assaulting you?" Alex asked gravely. "What?" She looked flustered. "What are you talking about? Who's been coming into my home?" "Vivian, stop lying to me. Today Monica told me that men sometimes come into your home, drag you into the bedroom, and beat you up." When she heard that he already knew about her situation, Vivian sat down on the sofa dejectedly. "What's going on? Tell me. Maybe I can help you," Alex said gently. "You can't help me, but I will tell you what's going on," she said calmly. "I used to be in a relationship with this great guy. We were very happy. He was well respected by everyone, and he protected me. No one would dare bother me while he was around." She continued, "But then something happened, and he was forced to leave New York. Without his protection, I started to get harassed." "Who is this man? Why did he abandon you?" Alex asked. His first thought was that this must be a scumbag. "It's not that he abandoned me. He had no choice but to leave." She looked at Alex and continued, "Do you know about the Azure Dragon Society? He was one of the society's leaders. 2 months ago, the society was completely demolished by a guy from one of the city's powerful families. No one from the society was allowed to stay in New York, so my partner had to leave." The Azure Dragon Society. Alex was stunned when he heard this. He and Ken Stokes had been responsible for the extermination of the Azure Dragon Society. He realized that the guy Vivian was talking about, who forced her boyfriend away, was him. He said stupidly, "I heard that the Azure Dragon Society was one of the poisonous tumors of New York. Surely this young guy did a good thing?" "A good thing?" Vivian's eyes were cold as she said angrily, "He forced my man to leave and is therefore personally responsible for my situation. What's so good about that? Why do you think everyone from the Azure Dragon Society must be bad? My partner is a good and honest man." She continued, "After the Azure Dragon Society was destroyed, all the gangs of New York, big and small, rose up again. When my man fled, there was no one to protect me. They come to my house whenever they feel like it under the pretext of collecting protection fees from me. I'm just a woman, I can't do anything to stop them." Vivian's tears were falling to the ground like pearls from a broken necklace. Episode 126, The Mysterious Old Woman. Alex looked at Vivian, who was crying next to him, and murmured under his breath, "Vivian, I'm so sorry." "What are you apologizing for?" she asked, looking at him with teary eyes. "It's that young rich guy who should be sorry. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation." Hearing this, his heart ached even more. He had ruined the life of someone he liked. He composed himself and asked, "Then who's that Dale Granger that they were talking about at the police station? Do you know him?" "You're only a student, of course you wouldn't know." Vivian wiped away her tears and told Alex, "After the Azure Dragon Society was destroyed, the various New York gangs battled for superiority. Now the pecking order is starting to become clear, and a gang called Flag Sect runs the city's underworld. Dale Granger is one of their leaders." "Flag Sect," Alex muttered softly. He had already thought of a way to deal with them. Vivian continued, "Flag Sect received a large portion of their resources from the Azure Dragon Society. Along with the resources they already had, they've grown much more powerful than the original Azure Dragon Society. Its leader, Quentin Robbins, appears to be a respectable member of society, and he speaks as eloquently as the mayor himself. I've heard that most of their money is laundered through one of the most famous department stores in New York." Alex listened and thought, and they're targeting Vivian simply because she's so beautiful? "Vivian, you won't be harassed by these bastards again," he said to her seriously. He felt that he owed her. "Okay," she replied softly. She was touched, but didn't take his words to heart. He was only a student, and she was up against the Flag Sect. How could Alex protect her or himself? Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, someone thudded on the door. "Open the door, Vivian, right now." "It's him." Her expression turned into one of terror. Alex frowned and asked, "Dale Granger?" "Yes, now quickly hide. He'll kill you if he sees you." "I'm not afraid. I promised Monica that I wouldn't let you two get bullied again by this thug." He looked determined. Vivian went to him and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. He was stunned for a moment. "Thank you. I'm very touched by your kindness, but now is not the time to be a hero," she said calmly. Then she took advantage of his shock and pushed him into the bedroom. "Don't come out under any circumstances, or I won't be able to save you." "Vivian," Alex wanted to say more, but she had already closed the door. Granger was still banging on the front door. He was shouting, "Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it down." "I'm coming." Vivian tried to steel herself before opening the door. A tall, middle-aged man walked in. He had a bald head and wore a black suit. His exposed wrists showed that his arms must be covered in tattoos. He was Flag Sect's underboss, Dale Granger. "Mr. Granger, why are you here?" Vivian greeted him. Although she was smiling, her smile was fake. Granger stared at her and sneered. "Why am I here? That's a good question. As you know, I'm a bachelor, and I'm always on the lookout for a beautiful single woman like you. What do you think I want?" Slowly, he approached Vivian. "Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water," Vivian offered, trying to appease him. She was terrified of this man. "A glass of water? You're right, I am thirsty right now, but water can't resolve our situation." Granger's gaze didn't leave Vivian. Suddenly, he threw himself at her, but she dodged and he missed. He said, "I can understand why you rejected me when Flag Sect was still a second-rate gang, but now we run New York, and you're still hiding from me. Tell me why. You know I can protect you and keep you safe." "Mr. Granger, I just want to live a peaceful life. Please leave me alone." "Leave you alone?" His eyes were cold and hard as he said, "That's fine, I'm not asking for much. Keep me company tonight, and then I'll leave you alone." As he said this, he rushed toward her. This time she didn't dodge in time, and she ended up being hugged by him. "Let go of me!" Vivian struggled fiercely in his arms, but there was no way she could get away from him. Granger put his nose close to Vivian's neck and sniffed greedily. "You smell delicious," he said as he held her hand tightly, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Then he carried her to the sofa, took off his jacket, and threw himself on top of her. "Get off!" Vivian kicked and hit, but he had already kissed her several times and was about to start ripping off her clothes. Suddenly, something heavy struck his head. "Ouch," he said, rubbing his head. He stood up and saw a young teenage girl standing in front of him. She was wearing pajamas and had a golf club in her hand. "Mom, I'll hit him again." Monica aimed her golf club at Granger's head. She was very scared, and when she saw all his tattoos, she started shaking. "Little girl, damn you, come over here," he said, walking toward Monica. She swung the golf club at him again, but this time she missed, and he managed to grab the club from her and throw it out of reach. "Do you want to kill me?" he hissed as he held her up with one hand and smacked her butt twice, causing her to scream out loud. "You bastard," Alex said to himself as he watched Granger throwing Monica onto the sofa. She landed heavily and then fell onto the floor. "Monica, are you okay?" Vivian's heart ached as she rushed over to help her up. Tears were flowing down her face. She was so proud that Monica had dared to challenge a ferocious thug like Dale Granger to protect her. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm not hurt," Monica replied. "But I'm no use. I can't beat this horrible man." She fell off the sofa onto the floor. How can she not be hurt? Vivian thought anxiously. Mother and daughter. Haha, I'm so lucky today. Such a young beauty and such a mature beauty. We're gonna have fun together tonight, Granger said with an obscene smile. As he unbuckled his belt, he walked toward Vivian and Monica. This night'll be unforgettable for both of you. Monica, hurry up and go to the bedroom. Vivian pushed her away. She thought, no one can stop this beast now, but I need to make sure that he only has his way with me. Monica's still a child. How can he even think about laying a finger on her? I'm not leaving. I want to protect you. Monica didn't understand what Granger was planning. She had only one goal, and that was not to let her mom be harmed. She glared at him and said, Don't come any closer, or I'll beat you to death. Neither of you are going anywhere. Come on, my two darlings, let me take good care of you. At that moment, the bedroom door slammed open. Granger was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the bedroom. You bastard! Boiling with rage, Alex rushed over to him and hit him in the face with a lamp. Granger's face turned red, and he screamed as he fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands. Vivian, get up, Alex ordered, and he started pulling Vivian and Monica toward the door so that they could all escape. But before he could open the door, Alex heard, Hold it right there. Granger grabbed his hair and pulled him down to the ground. From the floor, Alex shouted at Vivian, Go, hurry up and get out of here. He could only hope that Vivian could get out in time. Then, even if he died at that moment, he would have no regrets. Alex, sobbed Vivian. Alex, cried Monica. They didn't want to leave their hero. But Vivian knew that they wouldn't be any help if they stayed, and Alex wouldn't want his desperate attempt to save them to be in vain. Monica, let's go, she said. She pulled her daughter to the door and they rushed out. Damn. Covered in blood, Granger looked terrifying. He raised his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and tried to punch Alex, who was still lying on the ground. Alex dodged, and Granger's fist slammed into the floor instead. Alex tried to focus and regain all his strength. He had to fight with everything he had if he didn't want to die at the hands of Granger. He somehow managed to wrap his legs around Granger's head, and then he used all his strength to throw him to the ground. He quickly stood up and ran toward the nearest door. Alex slammed the door behind him and then leaned his back against it to prevent Granger from getting out. He breathed a sigh of relief. Alex suddenly realized that he was in the kitchen, and standing in front of him was a petite old lady. She was 5 feet tall, and her white hair was pulled back in a bun. She was holding a piece of bread and looking curiously at Alex. She looked a little weak, but there was a certain dignity to her face as she stared at him with hawk-like eyes. Alex was shocked to suddenly find this strange elderly lady in Vivian's flat. "What a handsome young lad," the woman said with a strange smile. Her voice sounded very old and frail. Suddenly, the old woman threw away the bread. Her feet shuffled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing in front of Alex. Her hand was reaching toward his neck. Alex was shocked by the weird scene, but he managed to move out of the way, and the old lady's hand slammed through the door. She turned around and was getting ready to attack him a second time. "Open the door, you little shit!" shouted Granger as he broke the door open. With a bang, it slammed into the old woman's head. "Damn, Vivian's mother is here too." He looked at the old woman and said, "Old woman, you better leave right now if you don't want to get hurt." "How dare you?" Hearing that he was being disrespectful to her, the old woman flew into a rage. With a wave of her arm, she threw a toaster at his head. He dodged, and the toaster smashed a large hole in the door. The exertion caused the woman to cough violently. "Wow, I can't believe you just did that," said Granger. He strode over to her and wrapped his arm around her neck. "Damn it, since you don't appreciate that I'm trying to help you, you better say your goodbyes." The old woman was helpless against Granger. Her entire body was lifted off the ground by him, and it seemed like he was about to strangle her to death. Her face turned red, and all she could do was wink at Alex. Alex picked up a frying pan and threw it at him. In that split second, the old woman picked up a kitchen knife from the chopping board and mercilessly hacked straight down Granger's face. "Die, you bastard!" she screamed. Granger fell to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The kitchen knife fell with him. Episode 127. What is she? "Ah!" cried Granger. A line of blood gradually appeared on his face. It started on his forehead and ran down to his chin. At first, a slow stream of blood flowed out, but soon it was gushing out. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the old woman in horror. Alex was also stunned. He saw a cold light flash past his eyes, and then he saw that it was the knife lying a few inches away from him. It was still dripping blood. Then, to his horror, he watched the old woman kneel on the ground and press her head against Granger's head. He watched her start to suck blood from the corpse's head. The sound of her sucking was terrifying. Alex was rigid with fear watching the scene in front of him. He didn't dare to move, afraid that the old woman would stab him if he turned his back. A minute later, she raised her head. She used her finger to wipe the blood away from her lips and murmured, "It tastes pretty good." Those words caused Alex's hair to stand on end, while his heart was in overdrive. "You," the old woman said as she looked at Alex. "I just watched her kill someone and drink his blood," he thought. "I'm sure she'll kill me next. While I'm standing up and she's still on the ground, I've got to use my advantage to hurt her if I can. It's my only chance to escape." His heart trembled as he raised his leg and kicked her as hard as he could. But before he could get to the door, his legs went limp and he sat on the ground. Suddenly he heard a clank. He looked up to see that the kitchen knife that had just killed Granger was now impaled in the side kitchen cabinet a few inches from his face. Warm blood from the knife dripped onto his arm. The old woman was standing over him. She said, "Seeing that you saved my life just now, I'll let you live. Now we're even." There was mockery in her eyes. She seemed to be laughing at him for thinking he could beat her. Alex could hardly believe what he was hearing. Her voice had changed. She no longer had the frail voice of an elderly woman, but the strong, strident voice of someone decades younger. Her eyes had also become focused and sparkling. The woman went to the open window. Did she come in through the window? Alex wondered as he noticed that the glass was broken. What is she going to do now? Is she really going to jump out of the window? But we're on the 9th floor. Unbelievably, it did look like she was intent on jumping out of the window. So Alex shouted, "Stop!" But the old woman was gone. Alex ran to the window and looked out. He was dumbfounded. The woman hadn't fallen to the ground as he had feared. Instead, she seemed to be floating down like an action movie superhero. She landed on the main steps of Vivian's building, took a few steps, and then disappeared. Alex continued looking down in a daze. He just couldn't comprehend what he had just seen or believe that it was real. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Granger lying on the floor. The blood on his head had already dried up, and there was no new blood flowing out. It was as if the old woman had sucked it dry. He walked around the body and out of the kitchen. "Alex!" Vivian had walked back into the apartment. When she saw him, she walked up to him quickly to check if he was injured. "What about Granger?" Vivian asked anxiously. "Dead," Alex said as he looked toward the kitchen. "Dead?" Surprised, Vivian walked slowly to the kitchen door. When she opened it, she saw Granger lying on the floor. "What happened?" she asked, trying to suppress her disgust. Then she thought, Dale Granger was one of the leaders of the Flag Sect. When they find out what's happened, they'll kill us all. She said, "We have to get away quickly before the Flag Sect people come looking for us." She held Alex's hand and tried to pull him to the door. Alex pulled her back and replied, "Vivian, don't worry. His death was nothing to do with you. Trust me. I'll take care of it." In an anguished voice, she said, "Oh, why don't you understand? He's one of the main guys from the Flag Sect. When they find out, they will kill us. Don't you understand?" Vivian couldn't believe that Alex was being so naive. She thought he was an ignorant college student who knew nothing about society. Alex held Vivian's shoulder and said calmly, "Listen to me. I know you don't believe me, but please trust that every word I'm saying right now is true. Even if they think I killed Dale Granger, Flag Sect won't dare to come after me." Seeing how sure Alex was, Vivian didn't know what to say. "All right, now you and Monica stay at the hotel and I'll handle everything here," he said. And then he put his arm around Vivian's shoulder and they walked out of the apartment. In the entrance lobby, they found Monica waiting anxiously. Alex found them a room at a hotel nearby and settled the mother and daughter in there. When he left the hotel, Alex called a cab and went back to the Azalea guest house. When he arrived, he asked for Sam Woodsworth to come and see him. "Alex, you..." Sam stopped when he saw the state Alex was in. "It's nothing," Alex reassured him. His appearance was the least of his concerns at that moment. His only focus was the dead body in Vivian's apartment. The body needed to be dealt with before the police got involved. If that happened, the media attention would be impossible to suppress. He said quietly, "In number 2 Bayview Villas, apartment number 903, there's a dead body in the kitchen. The body is Dale Granger, one of the leaders of the Flag Sect. Send someone to deal with it immediately." "Yes, sir." Sam was frightened when he heard what he had said. He wasn't scared of the Flag Sect, but of the impact that this could have on Alex. He was terrified to think of the danger that Alex was now in. He quickly instructed one of his subordinates to dispose of the body, and then went back to Alex and sat down next to him. He said, "I'm so sorry, Alex. I was supposed to protect you. Can you forgive me?" Forget it, it's fine, Alex reassured him. No one could have predicted what had happened tonight. Even if he had been killed, it wouldn't have been Sam's fault. Finally, Sam stood up, and Alex asked him, I know the man who was killed was one of the leaders of the Flag sect. Is handling it going to be a problem? Sam replied confidently, The Flag sect has only just been formed. It was only because we managed to eradicate the Azure Dragon Society that the Flag sect rose to prominence. In comparison, annihilating these amateurs will be easy. Sam didn't seem concerned at all. Since they've caused these problems, how about we completely eradicate them? Sam suggested. Not for now. Let's just wait until this matter is settled first, Alex said after thinking for a while. An hour later, Sam went to see Alex with the news. The situation has been dealt with, and our people have also eliminated any surveillance on you. According to our intelligence department, Dale Granger has no relatives, so no one will report him missing to the police, and the only people who will notice his absence are the people from the Flag sect. If we hear any more news about this, we'll deal with it immediately. Thank you. You've done well. Go and get some sleep now. I'm tired too. Finally, Alex could relax. Exhausted, he went back to his room to sleep. Over the next 2 days, Alex didn't hear any more about Granger's death. It seemed to have never happened. Vivian and Monica had been staying in the hotel, while Alex had been scrutinizing the movements of the Flag sect. According to Sam's observers, the gang had started sending people to search for Granger. On the third day, Alex left the Azalea guest house and got in a cab to go to the hotel to see Vivian and Monica. By the time he arrived, Alex felt a little hungry and decided to go and get some breakfast first. A small restaurant called the Bayview Diner attracted his attention. The quaint exterior and the fluttering banner outside made him feel like the diner had been around since the 50s. Business in the diner seemed to be pretty good. It was almost full. He ordered a bowl of beef soup and took a seat at a booth in the corner. Out of the blue, the customer in the next booth said, "So beautiful." "She's a goddess," agreed the waiter. Alex looked up and saw a petite girl walk in and head toward an empty table. He couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but her red clothes were familiar. When she turned and sat down and Alex had a clear view of her face, he couldn't help but choke and spit a mouthful of beef soup onto the table. The beautiful young lady was only around 16 years old, and she had exquisite dark eyes under long curved eyelashes. Her cheeks were pink, her lips were thin and tender, and she had her silky hair tied back in a bun. Alex couldn't believe what he saw. This woman was wearing the same clothes as the old lady who had killed Dale Granger at Vivian's home 3 days ago. He knew it was the same woman. He lowered his head to drink the soup. He was very nervous, but he was also confused. He had witnessed her killing someone and knew that she had abilities way beyond those of normal people. What if she wanted to silence him? Also, how had she turned from a very elderly lady into a beautiful adolescent? Then the girl noticed Alex sitting in the corner booth, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Alex froze, but she only glanced at him once before looking away. She called out to the waiter, "Why hasn't my beef soup arrived yet?" Her voice no longer sounded like that of an old woman, but was the voice of a teenage girl. It was also very calm and very cold. Episode 128, A Teenage Grandma. "Hey, beautiful, here's your beef soup," said the owner of the diner, as he brought a steaming bowl of soup over to the girl. Alex was surprised as he thought, the girl didn't even give her order. How did the waiter know what she wanted to eat? The owner smiled as he put the bowl down in front of her, and then he turned to go back to his work. The girl picked up a spoon and took a sip of her broth. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she emitted a loud "yuck" and pushed the bowl of soup off the table. "What kind of soup is this? It's terrible. Get me another bowl," she ordered aggressively. "Why did you have to do that?" the owner said when he saw the mess of beef soup and the broken pieces of the bowl all over the floor. "You need to control your temper. You can't come into my diner, tell everyone that my soup is bad, and then smash my bowl. You'll ruin my business." The teenager raised her gaze to look at the man as she said, "Are you talking to me?" The coldness of her gaze made him shudder. Her hand gripped her fork, seeming to want to stab the man with it. Alex, who was sitting nearby, watched the scene and felt his heart tighten. He had already witnessed this girl's terrifying strength. If she were to use this fork on the man in some way, he would at the very least be severely injured. At that moment, a young man stood up and walked over to the owner of the diner, saying, "Why are you talking to a customer like that? If she says your food is bad, then it's bad." He looked at the girl with a smile and asked, "Beautiful lady, their beef soup is bad. I advise you not to have another one, but I'll treat you to whatever else you want from the menu." He was blown away by the girl's beauty and wanted to take the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "You're going to treat me?" Seeing that the young man was trying to please her, the girl smiled playfully. "Then get me a Caesar salad." "Did you hear that? Caesar salad, quickly." The man went and sat down at her table. Close up, she looked even more beautiful. He was elated. When the salad was served, the young woman ate slowly, one forkful at a time. Everyone in the restaurant glanced at her. As she was eating, her every movement was pleasing to the eye. "What do you think of the salad?" the man asked, feeling bold. He was sure that he could woo this beautiful young woman. Paying for her salad was the first step in his plan to win her over. He did not doubt that in less than 3 days he would be able to coax her into bed. As he spoke, he slid his hand along the table toward hers. He just couldn't resist the sight of her tender white fingers. He felt that if she let them hold her hand, he knew that he would win. The girl merely glanced at his hand reaching for hers and didn't react at all. She calmly continued to eat her salad. Just as the young man's hand was about to touch hers, the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. She scooped up a nut from the salad, and with a flick of her wrist, it flew like a bullet straight into the young man's eye. "Ah!" he screamed as he fell to the ground. He was clutching his eye as blood flowed out from between his fingers. "My eye! My eye!" he cried. Now the young man understood how dangerous this woman was. But he had no time to be frightened. He just wanted to get to the hospital as quickly as possible to see if his eye could be saved. As he staggered out of the restaurant, he was watched by the incredulous crowd. "What's going on?" one man asked. "Why is his eye bleeding? Do you know?" asked his friend. The first man replied, "I don't know, I didn't see anything." No one else could understand what was happening. Only Alex, who had been sitting in the corner watching, had seen everything and was shocked. He knew what the girl had done. The teenager leisurely finished her salad, stood up and was about to leave when the owner stepped in front of her. "You haven't paid for your food yet. A bowl of beef soup and a Caesar salad. That's $18, he said. "Having me eating in your diner should be payment enough, yet you still dare to ask me for money? Just get out of my way," she replied with a scowl. She was about to push him aside and leave. But the man wouldn't give in. He remained standing in front of her and said, "Hey girl, where are your manners? What makes you so special that you don't have to pay for what you've eaten?" One of the other customers piped up, "Yeah, why aren't you paying for your meal? Which high school are you from? Didn't your teachers teach you any manners?" Another said, "She's so beautiful, but she doesn't have the slightest bit of class." "This is a small business and you need to pay for your food. If you don't want to pay, we'll make you," said another man. The other customers in the diner also supported the owner. Although they found the woman attractive, they were still thinking rationally and felt that she should pay her bill. The girl's eyes swept across the crowd as she asked them, And who exactly is going to make me do it? There wasn't a shred of cowardice or panic in her voice. She seemed calm and determined. What the customers didn't know was that the girl already had dozens of razor blades hidden in her hands. Somehow, she managed to hold them all without getting a single cut. Alex spotted the flash of the blades in her hands and had a terrible premonition that everyone in the shop was about to die. "Let me help her pay," he said without any hesitation as he squeezed through the crowd and rushed in front of her. "It's only $18. I'll pay her bill and mine as well," he said to the diner owner with a smile. He transferred the money to him using his cell phone. "Is that settled now? Great, then we'll go," he said as he looked at the girl. She was observing him playfully. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ma'am, I've paid the bill. Let's go." Alex had seen her as an old woman, so without thinking he called her ma'am. With a humph sound, the girl put the blades back into her sleeve and walked out with him. One of the customers muttered behind her as she left, "I can't believe that girl was so obnoxious. I blame her upbringing." With a "puk" sound, something hit his chest, and the man immediately fell to the ground. The pain felt like a nail had been hammered into him. With the other customers watching in fascination, the man pulled the thing from his chest and saw that it was a bead. "It's hers," he said, remembering that the woman was wearing a string of beads around her wrist and that this bead matched the others on her bracelet. Everyone in the diner was astounded, and as they watched the girl leaving with Alex, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. "Well, that was generous of you," the girl said to Alex chirpily. "Yes," he agreed, worried that she was still planning some sort of revenge on him. The more he looked at the adolescent walking beside him, who now resembled a high school student, the more astonished he became. How could she have turned from an old woman into a young one? Standing next to her, he felt deeply uncomfortable. "They'll all die," she said casually. That sentence from the mouth of a schoolgirl should have been funny, but Alex inhaled sharply. "Ma'am, how did you become like this?" Alex asked cautiously. Seeing that she was looking at him with curiosity, his heart tightened. He said quickly, "It's fine if you don't want to tell me." There's no need to be so afraid of me. Perhaps I'll ask for your help at some point. It's very simple. I've become young again because when you first saw me, I'd been injured. But then I drank the blood of that bastard Granger." "You were injured and then drank blood? Do you practice martial cultivation?" Alex asked in surprise. As a well-educated descendant of a good family, he had heard of this mystical art of obtaining immortality, but he had never met someone who practiced it. "Martial cultivation? The girl smiled mysteriously as she listened to him. She didn't deny it, and he didn't dare to ask any more. "What did you say you needed my help for?" he asked, puzzled. He couldn't think of how he could be any help to her. "You're clearly from a powerful family." Seeing Alex's slightly surprised expression, she continued, "It seems that the unlucky bastard who I killed 3 days ago was someone quite important in the Flang sect. It's been only 3 days, and no one seems to have reported his death." "What do you need my help with?" Alex felt increasingly confused. The girl stared at Alex and said, "I want you to let me stay at your place for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me, and you need to bring me live chicken every day." Alex was stunned. The woman was a dangerous person, and he didn't want her to stay in his home. She was unperturbed by his hesitation. She guessed, "You're afraid that I'll kill you? It's true that I've killed countless people over the last few decades, and human life is worthless to me. But I'll make you a promise. As long as you do as I say, I promise I won't hurt you." "Okay, ma'am, I'll do as you say," he replied. He didn't see how he could object. If he didn't agree, she could take his life in a second. Smart boy, Alex. Now take me to your house, she said with a smile. So, you know that my name is Alex. What should I call you? Alex asked. Okay, since you want to call me something, you can call me Grandma, she answered calmly. Alex couldn't help but be embarrassed. It seemed that he had landed a teenage grandmother. Undoubtedly, this young woman was the elderly lady he had seen before. He had no choice but to find a cab and take Grandma back to his villa in Green Island Garden. On the way, they stopped to buy a live chicken as she had demanded. Once he had dropped her off, he wanted to go to the hotel to check on Vivian and Monica, but as he was leaving the villa, Carl Cooper called him. Where have you been? He asked. I haven't seen you in the dorm for a few days. Listen, Ben's sister's coming for a visit. Why don't you come over and meet her? Episode 129, Tourists in New York. Ben's sister is coming? Alex was pleasantly surprised. They all knew that Ben had a sister who is currently in high school, and that he was living frugally in university to save money for her to continue her studies. Every time he called home, he would only tell his family the good news and say not to worry about him. When his roommates heard this and saw him living on instant noodles, they were touched and sad. Ben's sister was coming. Alex wanted to go and support his friend, so she could see how popular her brother was. He arrived at the dormitory and greeted his friends. As usual, Joe, who spent a lot of time working out in the gym, teased him a little. Ben, who didn't usually pay much attention to his appearance, had been to the barber's. He looked very handsome, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a pair of beige shorts, and white sneakers. He looked very much smarter than usual. He also looked a little uncomfortable. Carl put his arm around Ben's shoulder and said, Alex, did you know this kid is hiding something from us? In the last 2 days, we've caught him buying expensive clothes and paying attention to his appearance. He also lies in bed every day playing with his cell phone. Joe and I have hardly seen him. He continued, Today he got up and showered before dawn and dressed in smart clothes. Joe and I wanted to know what he was up to, so we asked him. He finally told us. He told us that his sister is coming to New York to take part in a competition, and while she's here, she's coming to visit him. We've seen his sister's picture, and she's really pretty. Apparently, he's getting himself all dressed up like a movie star just to go and meet his sister. Carl slapped the back of Ben's head. Okay, Ben, don't tell us, but then we won't be able to help you, Alex said as he sat down next to him. He tugged at his friend's clothes and said, A Brooks Brothers shirt, Tommy Hilfiger shorts, and Puma shoes. How much did you spend on all this? Alex let go of his clothes and Ben straightened out the creases. It was the first time he had worn such expensive items, and he felt so good. He didn't want the clothes to be ruined. He looked at his friends with an embarrassed smile. The shirt was $200, the shorts $250, and the shoes $300. Ben saw Alex and Carl looking at him in surprise and immediately explained, It's not my own money. Of course I don't have that kind of money. They're all on credit. Buddy, it's great that you want to look good, but how are you going to pay it off? You still need money to live on. And it's not like you're going on a date, you're just meeting your little sister, Alex said. He thought Ben was crazy for buying all those expensive clothes on credit. You guys don't understand. Do you think I want to get into debt to buy clothes? Can't you see that I had no choice? Ben said awkwardly. I keep telling my family that I'm doing really well, that I earn more than $2,000 every month doing part-time work, and that I have plenty of money so they don't have to worry about me. Now my sister's coming, and if she sees me dressed in rags, she'll be really disappointed, and she'll go back and tell my parents. It'll kill them to hear the truth. Ben's friends all understood his concerns. Alex said, It's fine, we were just joking with you. But you'll have to keep up the pretense while she's here. If they all think you're wealthy, if your sister finds out the truth, it'll be even worse. I still have a little money on me, around $350. I borrowed it from some friends. That should be enough. If it's not, I can still get a little more on my credit card, Ben said without any confidence. Alex sighed inwardly, but he didn't say anything. He was sure that Ben was making a mistake. After chatting for a while, they left to pick up his sister from the airport. While Ben and his friend were leaving the campus, two young ladies were walking out of arrivals at JFK Airport. One of them was Ben's younger sister, Tanya. The other was her best friend, Brittany Coleman. "Listen to me, is your brother in New York really as amazing as you said he is?" Brittany asked as she held Tanya's arm. "Of course. Every time he calls me, he says that he's studying hard at Preston University, and he gets a scholarship every semester. In his spare time, he does part-time work for only 2 to 3 hours a day, and he gets paid more than $2,000 a month. And he's one of the most influential students at the university," Tanya said proudly. I agree that your brother sounds awesome." Brittany smiled and leaned in closer to her. She whispered, "Does he have a girlfriend yet?" She knew what Brittany was thinking. She touched her friend's cheek with her finger and giggled. "You're so embarrassing. What are you thinking?" Brittany's face turned as red as a tomato. "Why isn't your brother here yet?" Brittany asked. After waiting in front of arrivals for more than 20 minutes, she was starting to get anxious. Tanya looked at her and said, "Don't worry, my brother just sent me a WhatsApp message saying that he's rushing here right now. He'll be here any minute." Just then, two men wearing floral t-shirts walked over to the girls and smiled. One said to Tanya, "Hey, gorgeous, you waiting for me?" He had dyed blonde hair, and his friend had a dragon tattooed on his arm. "Britt, let's go," Tanya said in a low voice before pulling away from the men. They looked very dangerous to her. "Don't go," one of them said. The two men quickly blocked Tanya's path. They lowered their heads to look at the two girls, and one said, "Is this the first time you've been to New York? Come with us, we'll show you around." He had a sinister glint in his eyes. As they spoke, they both reached out to grab the girls' hands. "No, what are you doing?" Tanya squealed. She and Brittany were afraid. They pulled their hands away and tried to step backwards. "So, little girl, you want to have some fun?" one of the men said as he grabbed Tanya's arms and pulled her into his embrace. "Don't! Help!" the girls shouted in panic. "Let go! Get off us!" At that moment, Ben, Alex, and Carl arrived. When they saw what was happening, they were furious. They didn't care who the two men were, but instantly rushed forward to help the girls. Alex kicked one of them over while Carl and Ben smashed into the other man's head, knocking him to the ground. "Are you okay?" Ben asked Tanya. Seeing her nod, he looked at the two men and said, "Alex, Carl, come on, let's teach these guys a lesson." The two men saw the students charging at them ferociously. They didn't know who these guys were, and they were afraid of getting beaten up again, so they ran away. Ben walked to Tanya's side and said guiltily, "I'm so sorry. Did they scare you? It's all my fault. It wouldn't have happened if we'd been on time." She took his hand and said, "Ben, it's fine. We don't blame you at all. You were so awesome just now that you scared those men away." Noticing that Ben's clothes were all famous brands, Tanya's heart was filled with pride. She looked at Alex and Carl and asked, "Who are your friends?" Alex and Carl walked over, trying to look cool. They felt like heroes in a movie, saving the beautiful heroines. Tanya and Brittany were very impressed with them. "Oh, they're my roommates. This is Alex, and this is Carl." Ben introduced his friends to Tanya. She smiled sweetly and said, "Alex, Carl, it's good to meet you. Thank you for saving us just now. You were all so awesome." Then she introduced Brittany to Alex and Carl. Brittany sized Ben up and smiled. "Ben, Tanya's told me how well you're doing at university. Looking at the designer clothes you're wearing, I'm guessing you also earned plenty of money. Tanya and I rarely come to New York, so you must take us everywhere while we're here." Ben scratched his head in embarrassment and answered, "Really? Well, I guess I'm doing better than most students here." He looked awkward. Alex and Carl smiled secretly. "You're too modest. Where are you taking us first?" Brittany asked with a smile. She was looking forward to spending time with him in New York. He was rich, so she was sure he was going to pay for everything for her. "Oh, I'll take you guys to see Times Square and the Empire State Building. They're two of the things you must see in New York City," Ben said. "Okay, bro, let's go." Tanya said as she took his arm and went to the roadside to call a cab. They quickly found 2 cabs. One for Ben, Tanya, and Brittany, and another for Alex and Carl. "Ben, what kind of part-time job are you doing that you earn so much money?" Tanya asked as she looked at her brother. She felt warm and happy. Brittany looked at him in anticipation. She said, "Yeah, to only work for 3 hours a day and earn $2,000 a month, that's $50 an hour. That's amazing." Ben looked embarrassed as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thinking quickly, he said, "I'm a landscape architect, and I teach people to paint. New York is a big city, and rich people don't care about spending money. $50 an hour isn't much to them." "So that's what you're doing. Ben, you're amazing," Tanya laughed. The more Brittany looked at Ben, the more she liked him and wanted to be close to him. She told him, "I also want to study landscape architecture. By the time I graduate, you'll be high up in a big company. Then you'll be able to help me with my career." We'll talk about that when the time comes." He knew that if Tanya and Brittany found out that he was lying, they would be disappointed in him. He knew that he would die of embarrassment if that happened. Ben and his friends took Tanya and Brittany to Times Square and the Empire State Building. They treated them to snacks in New York coffee shops and bought them souvenirs from the gift shops. In just a few short hours, Ben had already spent $100. He had a little over $200 left. He wanted to treat Tanya and Brittany to a nice dinner and fancy hotel room, but he had no idea how he could pay for it. Brittany pursed her lips and said to him, "Let's go. We've been walking for so long. I'm hungry. Ben, are you going to take us somewhere nice for dinner? Let's go." "Oh." Ben wasn't sure what to do. He was thinking, we could just take them for a stroll around campus and then for a meal at Beautiful Cuisine, the campus restaurant. However, when Brittany asked him with such anticipation, he couldn't say anything. He felt that taking them to Beautiful Cuisine would seem so disrespectful. "Ben, what's wrong? Can't you decide which restaurant to take us to tonight? It's okay, take your time to decide on the best one. After all, you've been in New York for 2 years. You must know loads of great places," said Brittany. She continued, "Tanya and I are country bumpkins. When we get to the restaurant, we'll take photos and post them on Instagram. You mustn't laugh at us." "Don't worry, Britt, my brother won't laugh. When we get there, I'm going to take photos of all the dishes we order and of the inside of the fancy restaurant. Our friends are going to be so jealous of me having such an awesome brother." So far, Ben had been very generous. The girls had already spent a lot of his money since they had been in New York. Looking at their excited faces, Ben kept smiling, but inside he was panicking. He had no idea what to do next. Then Carl stepped in to try to help him. He said, "Ben wants to invite you to have a meal at the Seafood Bar." The Seafood Bar was a small eatery near the campus, and it was very popular with the students. Although it wasn't as busy as Beautiful Cuisine or Coffee Palace, it usually had a good atmosphere. More importantly, considering the amount of money Ben had left, it was affordable. "The Seafood Bar? What's that?" Brittany took out her cell phone and searched for a bit. Finally, she read out, "Fresh seafood to fit everyone's budgets." From the photo of the front, it looks like a country diner like at home. "Carl, I know you're joking with us. Ben wouldn't take us for a meal somewhere like that. He earns over $2,000 a month. He would never take us to eat somewhere so cheap." Ben's face stiffened as he felt even more awkward. Tanya noticed that something was wrong with him. "Ben," she whispered, wondering what was wrong. Then she said, "Actually, this seafood bar looks pretty good. We both like fish. Let's go there." Brittany wasn't convinced. She said, "Listen, Ben doesn't need all this money, and we came all this way to New York. I think you should let your brother treat us to a decent meal. And didn't you just say you wanted to take photos to post on Instagram? This seafood bar is just like the diners back home. Everyone would laugh at us if we posted photos of that place. We can't waste our time in New York eating somewhere like that." Tanya replied, "Who cares what everyone thinks? Wherever Ben takes me to eat, I'll eat." Although she was also very puzzled and a bit disappointed, she wanted to stick up for her brother. Ben, who was standing between the girls, was in turmoil. He wanted to stand up and shout, "Stop arguing, I'll take you guys to the best restaurant in New York to eat." But he knew he couldn't pay for it. Alex interrupted his thoughts. "Ben, stop joking with her sister." He looked at the girls and said, "Before we met you, Ben had already discussed it with us, and we all decided that we're going to treat you guys to dinner at Yellow Garden tonight. What do you think? If you're not happy with that, we can go somewhere else." Ben and Carl were both shocked. Yellow Garden was a famous restaurant in New York, and it was very expensive. For 5 of them to eat there, Ben would need at least $600, and he had a little over $200 left, and he still had to pay for a hotel room for the girls. He looked helplessly at Alex, thinking, "Alex, you must be joking. How can I afford dinner at Yellow Garden?" Episode 130, No One Touches My Sister. Brittany agreed immediately when she heard where they were going to eat. She said, "Yellow Garden? That's a really famous restaurant. I've heard that it's really fancy. Let's go." Carl pulled Alex toward him and whispered anxiously, "What are you doing to Ben? He's only got a little over $200 left to pay for dinner in their hotel. It will be terrible if he takes the girls to Yellow Garden and can't pay the bill. What do you want him to do? He'll be so embarrassed in front of his sister and her friend." "I know, don't worry. Do you really think I would do anything to hurt Ben?" Alex comforted Carl. To him, Yellow Garden was only a mediocre restaurant. He originally wanted to take everyone to DeLuca's or Chez Laurent as a treat, but he realized that these were too exclusive and places that Ben could never afford. He felt the best choice was Yellow Garden. "It's fine, let's go," he reassured Ben as he patted his shoulder. "Ben, are you going to treat us at Yellow Garden?" Tanya asked. She was his sister, and she could tell something was worrying him. He pretended to be relaxed as he smiled and replied, "Of course, Yellow Garden's really good. I'll take you guys and you can see what you think." Inside, he was panicking. How can I refuse now? I've got to pretend everything's all right, but I've only got $200 on me. What the hell am I gonna do when we get there? The girls jumped into one cab and the boys into another. They all headed to the restaurant. Without the girls present, Ben could stop pretending. He could be honest with his friends. "Alex, what are you trying to do to me? You know I don't have enough money," he said in a panic. "This is my card and there's still $500 on it. It's yours," Carl said, handing a bank card to Ben. The money on it was for his living expenses, but his friend was in trouble, so he was happy for him to have it. "No need. Both of you listen. I've told you I've got a plan. Ben won't be embarrassed in front of the girls." Alex smiled and continued, "Ben, let everyone order whatever they want. When we settle the bill, we'll go together to pay, and we'll use my bank card." He took out his Supreme Sky Metro bank card, waved it in front of them quickly, and then put it into his pocket. He didn't want his friends to look too carefully at the card and recognize it. Everyone knew that to have an account there, you needed $1 million, and that $3 million was needed to open a Supreme account. Ben and Carl looked at Alex in confusion. Carl asked, "Alex, how much money have you got on your card? Where's the money from? You're usually struggling for money even more than us." Deep down, they didn't believe him. He rubbed his nose and said, "I've got around $8,000 in the account. I was really lucky recently. I bought 10 lottery tickets and won $8,000. He still didn't want his friends to know his real identity. Even if he told them, they might not believe him. Hearing that Alex had $8,000, his friends were relieved. They teased him a little for not telling them about the lottery win. Soon, they arrived at Yellow Garden. It was a beautiful old building. There were a lot of luxury cars parked in front, and its clientele were from the upper echelons of New York society. Ben and Carl had never been to such a high-class establishment. When they saw a group of well-dressed people walk past them, they were bewildered for a moment. Luckily, Alex took control and led them into the restaurant. Once seated, under Alex's reassuring gaze, Ben mustered up his courage and ordered 10 different specialties and ordered 2 expensive bottles of red wine. According to the menu, he had already spent $600. Brittany was very happy when she looked at the dishes on the table. She looked at Tanya and said, "See, I knew that Ben was going to treat us to a good meal tonight. This place is way more luxurious than any restaurant at home." "Of course, he's my brother. Let's take some photos for Instagram. Our friends will be so jealous," Tanya said as she held up her cell phone to take a picture of the restaurant. Everyone relaxed and smiled at the photo. The meal went very well. They all enjoyed their food and chatted amicably. Happy laughs were heard from time to time. After the main course, Alex stood up and said to everyone, "You guys carry on. I need to go to the bathroom." He walked toward the restrooms. As he walked, Vivian and Monica popped into his mind. Sam had reported that the Flag Sect were still looking for Dale Granger, and he was worried that they would go to Vivian's home. He was relieved that he had ordered Sam to send someone to collect Vivian and Monica and take them to stay in a safe place. They probably took them to either the Azalea guest house or to the Berkeley Hotel. While Alex was in the bathroom, a group of rowdy youths entered Yellow Garden. The leader was a young man with his hair shaved on both sides and a tattoo on his head. He was hugging a pretty girl. The young man was called Corey Davis, and his father was another one of Flag Sect's leaders. Because the Flag Sect had taken control of New York's underworld, Corey's status had risen along with it, and everyone wanted to befriend him. "Corey, thanks for treating us today. How many people are coming?" "I only called Henry. He said he was nearby and would be here soon. It's good if there's less people. I can't stand all those ass lickers." "You're right, of course. Right now everyone in New York wants to be seen with you. We feel very honored that you chose us." They spoke in very loud and brash voices and didn't care at all if they upset the other diners. None of the customers or waiters dared to say anything. Finally, the manager went up to them with a smile to take their orders. They had attracted the attention of the entire restaurant the moment they entered the door. When they saw this group of people, Ben and Carl were dismayed. "What are they doing here?" Ben complained. He recognized 2 of the young men as the 2 hooligans who had harassed Tanya at the airport. Ben put his head in his hands. Carl also lowered his head. He felt uneasy and didn't want the men to see them. There were 6 or 7 thugs in the group. The young man with the shaved head seemed to be their leader, and he looked formidable. Ben and Carl prayed that they would not recognize them as they passed. Then they heard, "Hang on, Corey. I think I saw 2 familiar faces." When they got closer and saw Ben, the 2 hoodlums recognized him. Then Ben heard a familiar voice saying, "Steve, Rich, are they the ones that beat you up?" He saw another youth walking over, and a chill went up his spine. Although Darren Rogers was a university student, he had no interest in studying at all. He often hung out outside of school, and after a chance encounter, he befriended Corey and became one of his followers. Under the influence of her mother, his girlfriend Donna had dumped him. Darren turned his gaze toward Ben. For a moment, the 2 of them locked eyes. It was the first time that Darren had ever looked directly at any of them. He said, "I know these guys. Corey, Steve, Rich, let me introduce them to you. They're in my class. They're nobodies, just a couple of losers. They're so poor they can hardly afford to eat. Once when my class went on a trip to Staten Island, we all decided to go out for dinner. These 2 punks and their buddy Alex couldn't even afford a meal. They sat outside on a bench eating fries. They didn't like it when I took a photo of them for Instagram." laughed one of his companions. "They're that poor?" asked another. The first said, "That's not much better than the people on the street begging for food." Corey and his lackeys laughed loudly. Listening to Darren, Tanya and Brittany were shocked. Ben was doing very well in New York. Why did this man say he was a loser who couldn't afford to eat? Was Ben lying? Or was this boy making it up? But he's wearing designer clothes right now, and he's eating it here, Steve said. Then he pointed toward Tanya and Brittany and continued, and these two pretty girls are keeping him company. My guess is that he spent a month's worth of living expenses on the clothes he's wearing. Darren didn't believe that Ben had the money to buy decent clothes. I'm amazed he found the money to bring a date here. He must be planning to spend every cent he has tonight, then live on dirt next semester. His words caused another wave of laughter. Ladies, what are you doing with worthless trash like Ben? One of his friends joked. Darren smiled at Tanya and Brittany and said, maybe he tricked you with his romantic words. Do you actually believe he's wealthy, or could it all just be an act? Ben felt so ashamed to be insulted by Darren in front of his sister. To be called worthless. He wanted to beat him up, but there were too many of Darren's friends there, so he stayed quiet. He felt so ashamed that he clenched his fists and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Have you got anything to say? Aren't you two even going to stick up for yourselves? You worthless pieces of crap. Steve spat out and started walking toward them with Rich. Ben and Carl were both frightened when they saw them approaching. They didn't dare to move, but just sat on their chairs with their heads lowered. What are you talking about with these two pieces of scum? Rich said as he kicked Ben's and Carl's seats so they both fell to the ground. Stand up, Steve shouted, and Ben and Carl stood up. Rich, these clothes would look good on you. Steve pulled out a knife and grabbed Ben's shirt, ready to cut it open. Ben tried to back off. These were the most expensive and best clothes he had ever worn in his life. He cherished them greatly and didn't want to lose them. You little shit. If you keep moving, I'll cut you to pieces, Steve roared. With a single slash, a big hole appeared in Ben's shirt. Ben looked at his cut shirt and felt his heart ache. He was hoping he could wear it if he attended any important events over the next few years. Now he could never wear it again. Look at how weak that guy is. He's not even standing up for himself. What a loser, Darren laughed. Steve kicked Ben's chest. He fell back, knocked over their table, and fell onto the ground. At the same time, Carl was kicked to the ground by Rich. Brittany, like most of the other girls at the restaurant, was screaming loudly. Tanya, on the other hand, rushed to help Ben up. These two girls are pretty good looking. Corey let go of his girlfriend and looked at Tanya. He reached out his hand to pinch her butt. Don't! Tanya backed off in fright. She could sense how dangerous this group of men was. Come to me, pretty girl. Corey wrapped his arms around Tanya's neck and was about to pull her into his embrace. She screamed, "Ah!" At that moment, they all heard a shout. Don't touch her. At the same moment, Corey let out a blood-curdling howl. Ah! Something had slammed into the back of his head. He bent down with his head in his hands and took a few steps back. He finally let go of Tanya. Are you okay? Ben asked with concern as he hugged Tanya. When he had seen Corey grabbing her, he hadn't hesitated. He had rushed over and thumped him over the head. He could tolerate being humiliated himself, but there was no way he could let someone threaten his sister. No, not even the president would be allowed to touch his sister. Episode 131, Kill Him For Me. Corey, are you all right? Corey rubbed his head and straightened his back. Seeing the blood on his hand, he grew angry. He had grown up leading a pampered life. When he had bullied others, he had never been beaten. Get this guy. Beat him until his mother can't recognize him anymore. Get that woman for me. I want to see how you're going to protect her now. He pointed at Ben in anger, and the lackeys accepted his order. How dare you hit Corey? One of them shouted. If you're looking to die, why didn't you say so earlier? Said another. I'll beat you to death, said yet another. A few people yelled as they rushed toward Ben. Steve and Rich each picked up a chair. Although Ben was terrified, he was even more afraid that his sister Tanya would be bullied. Ben stood in front of her to protect her. He decided that even if he was going to be beaten to death, he would not let them hurt his sister. Slap! A few of his lackeys charged forward and slapped Ben across the face. He was bloody but stood his ground. He protected Tanya with a determined look on his face. Let go of her, Steve shouted. The lackeys near Tanya dodged away, and Steve let out a loud cry as he smashed a chair over Ben's head. The chair broke into pieces. Ben was dazed, and then he felt severe pain, as if a stake had been driven through his skull. But he still stood his ground to protect Tanya. Ben! Tanya was frightened as she watched the chair break apart over her brother. She covered her ears, closed her eyes, and shielded her body with her arms. When she opened her eyes, Ben was still standing in front of her, but blood was flowing out from a gash on his head. Tanya was scared and angry, but deeply touched that her brother protected her. She held Ben and cried helplessly, Brother, are you okay? Are you okay? So your brother and sister. Beat them both up, Corey said angrily. There's another one over there. Get her too. After Corey finished yelling, a few people rushed toward Brittany. Carl protected his sister with as much courage as Ben had shown protecting Tanya, and placed her behind him to keep her safe. Carl decided that he wasn't going to let this guy make him look bad. If he was going to be beaten to death that day, they would all die together with no regrets. Ben and Carl bitterly endured the lackeys' relentless fighting style. But as they were outnumbered, they probably could only last another 5 minutes. Tanya and Brittany weren't injured, but they were crying loudly. Tanya wanted to help her brother, but he prevented her from moving. Brittany, shielded by Carl, grabbed his shirt in fear. The people inside the restaurant could not bear to watch them fight, but felt it was out of their control, or worse, that they would get pulled into it. They didn't dare to get involved, so many of the guests quickly rushed out the door. Seeing that Ben and Carl were being beaten, Corey started to feel better. Those two losers had offended him, so this beating was the punishment that he wanted to see. Hey, what are you doing? Stop, Alex cried out. Alex rushed out of the bathroom. He was shocked and angry when he saw what was happening to Ben and Carl. He had left the table to call Sam Woodsworth to ask him to move Vivian Carter and her daughter to a safe place. He had only vaguely heard the sounds of a dispute outside, but he had not expected it to involve Ben's group. He saw 6 people surrounding Ben and Carl. Without a word, he rushed to help them. Ah! Damn! With a couple of sharp kicks, Alex knocked away 2 of the guys. He picked up 2 wine bottles from the table and smashed them over the heads of 2 other men with all his strength. Smash! Smash! One of the bottles shattered. The other bottle remained intact, but its bottom was stained red and dripped with blood. The 2 people who were hit by the bottles fell to the ground. One man held his head and swayed from side to side. The other man fell and stayed motionless with the wound on his forehead bleeding profusely. Corey, I'm dead. Steve shook his head at Corey before his eyes closed. When the other thugs saw how ruthless Alex was, killing a man in one stroke, they were all shocked. They took a step away from him and watched carefully. How are you doing? Alex looked at Ben and Carl. They both had blood on their heads, and their arms and legs were full of cuts and scrapes. Alex's heart ached as he looked at them. Tanya and Brittany's hearts moved when they saw Alex save them. Looking at his serious expression, without a trace of fear, they felt that this man had a lot of courage. Fortunately, Ben said, he was unable to open his eyes as he sat helplessly on the ground with Carl. Are you all right? Tanya's attention shifted to her brother. She hugged Ben and cried. Brittany also squatted beside Carl to take care of him. I'm okay, so long as you're okay, said Ben as he smiled. Alex thought of calling for an ambulance, but he paused. What's going on? Corey, what's wrong? Just when the fight had calmed down, another person walked into the restaurant. It was Henry Moore. Slayer followed closely behind him. He was still wearing his strange clothes and a white mask. When he saw Alex in the room, his gaze stopped on him for a few seconds. You're hurt. Who hit you? Henry walked up to Corey and asked with concern. Seeing Corey look in Alex's direction and toward the rest of his group, Henry looked at Alex and revealed a cold smile. It's you again, damn it. I think you're really trying to get killed, he exclaimed. Henry, this brat is ruthless. Don't act blindly without thinking first. I've already told a few of my guys to come over and kill this arrogant guy, Corey said as he looked at Alex warily. He had only stopped by the Yellow Garden by chance. Corey, how could these people dare to offend you? As your friend, how can I stand it? I'll deal with these 3 bastards for you right now and give them something to remember. Henry looked like he could not wait to get revenge for Corey, which would help build their relationship. He turned to Corey and said, Besides, you might not know this, but this guy's hit me before. This time, whether it's for you or for me, I'm not standing by to watch him act so arrogantly in front of you. All right, you should know that his skills aren't bad. Not only that, but he can also be pretty ruthless. He's already killed one of my guys, so I'm afraid you might not be able to beat him up. Corey was rather fond of Henry and felt quite close to him. Corey, you worry too much. So what if I can't personally beat him? For people like us, we don't have to dirty our own hands to deal with this kind of trash, Harry said with disdain. He then looked over at Slayer. Just let him deal with him. Over the last few days, Slayer had almost recovered from his injuries. Henry had wondered how he could have been so badly injured by Alex at the Angel Bar the last time. Slayer had said that he'd had an absent-minded moment that had given Alex an opening. Alex was not his match at all. Henry also felt that it was by chance that Alex had beaten Slayer. Him? Corey looked at Slayer in confusion. This little guy is so short and thin. How could he beat up that brat? Corey thought. Henry, you saw it. One guy has already died. He's much stronger than you and this strange little guy. Don't let him get killed. We'd better wait for Corey's helpers, Darren said, voicing his opinion. Both Darren and Henry worked to flatter Corey's rich ego. Naturally, Darren didn't want Henry to do well in front of Corey and gain his favor, especially since Darren and Henry didn't like each other to begin with. Oh, Darren, don't worry so much, Henry said as he looked at him with disdain. You... Darren angrily rushed toward Henry. Ah! When he got to Henry, before he could say anything, Slayer swiftly flung Darren over his shoulder and slammed him down onto the floor. Darren cried out in pain, while Slayer calmly took his place beside Henry. Not bad. At least I know how to beat up bad guys for you, Slayer said. Henry gently stroked his head as if he were petting a dog. Good. See? My man's really strong. Go after those 3 and don't hold back. Kill them. I'll take responsibility, Henry said while he pointed viciously at Alex. All right, I'll do what you say. Henry felt that if he could kill Alex and his friends this time, not only would he avenge himself, but he would also earn Corey's goodwill. Henry put his hand on Slayer's shoulder and pointed at Alex. Slayer, go kill that brat for me. When you're done, I'll give you another $500 each month, so you can buy more clothes and look handsome. Now hurry up and do it. Henry handed Slayer a knife and pushed him away. Slayer stared at Alex nervously, but he did not make a move. Alex just stood in front of Ben and his friends, silently looking at the little masked man. Slayer, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and kill him. Cut off his head, now, Henry shouted. Slayer remained motionless with the knife in his hand. Although no one could see his face, his eyes were wildly jumping from side to side. What's going on? Why isn't he listening to you? Corey asked Henry with a frown. Henry smiled awkwardly, walked behind the little masked man, and slapped him on the back of the head. He shouted, "Trash! Don't you understand what I'm saying to you? Go and kill him now." Episode 132, Awakening the Masked Man. Slayer just stood there, as if he couldn't hear Henry's orders. He remembered that Alex was his first and only friend. How could he kill his friend? "What are you doing? Why don't you do as I say? I feed you and dress you. I also give you $2,000 every month. Why aren't you listening to me?" Henry had never treated Slayer as a human being. Now, Slayer's ears had turned deaf to his orders, causing Henry to look bad in front of everyone. Henry looked at Slayer's head and hit him 7 or 8 times, until he finally kicked him down to the floor. "Bastard, you're just a dog in my eyes. Do you know that? I made you. If you don't listen to me, I'll throw you away like trash," Henry said fiercely as he stepped on the little masked man's head. Slayer didn't resist, and only moved slightly. Henry was his benefactor, so he felt Henry had the right to treat him this way. Alex stood in front of Slayer and shouted, "Danny, stand up and hit him. You're not his dog. You're a man. No one can treat you like this. Stand up." Seeing Slayer being stepped on made Alex feel sadness in his heart. He knew that he needed Slayer to find himself to truly get rid of Henry's control. Hearing Alex shout, Slayer opened his eyes. He looked at Alex, and once again, he felt the care and concern of his friend. "But he is my master. He has saved me. I can't hit him," Slayer mumbled in confusion. "No, Danny. He did save you, but you've already paid your debt to him. No one is your master, especially if he's insulting you and beating you. You should get up and fight back. Danny, get up," Alex shouted. He hoped that Slayer could understand what he was trying to say to him. "No one is my master," Slayer repeated Alex's words. He felt a little confused. Whack! Henry kicked Slayer in the back of the head like it was a soccer ball. "You dog! You know this guy? You betrayed me. Stinky little dog. I gave you food and drink every day. Now that I need you to fight my enemy, you're useless." Henry kicked Slayer again, but this time it was in the lower abdomen. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "Master, no! I didn't betray you." Ever since he had started following Henry, he had never thought that he would betray him. "Danny, get up," Alex shouted worriedly. "You don't need to wear this mask, you ugly bastard." As Henry spoke, he kicked Slayer in the face. He wanted to break the mask, but Slayer blocked his foot with his hands. Henry kept kicking him repeatedly. Henry did not know that the reason Slayer had followed him so closely was because of the mask that he had given him. The mask hid Slayer's deformed face, so he was no longer made fun of by others. The mask helped him feel like an ordinary person. If Henry broke the mask, there might be a result that he would never have imagined. "You ugly bastard, do you still remember what I told you when I saved you that day? That you'd have to listen to me from then on. Now I'll tell you one last time, go kill him, and then give me back the mask." Henry also saw that with this mask, he still had control over Slayer like a puppet. "Stop lying on the ground like a dead dog. Get up!" Henry grabbed him by the hair, pulled him up off the floor, and handed the knife back to him. This time he pushed Slayer forward step by step toward Alex. When they were only 5 feet away from him, he shoved Slayer right in front of him. Slayer's hand trembled while he held the knife. He looked at Alex, and his eyes twitched. He was extremely conflicted. Should he choose the mask or his friend? "Danny, are you still not able to see what kind of person Henry is? Don't let him control you anymore. If this continues, you won't feel happiness again." Alex tried to persuade Slayer, hoping that he would quickly figure it out. Slayer could not hear anything. An intense battle raged in his mind. "You ugly bastard, hurry up and kill this brat or take off the mask and let everyone see your ugly face. Everyone will laugh at you. No one will want to know you. No company will recruit you. You'll be abandoned by the entire society. No one will pity you," Henry shouted from behind him. Slayer closed his eyes and thought of the times when he was insulted, mocked, ridiculed, and criticized. "We won't play with you, you're ugly." The group of kids got on their scooters and left, leaving little Slayer staring dumbly after them. "Stop looking. If you keep looking at him, you'll get nightmares." A mother covered her child's eyes and quickly left. "Just go. We won't take you even if we do hire someone. You're affecting our business. Get lost. Don't come back here again." An old man pushed Slayer into a pool of water in front of the car wash shop. "So ugly. He shouldn't be living in this world." "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter from countless cruel people rang in his ears. They were laughing so arrogantly. Slayer closed his eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. It felt like his eardrums were about to burst, and his brain was about to explode. His head and his heart hurt from the unspeakable ordeals he'd had to endure throughout his life. "Rah!" Slayer let out a crazed roar and opened his eyes. They were blood red. He lifted the knife in his hand and rushed toward Alex to stab him. "Get him. It won't be a problem to kill him. Corey and I will save you." Seeing that Slayer was about to kill Alex, Henry became excited, and his attitude became gentler as he persuaded him. Not only Henry, but Corey and his group were also excited. Their eyes were full of expectation. They shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" But Slayer stopped and looked at Alex's face. His red eyes were still filled with rage. However, something seemed to be rolling around in his messy mind. Alex looked at the little man. If Slayer slashed at him, he only had about an 80% chance of dodging him. If he couldn't dodge him, it would likely end in his death. But Alex was still willing to take the risk. If he didn't trust him, how could they talk about being friends? He believed that Slayer could make the right choice. This was also a test that Slayer had to pass to find the strength to remove Henry from his life. Rah! At that moment, Ben rushed toward Slayer. Seeing Slayer pointing the knife at Alex, Ben was burning with anxiety. He took the opportunity to try to knock Slayer aside and give Alex a chance to escape. But he was already seriously injured, and Slayer easily knocked him away. "Ben, don't move, are you okay?" Tanya ran over to Ben and held his head as she sobbed. Slayer looked at Ben, puzzled by his actions. "Weirdo! I beat that son of a bitch, Corey. Leave Alex alone!" Ben shouted excitedly at Slayer. "Let him go. I'll fight you 1-for-1, Carl also roared. If it were not for Brittany holding him, he would have also rushed over to save Alex. "Friend," Slayer muttered. He recalled that day when he was together with Alex. "Slayer, what's your real name?" Alex had asked. "My name is Daniel Wiseman." "That's a good name. You're my friend now. Come and hang out with me someday," Alex had told him. "Friend?" "Yes, friends," Alex had said gently. Later, Alex had asked, "If Henry asks you to kill me in the future, will you kill me?" "No, I won't kill my friends. I won't let my friends be bullied," Danny had replied. Slayer's heart was filled with regret as his own words appeared in his mind. What on earth was he doing now? "Quickly kill him, you ugly bastard, or I'll take back the mask and everyone will make fun of you," Henry shouted. "Rah!" Slayer roared again. He raised the knife and swung it down fast. But he didn't aim for Alex. Instead, he aimed for Henry, who was standing behind him. "Ugly bastard, you!" Henry looked at Slayer in disbelief. Even in his dreams, he never would have thought that Slayer would stab him. In his eyes, Slayer was just an obedient little dog. How could he dare stab him? Oh! Henry groaned again. Slayer let go of the knife that had pierced Henry's stomach. Henry used his hand to cover the wound, but bright red blood flowed out from beneath his fingers. He wanted to get away from Slayer, but he soon collapsed onto the floor. Everyone quickly dodged to the side in fright. Corey, get up and... I'm going to need a doctor. The hospital, Henry said to Corey while blood flowed out of his mouth, down his chin, and stained his collar. Henry didn't finish his sentence. His body became motionless. Episode 133. Go to the police? I killed my master. I killed my master. Slayer panicked. He never thought that he would kill Henry. Listen to me, Danny. Alex held the excited Slayer by the shoulder and looked into his eyes. He's dead. Don't be afraid. I'll make sure that you'll be fine. But he was my benefactor. I'm nothing without him. Every day he would bring me food. I killed him. Slayer felt conflicted. He never saw you as a human, only as a pet dog, so don't feel guilty. Have you already forgotten how badly he kicked you? If you didn't do things for him, he would beat you. Alex did his best to calm the little man. Now that Henry is dead, you'll be your own. You won't need to listen to anyone else's orders. Alex looked at Slayer and added, From now on, the nightmare is over. From today onward, you'll be better off. Do you believe me? I believe you because you're my friend, Slayer said as he calmed down a little. Good. Alex patted his shoulder. He finally felt less uneasy. The two of them looked at Corey and the rest of the group. They shivered. Corey, what's wrong? The help that Corey had called for had finally arrived. 7 or 8 tall men walked in. Get them! Corey pointed at Alex and his friends. The group of men rushed toward Alex. After witnessing the tragic scene that had taken place moments earlier, several other people took the opportunity to run toward the door, as they did not dare to stay in the restaurant any longer. Slayer, we fight with our friends, Alex roared, picked up a wine bottle and rushed forward. Alex, let me help you. Slayer would not let his friend get hurt, so he darted over to join him. Damn it, I'm gonna have a good fight today. Ben also stood up. Without waiting for Tanya to stop him, he also joined in. She looked anxiously at her brother, afraid that he would get hit again. How can I miss out on this? I'll help too. Since his friends were ready to engage in battle, Carl couldn't just stand there and watch. Even though he was injured and weak, he still had to fight alongside them. In the blink of an eye, Alex and his friends were fighting with the tall men. Tanya and Brittany watched anxiously from the sidelines. Slayer's martial arts skills were not just for show. When he used his skills, none of the tall men was his match. He alone was able to take on the whole group. You trying to leave now? Come here! Alex ran toward the door, blocking Corey's path and slamming it shut. This time, none of them could escape. Oh! Mother! Damn! Even though Slayer was also slightly injured, he still knocked down the whole group of thugs. The men piled up on the floor. Slayer stepped onto a dining table and then onto the stomach of one of the guys at the top of the pile. When he put his foot down hard, the men cried out in unison. Kneel! Alex yelled and sat on a chair. Ben and Carl also sat down. Yes, kneel. We'll kneel, Corey said. How could Corey at that moment even consider his status as the dignified son of a leader of the Flag Sect? If he didn't obey Alex, that day could be his last. What should we do with them? Alex looked at Ben and Carl, as they were the ones Corey had offended that day. What have you got to say for yourself, you powerful sect member? Now that they had restrained Corey, Ben and Carl became more energetic and taunted him. Carl also slapped the two hoodlums who had been flirting with Brittany and Tanya at the airport. You fought well. We should have... The beaten Corey could only say that Ben and his friends had fought well. Tanya, Brittany, how do you think we should deal with this scum? Ben looked at the girls and asked. Right. Why don't you two slap them a few times to vent your anger? Carl suggested. Forget it. They're already in quite a miserable state. Tanya and Brittany had soft hearts. No, that's too nice, Ben said. He had yet to release his anger out on Corey. Ben glared at Corey and his group and said, Slap your own faces. Now. Corey and his group of men did not dare to disobey. They were afraid that Ben's group would get angry and kill them. The two corpses on the other side of the room gave them chills. Corey slapped himself 3 or 4 times. His face was already swollen with large bruises on his forehead. Darren followed suit, and he did it harder than anyone else. Who asked you to fight? Darren's heart trembled when he heard Ben's voice. He looked at Ben in fear, and when he saw Ben and Carl stand up viciously, his heart almost flew out of his chest. Ben, Carl, please spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have said those things to you before. Please forgive me. We're classmates after all. I'm extremely grateful to you both, Darren said as he kept bowing in panic. You damn well realize that we're classmates now, huh? Ben and Carl became even more infuriated when they heard him describe them as classmates. The two of them kicked Darren at the same time, and he fell to the ground. Ben and Carl rushed toward Darren again. Ben hit him with his left hand, and Carl hit him with his right hand. They each slapped Darren 10 times. Ben, Carl, I won't do that again. I'm not good enough to be your classmate. I've brought what happened today on myself, cried Darren. Ben let Darren slap himself in the mouth. The restaurant was filled with the sounds of slapping. Alex told them to stop and commanded them to leave. Scram! Corey, his lackeys, and of course Darren all ran out of the restaurant. Only then did Alex and his friends let out big sighs of relief. Alex, what about you and Slayer? Ben asked worriedly. They had completely forgotten that Alex and Slayer had each killed someone. That's right, we shouldn't have let those guys leave. They might call the police, Carl said. Let's get out of here before the cops show up. If you leave the country, you can probably still live, Brittany said to Alex. She didn't want anything to happen to him. If it hadn't been for Alex that day, one of their group might have died. Don't be silly, he replied. Tanya looked at Alex with deep concern and said, Listen to me, go to the police station and turn yourself in immediately. You have to get there before those people report it. If you hand yourself over, they'll reduce your sentence. Besides, they've beaten you up and it was self-defense. The punishment might even be lower. That's all we can do now, Ben said. Let's go, said Carl. Prison is always better than death, Tanya added. Ben, Brittany, and Carl agreed with her. They were ready to take Alex and Slayer to the police station to hand themselves in. There's no need to. Alex didn't move. He looked at them all and said, Slayer and I don't need to go to the police station. We're fine. I know someone who will help me deal with this. No need? Alex, don't be silly. If you don't go now, those people will definitely go to the police. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, turning yourself in won't count for much of anything anymore, said one of his friends. Ben and his friends didn't believe Alex. After all, they had just killed 2 people. Even the head of the Heavenly Lion Group, Donald Brennan, wouldn't be able to settle this issue. It was not like they didn't know Alex's situation. There's really no need for that. If I go to the police station now, I'll get into trouble instead. Alex pushed Ben and the rest away. He couldn't explain it clearly to them. Wait a minute. I'll make a phone call. With that, Alex walked off to the side and called Sam. Sam listened to me. 2 people are dead at the Yellow Garden restaurant. One is a lackey of Corey Davis who is connected to the Flag sect. The other is Henry Moore, a rich guy in New York. Send someone right away to deal with them. I still have a few friends here. To ensure their safety, don't say anything else. Alex felt it was rather embarrassing to trouble Sam with the dead bodies, but he knew that dealing with bodies was just a small matter for him. "Sir, are you all right?" Sam asked with concern. After hearing Alex say that he was fine, he calmed down a little. "Yes, I'll send people to deal with it. Your friends will be okay." "Very good," Alex replied. "What happened to the mother and daughter? Did you take them to a safe place?" "I was just about to report on this to you." Sam's voice became heavier. "When our people arrived at the hotel, they were already gone." "They're not there anymore? Where did they go?" Alex felt worried. "The hotel staff said that a few men took them away. We also checked the surveillance footage. Flag sect's people captured them. Right now I'm preparing to send someone over to get them back." Sam told him all the information he had learned. "Just wait, I'll go personally this time." If Vivian and her daughter had fallen into the hands of the Flag sect, the situation was extremely dangerous. Alex didn't have the patience to wait. He wanted to personally go and bring the 2 of them back as quickly as possible. After saying that, Alex hung up the phone. When his friends overheard that he had been talking to a man named Sam about the Flag sect and a missing mother and daughter, they didn't understand and became worried. "You guys stay here and don't go out. Someone will come by in a while and deal with this mess. They'll take you guys to a safe place," Alex said. He told them he was going to leave. Although his friends didn't believe that he would find anyone to deal with the mess, he didn't have time to explain it further to them. Alex sensed that someone was following him and saw that it was Slayer. "If you need anything, I'll help you." Slayer didn't care about the dead bodies at all. Even if he were sentenced to death, he wouldn't have any regrets. He didn't want to make his friend sad. "You stay here and protect them. They're my friends, and they're also your friends," Alex told him. Slayer nodded and walked back over to Ben's side. By then, Alex had already rushed out. He was afraid that if he waited too long, something bad would happen to Vivian and her daughter. Episode 134, Villains and a Woman. A black Mercedes stopped in front of a restaurant called Connie's. The restaurant didn't look as luxurious as the Yellow Park and the one in the Berkeley Hotel. It was a very important day for the Flag sect's leader, Leo Brooks. That day, Leo and the core members of the Flag sect were at the restaurant to hold their wrap-up meeting for the first half of the year. Out! Vivian and her daughter were pulled out of the car by 2 tall men and pushed into the restaurant. "Mom, I'm afraid," Monica whispered. She had been scared ever since they were taken from the hotel. "Don't worry, Monica, don't worry. Mommy will protect you." Vivian tried to comfort her daughter by hugging her. She was also scared, but in front of her daughter she had to pretend to be strong. The restaurant was large inside and divided into several areas. The air was filled with smoke. There were more than 20 large tables occupied by young and middle-aged men who were smoking or drinking. Beautiful, fashionably dressed girls stood beside half of the men, and the sounds of dice shaking could be heard from every corner. These people were all core members of the Flag sect. The purpose of that day's meeting was mainly a discussion between their leader and a few key members. They also went there to have fun and eat. After they finished their discussion, they would announce a few important points. Vivian coughed a few times due to the thick smoke in the room. The mother and daughter pair attracted the attention of several men when they entered. "Yo, she's beautiful," said one. "She looks so good," said another. "You even brought a girl with you. Beautiful girls follow me," said yet another. You all want to die, right? She's the woman that Dale Granger had his eyes on. If Mr. Granger hears about you flirting with her, he'll skin you," joked one of the hoodlums who had brought Vivian and her daughter in. When the other members heard that it was Granger's woman, they all shrunk back. They didn't dare say anything foolish. "Move!" The man pushed Vivian further in as the leaders of the Flag sect sat further inside. They reached an open area, which was one step higher than where the surrounding core members were sitting. There was a large round table with a red top with 8 men sitting around it. They were the Flag sect's key members, and they appeared to be deep in discussion. Sitting in the middle was their leader, Leo. His black and white hair was cut short, and there was an air of treachery about him. He was using a red handkerchief to gently polish a piece of jade that the members had given him. "Where has Mr. Granger been these past 2 days? It's such an important meeting, and he hasn't even come to greet us. He hasn't even shown himself." One of the leaders was trying to figure out why Dale had not appeared. "It's so strange. He's the person who had contributed the most to the Flag sect. The few hotels he's in charge of pay the most protection fees. After the Azure Dragon Society is completely destroyed, our Flag sect will be able to quickly take over New York's underground world," another man said. "That's not what the word is on the street. It's said that Granger," one of them said mysteriously. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone else understood what he meant. Their expressions darkened a little as they all looked toward their leader, Leo. Over the past 2 days, the Flag sect had sent out many disciples and spies to search for Granger. However, there had been no news of him, and rumors had spread on the streets that he was already dead. If Granger were to disappear, the impact on the Flag sect would be great. Leo was still leisurely polishing the jade and didn't look worried. "What's there to be worried about? Flag sect can't lose a certain leader?" Leo's cold gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, causing them to feel uneasy. Right now in New York, who would dare to go against the Flag sect? The Red Gang, the Thunder Gang, would they dare have the guts? Several of the members spoke among themselves and agreed with what he had said. It was true. With the Flag sect's current power, the other gangs would not dare to fight them. Knowing Leo's attitude, they felt reassured, and they couldn't help but secretly admire him. Of course, although Mr. Granger's effect on the Flag sect isn't too great, his body... Leo had already thought that he may no longer be alive. He looked at the surprised other members. With Dale's personality, if he doesn't show up within 3 days, and if we don't hear any news of his kidnapping, I'm afraid that he's doomed. Everyone was feeling hurt and agreed with Leo. Mr. Granger's body must be found. No matter what the other party's motive may have been, the person who killed him must be severely punished. Leo's eyes turned sinister as he said, "Perhaps this person wants to challenge the Flag sect's position, but he's wrong. He's given us a chance to make an example out of him." "That's right," said one of the leaders. "If we find this person, they're finished," said another. "If he dares touch Flag sect ground, he'll be done for," another one agreed. When the leaders heard Leo's enlightened words, they deeply felt that what he said was the truth. They praised him and expressed their loyalty to the Flag sect. Corey had arrived at the restaurant moments before Vivian and her daughter, with a noticeably swollen face that made him look like a pig. Leo and the leaders were discussing the gang's situation during the first half of the year, so Corey's father Andrew was not in a position to ask him what had happened. When Leo saw Corey's face, he was infuriated. He glanced at Corey's father and pointed at him. "Mr. Davis, your son was beaten up. Do you feel proud of him? If this happens again, you two no longer need to come to the Flag sect meetings." "Of course not. Please forgive me, Mr. Brooks. This will never happen again under my protection," he said with an apologetic smile. Now that he had been scolded by Leo, Andrew was anxious. With his understanding of Leo, how could he not hear the hidden meaning behind his words? If this happens again in the future, he may have to give up his position as leader of the gang. Andrew could not help but look at Corey with a resentful gaze. Looking at his son's silly-looking face, he felt embarrassed. However, although he was angry, Andrew was very puzzled. Who in New York would dare to beat up his son like that? Looking at his father's stare that was strong enough to kill him, Corey shrank his neck into his shirt collar and looked away. He looked extremely funny. If his father knew that he had been forced to slap himself at the Yellow Garden restaurant, and that it was a couple of students that had beaten him up, he would skin him alive. "Mr. Brooks, I've brought her here for you." The two men finally saw a pause in the discussion and brought Vivian and her daughter over to Leo's table. Oh. Only then did he stop polishing the jade in his hand. He found this woman to be much more beautiful than the jade. Leo looked at Vivian with an enigmatic smile and said, "You're the woman that Dale Granger was chasing. You are indeed very pretty. Tell me, Mr. Granger went looking for you over these past 2 days, right?" No. She closed her eyes and felt anxious as the image of Granger in the kitchen came back to her. Leo could tell that Vivian was lying to him. "He's dead, right?" "I said it already. He hasn't come looking for me," Vivian replied in agitation. "I hate it when people lie to my face. Normally I have to chop off at least one finger from someone who's lying. But today I'll make an exception." Leo maintained a smile on his face. The more he looked at this woman, the more he liked her. "Since Mr. Granger must be dead, come over. Come sit beside me." Leo's words were as natural to him as if he were an emperor commanding his concubine. Vivian was so scared that she hugged Monica and took a few steps back. "Mom, I'm afraid. They're bad people. Let's leave this place." Even though Monica was a child, her sense of danger was strong. Vivian didn't say anything. She just hugged Monica even tighter and stared at Leo in fear. "You're not coming over? Okay." Leo stood up and walked toward her. She tried to run away, but she was caught by 2 men. "Mom, I'm afraid." Monica closed her eyes. When Leo approached the pair and reached out to grab Vivian's hand, Monica opened her eyes. She grabbed his hand and fiercely bit into it. "Damn girl," Leo cursed, grabbed the little girl's hair with his other hand and threw her sideways. Thump. Monica fell to the floor. "Oh, Mom," she cried. As a child, she thought her mother could help her. "Brat, you're courting death," Leo cursed. He raised his foot and was about to kick the girl in the head. "No!" screamed Vivian and rushed toward Monica. Before his foot landed, she had used her own body to shield her daughter. Leo stood there with his foot in the air and then put it back down on the floor. "You love and protect your daughter very much, but you must know that if I want to kill someone, not even the heavens can save them," he sneered. "But today, I'll give you a chance. If you become my woman, I'll let your little girl go." Although Leo had never seen Vivian before, he had heard from Granger that she was a strong woman. It wasn't that easy to subdue her. It seemed like her little girl was her lifeline, so he took this opportunity to trap her. Vivian slowly pulled Monica up off the floor and gently rubbed the spot where she had fallen. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. "Mom, he's bad. You're not. I won't do it either." Monica sobbed to her mother while enduring the intense pain she was feeling. "All right, but if Mommy doesn't do it, then Mommy will be in trouble," Vivian said to Monica as tears welled up in her eyes. She glanced at Leo. From her look, Leo tried to understand if Vivian was lying. "Okay, I promise you." Vivian stood up and told Leo now that she saw that she had no other choice. Monica didn't make a fuss either. She thought Vivian was only lying to these bad guys. "Okay, take her to my room," Leo commanded 2 of his men. Bam! Ugh! The sounds of broken doors and miserable cries came from the direction of the restaurant entrance. Leo and a few other leaders were startled and looked toward the front door. Everyone from the Flag sect stood up. Vivian's heart trembled as she looked toward the door, but the crowd made it impossible for her to see what was happening. A figure appeared in her mind. Episode 135, Sam Couldn't Help. What are you doing? Damn it! Who dares interrupt a meeting of the Flag sect? As all the members of the group stood up, they started to shout. Leo and a few of the leaders walked toward the door. They were shocked and angry, wanting to see what kind of person was brave enough to come in and cause trouble in their territory. Vivian pulled Monica and followed behind them. The members of the Flag sect stood aside and made a path for Leo and the leaders while the rest surrounded them or stood behind them. At the door, 4 or 5 gangsters were rolling around on the ground in pain, surrounded by a layer of gray fog. At the entrance stood 4 tall, strong young men, 2 on each side of the door. They were probably the bodyguards of the intruders, and the real big shots had not arrived yet. Leo let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the night sky outside of the door, he wanted to see who it was that dared to come and mess with him in his territory. Very soon, a group of people walked in. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who was leading the group was the manager of New York's Berkeley Hotel, Sam Woodsworth. Behind Sam was a young man who looked like a student who was surrounded by a dozen burly young men. When Leo saw the young man, a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. Who is this young man? He thought. Sam had an extremely high position in New York. How could a young man have a higher position than him? Leo's gaze was fixed on Sam's face. When Vivian saw the young man, her heart softened and she almost cried. He had come to save her. The man who looked like a student was Alex. It's him, Dad. It's the guy who beat me up. Corey could not help but exclaim as he pointed at Alex. When he noticed Leo's gaze, Corey timidly shut his mouth. Alex! Monica cried out, and Vivian covered her mouth. Seeing that Vivian and her daughter were all right, Alex heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw that some of Monica's clothing had been torn, his heart ached again. I see. It's Sam Woodsworth. Could you explain to me what's going on? Why have you offended our Flag sect? Leo pointed to the messy floor. Why do I need to explain? You're just a tiny branch of the Flag sect. What are you being so cocky about? Hurry up and let Miss Vivian go, Sam said, feeling embarrassed and angry. He had been working in New York for many years, on both sides of the law. Even the leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Quentin Robbins, had to be polite to him when he saw him. Hearing Sam's words, Leo naturally felt uncomfortable. He knew Sam had some influence in New York, and perhaps he really should listen to what he was saying. But the Flag sect was now New York's biggest gang, so why should he show him any respect? Leo thought that this might be the day that would put him on equal footing with Sam, or perhaps he could beat him that day. Oh, so Mr. Woodsworth is here to ask me for a person. Huh. Leo smiled lightly, and with a trace of an intimidating aura, he said, An important person should have the attitude of an important person. Today, Mr. Woodsworth damaged my restaurant and even injured my people. You. Sam was filled with anger. In all these years, there had never been anyone in New York who dared to speak to him in such a manner. You what? You'd better pay for all the damage here. Otherwise, don't blame me if something happens to your Berkeley Hotel, Leo said fiercely and then shouted. Corey, come here. Yes. Corey walked to Leo's side. His father also followed and stood beside his son. It was the brat behind Sam who hit you, right? Leo looked at Alex, who was standing behind Sam, and said with a sinister smile, "Since he's bullying my flag sect, and I think you don't want him to live anymore, you two, father and son, go over there and give him a good beating." "I suppose you think so too, Sam." Leo looked at Sam provocatively and ordered again, "What are you waiting for? Go." Leo was determined to show off his power to Sam. "Leo, don't you dare!" Sam roared in anger. He didn't expect that with his status, he would not be able to shake Leo. "Brat, so you're Sam's man. No wonder you're so cocky. You beat me up like this, so I'm going to get you," Corey said with his sinister smile, looking at Alex. "So it was you who hit my son. Damn you, I'm gonna give you a beating," Corey's father said angrily. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thick arms. "Protect him," Sam roared. A dozen men instantly surrounded Alex. "Son, on Flag Sect's territory, they won't dare make a move. Today your father will show you how mighty he is." All the people in the room were looking at them now. As a leader, he definitely could not allow the prestige of his Flag Sect to be undermined. "Let's get this guy. Let the other gangs in New York see what we can do. No one will dare to cause trouble here in the future." Corey's courage increased as he stood firm in the gang's territory. With that, father and son raised their fists and rushed in front of Sam and his men with a roar. "Protect him!" Sam shouted angrily. A dozen men surrounding Alex instantly surrounded the father and son. When they stepped aside, the pair had been beaten and had fallen to the floor. Looking at them lying on the ground like dead dogs, Leo's eyes twitched as if he was about to spew out the fire. "Leo, get them!" shouted one. "How dare they behave so badly in our territory?" shouted another. "Sir, please give us the order," shouted yet another member. Leo slowly raised his hand and signaled for the members to stop shouting. He had his plans. "Sam, I'll give you one last chance. Take your men and get the hell out of here. I'll be kind and let you go," Leo said as he gritted his teeth. "Bullshit. Do you think you're qualified to let me go? I think you've lived in New York for 2 years and forgotten your place." This time, Sam felt it was not his lucky day. He could ignore his reputation and back down, but that would mean losing face for Alex and the Ambrose family. He blamed himself, but he was also extremely angry. "I also brought you a big gift this time," Sam said as he took out a blue plastic box. The box shattered on the ground, and a round thing rolled out. The Flag Sect members were all shocked. Many women screamed. "Ah!" It was a head. It was none other than the head of the missing Dale Granger. Originally, Sam had been brought there to intimidate Leo, but he had never had the chance to throw the box out. Now he was flustered and exasperated, so he had thrown it at them. This is bad, Alex thought. Sam is acting too fast. This is going to make Leo angry. "You ass!" Leo felt a ball of fire rush to his head. He was being bullied. He shouted, "Let's get them!" The members of the gang all shouted and rushed towards Sam and his group. Some of them had blades in their hands, while some even picked up chairs and threw them toward Alex and Sam's men. There were more than 150 people at the meeting that day, and Alex's group had only less than 20 people. "Protect Alex!" Sam shouted. Things quickly evolved beyond his expectations, and Sam's immediate priority was to not let Alex get hurt, or he would be guilty of negligence. A dozen men stood in front of Alex like a barrier. Even though Sam had brought the strongest men under his command, no matter how powerful they were, it was still impossible for them to deal with so many enemies at once. Facing this tide of attacks, these dozen men only managed to block the crowd for 5 minutes before they gradually fell to the ground. They were surrounded and beaten by the Flag Sect members. But there were only 4 or 5 men left, who formed a circle to surround and protect Alex and Sam. They used their bodies as shields to prevent the two men from getting hurt. A gap opened up in the circle, and one of the flag sect members threw a chair toward Alex. In that moment of life or death, Sam shielded Alex as the chair broke on Sam's body. He fell limply to the ground. "Stop," Leo shouted. The gang members stopped. After witnessing Sam shield Alex, he became very curious. What kind of clout did this young man have? With Sam's honorable status, he still appeared to want to protect this youth. "Mr. Woodsworth, are you hurt?" Alex helped Sam up, feeling very guilty. "It's all right. It's good that you're fine, sir." Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He only knew that his duty was to protect Alex. Alex was moved by Sam's loyalty. "Sir?" thought Leo. Now that Sam was weakened, he no longer had anything to fear. Instead, he became interested in Alex. "Who is this young man that Sam appears to answer?" Leo wondered. "May I ask which family you're from? Tell me," Leo asked him. Alex helped Sam up onto a chair. "You injured Mr. Woodsworth and so many of his men. Your flag sect is already destined to disappear. Release Vivian and her daughter if you want me to spare your life," Alex said coldly to Leo. He had the temperament of a man from a very wealthy family. No matter how we looked at him, this young man was a complex character. It was clear that Alex, Sam, and their men were all defeated and that he couldn't challenge him anymore. So why was he so calm and arrogant? Leo couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. The young man might well be from some wealthy family in New York, but once the news that he had defeated Sam got out, it would establish his position as ruler of New York. So what if this was the son of a wealthy family? Why would he still need to be afraid of him? The flag sect's members began to ridicule Alex. "Aren't you a useless young man? I'll give you respect if you crawl around on the ground and bark like a dog. Then I'll think of letting you go," Leo said viciously. "All right, let's treat this guy like a dog," shouted one member. "Sam is now a servant to the dog," shouted another. The members of the flag sect were all waiting for a good show. Episode 136, I'll Be Your Dog. "Why aren't you lying down?" Leo asked mockingly as he looked at Alex. "This is your chance to live. I'm not sure that you fully understand the consequences if you don't do what I tell you. I might decide to kill you. If you lie on the ground like a dog, it might save your life." "That's right, it's better to be a dog and live," said one of his lackeys. "Only humans stand upright. Dogs lie on the ground. If you want to live, then you have to be a dog," laughed another. "Quickly get on the floor. Your master is waiting for you to obey." Alex clenched his fists tightly and hissed, "Leo, I'm warning you. You're playing with fire." He had never been as angry as he was now. But these men had Vivian and Monica. And the lives of Sam and his men were also in his hands. He had to restrain himself. "Damn it, do you want to die?" shouted Leo. "Go on, kill him," said one of his men. "Go on, you pitiful dog," shouted another. Leo raised his hand and silenced the crowd. "I guess he has guts. Since he's here, he's our guest, so we won't make things too difficult for him yet," Leo said with a smile. His gaze suddenly turned toward Vivian, who shuddered. Leo said to Alex, "So, you came back for Vivian. Sorry, but you're too late. She's already agreed to be my woman. It seems like you want her for yourself, so I guess I'll need to convince you that she's already mine." He grabbed Vivian's wrist. Don't, she said fearfully. But she had no chance of stopping Leo as he pulled her to him. "Mom, let go of my mom," Monica screamed. She had been captured by 2 of the flag sect subordinates. "Leo, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch a single hair on her head, I will take your life," Alex said angrily. "Huh, what's wrong with you? I've already beaten your bodyguard, Sam, and now you think you can beat me on your own? Who else are you going to find in New York to protect you?" Leo laughed arrogantly. "Come on, sweetheart." He grabbed Vivian's arm and moved closer to her. Alex could no longer suppress his temper and rushed toward Leo, shouting, "Bastard, let her go!" He knew full well that if he wasn't careful, the people from the flag sect would probably kill him. However, when he saw Vivian being publicly humiliated like this, he couldn't control himself. "Alex, stop!" cried Vivian. She no longer cared what happened to her, but she didn't want Alex to be hurt or killed because of her. He was stopped by the people from the flag sect. "Don't hit him. I want him to watch me getting it on with his woman. That's much more fun than hitting him," Leo said to the subordinates who grabbed Alex. "Okay," they replied, holding Alex down in front of him. "Are you ready for me?" Leo asked, and his gaze shifted to Vivian. He rubbed her lips gently with his finger. Alex was almost bursting with anger. Leo sneered at him and thought, "Once he's suffered a bit more, I'll finish him off." He went to kiss Vivian, and as he leaned forward, he started to unbutton her shirt. He had already pulled it out of her pants. The flag sect members were watching in anticipation. Suddenly, they all heard, "Bam, bam, bam!" Several gunshots rang out. Everyone was startled as they looked around in horror. The men holding Alex fell to the ground. Leo looked over and saw that blood was flowing out of small holes in each of their foreheads. "Boss!" shouted one of his subordinates in terror. Another asked, "What should we do?" "They have guns!" cried another. Seeing the dead men lying on the ground, the rest of the flag sect members were appalled. They were all looking around hysterically, some with trembling legs, all of them afraid that a bullet would fly out and kill them. Boom! Boom! The glass above the restaurant shattered, and 8 black shadows jumped down through it. "You bastards, don't you dare kill my men," Leo shouted. "Flag sect, kill these bastards. $50,000 for whoever kills them." The moment they landed on the ground, the intruders took out another 4 or 5 of Leo's men. To Leo, they looked like ferocious tigers charging into a field of sheep. His men were simply no match for them. They were screaming miserably and running frantically to the exits, trying to escape. Most were colliding with doors and tables, and some even flew into the walls. Less than 2 minutes later, only 20 of the 150 gang members were still standing. These individuals weren't particularly good fighters. They had just managed to stay out of the way so far. "No!" cried Leo. He couldn't believe what he was watching. His flag sect had won numerous blood battles against other gangs and had always come out on top. They were by far the strongest gang in New York, but they had been defeated by just 8 people. He needed to know who these people were. He realized that the intruders were there to save Alex, so he decided that he could use him as a shield to ensure his safety. But before he could even get close to him, one of the intruders attacked him. "Ah!" he screamed miserably. Both of his arms had been dislocated. In a very short period, all of the 150 gang members were lying on the ground. 8 tall young men were now standing in front of Alex, bowing their heads in apology. One said, "We're sorry we got here so late. Alex, please forgive us." They were from the Ambrose family security team, Squad 3. This was the squad that had destroyed the Azure Dragon Society. Before coming to the flag sect's headquarters, Alex had taken the precaution of summoning the security team. When he called them, he found out that Squad 3 was already close by. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. "No problem," Alex said calmly. He didn't care at all about the late arrival of the security team. He was completely focused on Leo. who was groaning in pain on the ground. Alex moved his security team members out of his way and walked over to him. When he saw Alex approaching him, Leo stopped screaming. His expression became one of terror. He was sure that he was going to kill him. "I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You can take her with her. You have her. Please let me go." Leo stuttered, shuffling back slowly. "I told you to release Vivian. Did you not hear me?" Alex bit his lips and said, "Remember what you said to me? Now maybe it's you who should be crawling on the floor like a dog." "Yes, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should learn to bark like a dog. I'll learn now." Leo's arms could no longer move. Kneeling on the ground, he barked twice. "Was that good enough? If not, I'll try again. Woof, woof, woof." How easy life would be if apologies meant anything, Alex said with a sneer. He picked up a chair and smashed it on Leo's head. Leo now lay simply on the ground. His head was bleeding, and his mouth was gaping open like a dead fish. He whimpered, "Spare me, please, spare my life. I just want to live. I don't want to die. Give me a chance." "Give me your gun." Alex stretched out his hand, and a member of Squad 3 handed him a pistol. He pointed the muzzle of the gun at Leo. "I beg of you, don't kill me. I don't want to die," Leo cried in anguish. Alex's response was to fire a bullet into his head. A black hole appeared on the gang leader's forehead. Blood flowed out as his life drained away. "I warned you before, so you only have yourself to blame. You should have listened to my advice," Alex muttered and handed back the pistol. Watching him kill their leader so brazenly shocked the rest of the Flag Sect gang members. "Take Mr. Woodsworth to the hospital now," Alex instructed Sam's men who helped him out. "Alex, what should we do with these people?" the Squad 3 leader asked. "Destroy the Flag Sect, but you can let the men stay in New York as long as they don't do anything out of line." Alex thought of Vivian's man. If they were to annihilate the Flag Sect as they had the Azure Dragon Society, it would cause more problems. Alex's instructions to the security team were that they should closely monitor New York's underworld. They should allow the gangs to continue, but they must act within the law. "I'm so sorry," Alex said as he walked to Vivian's side. He felt terrible about what Leo had done to her. She had relaxed and was grateful to him for saving her from the gang leader. She lowered her head and smiled shyly, saying, "I never imagined that you have so much power. Even Sam Woodsworth works for you. I thought you were just a university student." "Vivian, it was me who cleared out the Azure Dragon Society." Alex wanted to explain to her that it was his fault that her man had left, but that he had been trying to do something good. "I know, it's okay." She had blamed the man who had destroyed the Azure Dragon Society for driving her boyfriend away. But now she knew that it was Alex. She didn't feel angry anymore. She trusted him and was certain that he had acted with the best intentions. Finally, Alex asked the security team to take care of everything, and he left Connie's. With Vivian and Monica, he took a cab to the Azalea guest house. He had planned to stay there that night. The next day, Alex went to the hospital to check on Sam. Fortunately, his injuries weren't serious, and he only had to stay there for a few days to recuperate. Even though Ben and Carl were also in the same hospital, Tanya and Brittany were with them, so Alex didn't need to stay. As for Vivian and her daughter, he paid for them to stay at the Azalea guest house for the time being. They had no desire to go back to their home. He bought a live chicken and returned to his villa to give it to Grandma before returning to school. On his way to the campus, he received a call from Susan, who said, "Alex, thank you for shopping with us last week. Rose and I would love to treat you to a drink at the Angel Bar tonight. Are you free?" Episode 137. Was Alex our savior? What's going on? Alex asked himself. The drinks were Susan's idea, but Rose seems to be going along with it, even though she still hates me. I know that Susan and Joe are an item, but it still doesn't feel right. He was very suspicious and felt that he couldn't refuse. Sure, Alex agreed. Great, 8 o'clock tonight. Rose and I will be waiting for you. See you later. Susan ended the call. Rose was sitting beside her, and she was pleased when she heard Alex's reply. The other night, when they had been kidnapped by Lucille, who had pretended to be blind, they had finally been saved by a mysterious young man. They had since worked out that the young man was possibly Alex. They were mystified by him and had agreed together that they should spy on him and find out if he was hiding his true identity. They suspected that he was really from a powerful family. Over the next few days, they had watched him closely, but Alex's behavior at school hadn't changed at all. Susan felt that if they spent more time with him, they would find out his true identity. They were becoming increasingly intrigued by Alex and wanted to know if he was the powerful young man who had rescued them. For that reason, they decided to invite him out for a drink so that they could observe him closely and find out who he was. When they thought back over that day, they were 70% sure that he was hiding something from them. They convinced themselves that his secret was that he was from an extremely powerful family. Look at you! You haven't even seen him yet and you're grinning. What'll he be like when we meet up with him? Susan teased Rose. I'm not grinning. Rose was still unwilling to admit it, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Susan, do you think that Alex really is our mysterious rescuer? Thinking about it, it probably is him. How else do you explain the 2 bracelets? Yes, you're right, Rose replied softly. But how are we going to ask him? Should we just ask him directly? Oh, Rose, you're crazy about him, aren't you? Susan lightly hit Rose's head. If you ask him straight out, do you think he'll tell you the truth? We have to be clever about it and not let him see through us. That way we can slowly uncover his true identity. Then she leaned over to her and asked in a low voice, Rose, tell me honestly, have you fallen for Alex? When Rose didn't respond, Susan rubbed her shoulder again. Just say it, don't worry. I have Joe. I won't steal Alex from you. If he really is our mysterious hero, then of course I like him. Who doesn't like a hero? Rose replied. But if it wasn't him, I'll still think of him as a loser, and I wouldn't be interested in him. At least you're honest. Come on, let's go back to the dorm to get ready. We're meeting Alex at the Angel Bar in a couple of hours, Susan said, and they headed toward the dorm. At 7:30, Alex was walking toward the bar when he received a call from Robert Miller of the Metro Skybank. Mr. Ambrose, 2 days ago I bought Lawrence Heights for you for $125 million. I've already spoken with Mr. Stokes, and we have all the documentation prepared. Where are you now? I'll bring everything to you in person. Robert was very excited, as it was the first time that he had been involved in such an expensive purchase. Additionally, Ken Stokes had promised him a $10,000 commission. That's excellent news, but I don't have time right now. How about if I contact you in the next few days and arrange a time to come in to see you? Alex thought that he should learn how to deal with these matters himself rather than relying on Ken Stokes. Robert agreed. After ending the call, Alex went into the bar. Alex, we're over here, Susan waved at him. Rose stayed seated at the table, sipping her wine. She didn't look in Alex's direction, but her grip on the wine glass tightened. Come and sit down. We've already ordered a cognac for you. Is that still what you drink? Susan was determined to treat Alex very cordially. She was sure he would turn out to be rich. Thank you, that's great. Alex smiled politely. He glanced at Rose and saw that she was intentionally not looking at him, but continuing to sip her drink quietly. Alex sighed and thought, if you don't want to see me, why did you invite me here? However, Alex completely misunderstood why Rose was refusing to make eye contact with him. It wasn't because she hated him like before. It was because she was nervous, and she was afraid that if she suddenly became very friendly toward him, he would be suspicious. "Rose, Alex is here. Why don't you say hello to him?" Susan whispered into her friend's ear in an attempt to smooth things over. "You're here," Rose said, as she lifted her head slightly and glanced at Alex. He was surprised by her friendly expression because she usually looked at him with disgust. This glance seemed awkward but tender. He was confused. He looked at Rose again. Her makeup was exquisite, and she appeared more beautiful than he had ever seen her. She sat quietly on the seat, looking magnificent. The girls exchanged pleasantries with him. Then, after glancing at each other, they began their plan. "Alex, why I haven't heard you mention your family before? Tell us about them." Susan brought up the topic naturally. "My family's very ordinary. My parents are both farmers, and I'm the first one to go to university." This question didn't trouble him too much. During his 7 years of family training in poverty, he had learned a detailed set of explanations. Susan asked 2 or 3 more questions, and he answered them calmly. The girls looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Susan signaled with her eyes, and they continued to question Alex. They were determined to find some clues to his true identity. "I see that you haven't been at school for a long time. Where have you been?" asked Rose. He replied, "I went out to work. I'm sure Joe told you that I work part-time to cover my living expenses." Susan continued to quiz him. "Alex, do you understand business? Rose and I are very interested. Tell us about it." "You're thinking too highly of me. How would I know anything about business? As you know, my specialty is gardening, specifically planting trees." The girls continued to fire questions at him. "Do you know how the super wealthy educate their children? What do you think of the current stock market? Have you ever been to the Berkeley Hotel? In the future, what industry do you want to get into?" In reply to all their questions, Alex always said that he didn't know, and didn't want to go there. Most of his answers were honest. The Ambrose family had many employees, so they didn't need to personally understand all the details about how their businesses were run. His answers confused Susan and Rose. They asked questions that they believed someone from a wealthy family would be able to answer, and they were sure that he didn't notice that they were trying to catch him out. When he couldn't answer a single question, they started to think they'd been wrong. Alex was a loser, and he wasn't from a wealthy family after all. Rose heaved a sigh of relief. "Alex, I remember that when we went to the night market, you were the one who took the 2 woven bracelets that the old lady gave you and Rose, right?" Susan asked. Rose's eyes brightened a little. After the kidnapping, they had found 2 bracelets in the Maserati. If it turned out that Alex hadn't lost them that night, they could be sure that it wasn't him who had saved them. "Yeah, why?" he answered. Without thinking, he took the 2 bracelets out of his pocket. Seeing the bracelets, the girls were overjoyed. They felt that they would know soon Alex's identity. "Let me take a look." Rose took one of the bracelets from his hand and looked at it. It seemed to be one of the ones from the night market. "Can I check? Have you ever lost these or accidentally left them somewhere?" she asked, fiddling with the bands. If he told them that he had left them in the car, then they would know for sure that their rescuer was Alex, and that he had been concealing his true self from them. "Indeed I have," Alex started to reply. Then he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Why were Susan and Rose asking me all those questions earlier about economics, the Berkeley Hotel, and the education of rich children? Now I understand. They were trying to find out my true identity. When he looked at the girl's twinkling eyes, he was sure that he was right. But why are they asking me whether I've ever lost the bracelets? Alex wondered. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened that day. He had left the bracelets in the car, and later on, his men found them for him. It was the same car that went to pick up Rose and Susan. Finally, he understood what the girls were up to. They were using the bracelets to unmask him. He didn't trust Rose and was determined not to reveal his identity to them. he continued cautiously. The last time I ate in the cafeteria, the bracelets fell out of my pocket. Fortunately, I saw them, otherwise they'd be lost. Alex had changed his explanation at the last minute. The cafeteria? They were surprised. Rose continued to pry. Have you ever lost them anywhere else? For example... She wanted to ask Alex directly if he had lost the bracelets in the Maserati, but that would be too obvious. She definitely couldn't just come out with it. Oh, I remember. He hesitated, really wanting to think of something plausible. Where? The girls looked excited. In the car, he said. What car? Rose asked innocently. No, on the bus. I gave my seat to an elderly lady on the bus. Seeing that the lady over there just reminded me. Alex played dumb. The girls held their heads in their hands. They were on the verge of giving up. Episode 138, Lawrence Heights. What's going on with you two? Alex asked the girls. He felt a bit guilty, but he was determined not to reveal his identity to Rose. Nothing, Susan replied. Then she chirped up and said, Alex, think about it again. Did you lose them somewhere else? You said that you lost them on the bus, but maybe you left them in someone's car at some point? Now, Alex was certain that he knew the girls' intentions. They're trying to find out if it was me who left the bracelets in the Maserati. Then they'll know who I am. I need to find a way to get these two off my back, he thought. I really can't remember apart from those 2 times. But I do remember that on that day we went to the night market, a lot of other people bought bracelets from the old lady. I found a few lying on the ground around her stall. Alex's words rang true to both Susan and Rose. That's right, they thought. It wasn't just us who bought bracelets that night. Other people bought them too. Then the bracelets that we saw in the Maserati might not be Alex's. They could belong to a different young man who, by coincidence, had also bought them at the night market. The moment he suggested that someone else might have bought the same bracelets, Alex saw the girls' expressions change. They no longer looked at him with eagerness, as they considered the possibility that Alex wasn't their rich savior. Susan and Rose looked at each other. They knew they were thinking the same thing. They had both concluded that Alex was not the hero who had saved them that day. Rose felt annoyed. Now she was sure that he was just a poor student at the university, and she had taken a long time getting dressed that evening to look her best to meet him. She said huffily, One last question. Susan and I were kidnapped from the night market by Lucille Brennan. You were there, but did you do anything to help us? Alex was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't say that he had secretly helped them, and he couldn't say that he didn't do anything at all. Besides, Alex still remembered that Rose had told him that whatever happened to her had nothing to do with him. You can't say, right? Did you do anything at all to help us? Rose sneered as she looked at him. Joe asked you to go with us to protect us. How did you protect us? Tell us. Susan, go back and tell Joe that his friend is useless. Tell him to have nothing more to do with him, so he won't be tricked by him in the future. Susan put her arm around her shoulder. Rose, Although it turned out that they were wrong about Alex's identity, it wasn't his fault. He had never pretended to be the rich guy who had saved them. Rose was being too hard on him. Alex, you leave now. I'll stay with Rose, Susan said to him with a frown. He grunted in reply. You wanted to leave. Rose is so obnoxious, he thought. I don't think we'll ever get on well with each other. I think it'll be much better if we don't meet each other again in the future. Rose threw Alex's bracelets onto the ground. He picked them up quickly and blew off the dust. He put them in his pocket and quickly left the Angel Bar. The next 2 days passed by relatively smoothly. Robert brought him regular updates about Lawrence Heights, the apartment complex that he was buying. He had to focus on all the information that he and the other two real estate professionals were giving him to understand everything fully. In addition to reading all the information that he was given about Lawrence Heights, Alex also listened attentively to Ken Stokes' daily progress reports on the search for Debbie. They already had some information on her whereabouts, but it was limited. It still felt like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Alex reminded himself that he had to be patient. He chose to believe that no news was good news for now. He was sure that when Ken had more information, he would find her. Sometimes at night, Alex would think about Debbie and feel very sad. But he told himself to be strong. Moping around won't help him find her. He had to be proactive. Luckily, the information that Robert brought provided a temporary distraction from worrying about Debbie. After 3 days, Alex had read enough information on Lawrence Heights, but he felt he should go and see it in person. He called for a cab and made his way there. He had decided that he was going to rent an apartment in the complex as a university student who had just stepped into society. He wanted to experience the management of the property firsthand. He made his way to the office on the first floor of A block, which, according to the online particulars about the complex, was where the rental arrangements were handled. When he walked into the office, he found a man and a woman arguing passionately in front of the desk. Neither of them paid him any attention as he entered. He coughed, and finally they looked over at him. His first impression of them was poor, and he frowned slightly. If this was the first thing potential new clients saw when they came to inquire about renting apartments, their impression of Lawrence Heights would not be good. "Hello, do you want to rent an apartment?" the woman asked Alex. Finally, she had regained her composure. The man stayed sitting to one side, picking his nails. He wasn't doing any work, and he didn't even glance at Alex. He was acting like he was relaxing in his living room. Alex asked politely, "Hello, I've just graduated from university and I don't have a job yet. I want to rent an apartment, but I don't have much money on me, about $1,000. As he spoke, the woman kept checking her cell phone. She appeared to have no interest at all in what Alex was saying. She pushed a promotional brochure in front of him and said, "Take a look at what's available yourself. There's all the information. Tell me once you've chosen." Then she turned away and looked at her phone again. Alex sighed. The promotional brochure only gave a very brief overview for people to read quickly. There wasn't much information in it. He thought, as the office receptionist, it's your job to find suitable apartments for the clients. But you seem to think it's good enough just to shove a promotional booklet in front of them. Alex started to look through the promotional brochure. He found that the information provided on the apartments was quite comprehensive, and there were also pictures. He glanced at it briefly and randomly chose one. He was just about to speak to the woman about the next steps when a soft voice came from the door. "Hello, is this the rental office?" Alex turned around and saw a pretty girl walk in through the door. She was wearing jeans and a loose shirt. Her skin was so white that it shone, and her hair was rolled into a bun on top of her head. The girl nodded to Alex in greeting, walked to the desk, and politely asked, "Hello, I'd like to rent an apartment here. How do I go about it? Do you need to see identification? I can show you my passport." Alex couldn't help but smile. The girl seemed very young and inexperienced. She had never rented a property on her own before, so she didn't know that she didn't need to hand her passport over straight away. "I don't need to see your passport. What do you want to rent?" The woman working in the office was quite abrupt with the girl. She looked a bit jealous of her. She was even ruder than she had been with Alex. The man beside her looked at the girl for a long time. The woman had to gently punch his arm to stop him from staring. The woman gave the girl a promotional brochure and said, "Look for yourself. Let me know when you've chosen one." "Oh, okay," the girl answered obediently. "I've chosen this apartment," Alex told the woman as he pointed it out on the brochure. She told him, "This apartment has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a bathroom. It's $3,000 a month. I need to see some ID, then we'll get the paperwork sorted out right now." "Aren't you going to show me the apartment?" Alex asked. He was even more disgusted with her apathetic attitude. He asked himself, are these two employees just plain lazy? The promotional brochure describes it clearly. What you see there is what you get, the woman replied. She felt that her approach was perfectly reasonable. If you want to see it, that's fine. Here's the key. You can go yourself. She found the key and gave it to Alex. He was speechless. They weren't afraid of giving keys out to anyone that asked. As the new owner of this apartment complex, Alex was deeply worried about this irresponsible attitude. Here's my ID. He handed the woman his driver's license and some recent bills. He had achieved his goal, which was to find out how the rental office worked, what the staff who ran it were like. The girl who had arrived after Alex had been studying the brochure. She looked up at the woman and said, I choose this one. Alex looked over and noticed that she had picked the same apartment as him. When the girl realized that Alex had already chosen the apartment she wanted, she smiled awkwardly and said, Oh, you're gonna rent that one. That's okay, I'll have another look. She turned back to the brochure to choose a different one. At that moment, a tall man walked in. He looked to be in his 30s. He was very smartly dressed in black trousers and a light blue shirt. Mr. Geller. Both the office staff greeted the man with a smile. The man was the rental manager at Lawrence Heights, Philip Geller. He nodded at the two staff members. Then he saw the girl standing looking at the brochure, and his eyes lit up. Hello there, are you here to rent an apartment? He asked as he walked over to the girl. His heart skipped a beat as he looked at her angelic face. Yes, the girl nodded. I wanted this apartment, but this gentleman has already chosen it. Now I'm trying to decide on a different one. Oh dear. Philip looked at Alex and pulled him to the side. He whispered, Sir, let me recommend a much better apartment for you at $2,500 a month. Why not let this young lady take that one? It's clearly her first time renting a property on her own. Let's help her out. Alex thought, all the apartments have set rental fees that are laid out in the brochure. But as the rental manager at Lawrence Heights, you're choosing to secretly offer me a discount so you can offer the pretty girl the apartment that she wants? Who's going to cover the loss of income? However, as he had already decided to let the girl take the apartment, he told the manager that he would accept his proposal. Philip walked back to the girl and said, I have good news. This young man has decided against renting the apartment. It's available for you to rent. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. The girl repeatedly thanked Alex and Philip. She assumed that Philip had convinced Alex to let her have the apartment, and she felt very grateful to him for looking out for her. Episode 139, The Dark Side of Lawrence Heights. Fantastic. Here's my ID. It's $3,000 for the first month's rent, right? I have the cash here, the girl said as she started to take her passport and cash out of her pocket. Leave that for now. Philip walked over to the girl again and smiled gently. He said, I'll take you to view the apartment first to see if you like it. If you do, then we'll come back to the office to sort out the paperwork and payment. Thank you, Mr. Geller, the girl said with a broad smile. She was so excited about the apartment and felt so grateful to him for his attentiveness. Let's go, he said as he smiled back. Then Philip and the girl walked out of the office together. Watching them leave, Alex felt a little uneasy. He felt wary of Philip. He thought he might have hidden darkness beneath his kind exterior. He asked himself, could it be an illusion? After all, any man would want to go out of their way to help such a sweet and pretty girl, wouldn't they? He approached the woman and asked her, why was that girl taken to view the apartment, but no one offered to take me? She hesitated, but finally she said, she's a young girl renting her first apartment, so she needs a little more help, that's all. There was no argument to that. Alex had had enough of talking with this woman, so he took the key and went to look at the other apartment. After he had left, the woman punched the man hard on his arm. She had a ferocious look on her face. Hey, what are you doing? the man asked, rubbing his arm. What am I doing? You couldn't take your eyes off that girl. She snorted and turned her head away. Okay, I'll admit it, she was very pretty. But you know that I only have eyes for you. To me, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. Darling, don't be angry. The man's expression was playful as he gently tugged on her hand. Just get lost. Go home and tell your wife all about it, she said angrily. Oh, baby, I've admitted my wrongs. What else do you want me to do? You should be shouting at Philip. He just went off with her. You know I could never challenge Philip, the woman replied, deep in thought. I've worked at Lawrence Heights for 3 years now, and I know exactly what Philip is like. He's handsome and well-dressed, and I know he looks like a good gentleman. But you have to see past that. The fact is, he's a womanizer. He lusts after and tries to woo the female employees in the company. He's also really stingy, she thought. Whining and dining beautiful with women is expensive, so recently he had started trying to take advantage of his position at Lawrence Heights to attract pretty female tenants by offering them discounts and other benefits. Philip operates by offering the attractive tenant a discount to gain her trust. Then he finds a way to build up his relationship with her and finally asks her out. Usually the girl trusts him and enjoys the attention of such a generous and handsome man. Then when he gets bored with her, he moves on to the next target, the receptionist muttered to herself. To the employees who had worked in the company for a long time, this was an open secret that they had no choice but to accept. Deep in thought, the woman turned and looked at the man. Darling, you're so beautiful. Let me hug you, he said as he pulled her into his arms. When do you think the senior managers will find out about Philip? She asked him softly. Who knows? He's worked here 5 or 6 years and most people already know. It's amazing that none of the bosses have found out about it. I'm also surprised that none of the tenants have called the police. You're still thinking about that girl, the woman accused. No, I wasn't thinking about her specifically, the man quickly explained with a smile. In my eyes, there's no one who can compare to my baby. You're talking nonsense. Tell me, though, is my figure better than your wife's? Of course it is. Come on, baby, show me your beautiful figure right now. Alex arrived at the door of his new rental apartment and was about to put his key into the lock when the door next to his opened. A young woman leaned out and looked him up and down. Her face was exquisite. Her hair was black and shiny, and her eyes were full of spirit, giving him the impression that she was extremely intelligent and capable. If Alex had been able to stay in the ward longer when he had visited Rose, he would have recognized her as Rose's aunt, Sue Bradley. You must be a new tenant. I heard something from next door, so I came to take a look. Sue walked over to him and smiled. Hello, I'm Sue. Nice to meet you, I'm Alex, he replied. I'm guessing that you've just left university? I remember when I first graduated, I was worried all the time about finding work. My advice to you is to not worry too much. You've got plenty of time to figure things out, and I'm sure you'll find the right job soon, Sue said chattily. Oh, and as this is probably your first time renting your own place, I can tell you everything that I've learned from experience. First of all, don't use the bedding and towels in the room. Sue told him about her experiences of renting apartments. Suddenly, she stopped and said, Sorry, I'm talking too much. I haven't even let you go in yet. Do you want me to help you set it up? No need, I'll set it up myself, he said with a smile. Well, you know where I am if you need anything, Sue said. Then she went back to her apartment. Alex smiled. Although he was only renting an apartment as a cover, it had been great to meet his passionate, lively, and generous neighbor. He entered his new apartment and looked around. He was quite satisfied with its size and condition and felt that the rent was reasonable. Then he lay on the bed. Thinking back through his day, he knew for certain that there were a lot of problems with the managers in the Lawrence Heights rental office. He thought, I'm going to have to filter out some of the staff. Anyone that doesn't conform to the rules will have to be removed. Only then will this business operate profitably. Meanwhile, in the other apartment, the pretty girl was saying to Philip, Thank you so much for today, Mr. Geller. Without you, I really don't know what I would have done. She was sincere in her gratitude. He had brought her to view the apartment. and then he had personally explained the procedures for renting it to her. He had even helped her rearrange it. "What are you thanking me for? Stop calling me Mr. Geller. You should call me Phil. If you have any problems at all, just call me or send me a message on WhatsApp," he said with a gentle smile. "Thank you so much," she answered sweetly. "Now, since you've just arrived in New York, you must be tired. I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest in your new home," Philip said as he walked toward the door. "Bye, Phil. Thank you so much." The girl stood at the door and waved to him. Then she walked back inside. Seeing that the girl had gone back inside, he pulled out his cell phone. He looked at the girl's Instagram site and with a lewd smile on his face, pressed a few buttons. He looked like a completely different person from a few moments before when he had been helping the young woman. He murmured, "In 1 month, my little darling, you'll be mine. I'm looking forward to the day that I click my fingers and you come running. You'll be in bed every night waiting in vain for me to pay you a visit." These naive little girls were his perfect prey. The moment he saw the girl, he had already outlined in his mind the steps he would take to coax her into bed with him. He put away his phone. This one could wait for now. He wanted to check in on his other prey, who had been working on for several months. He felt that it was time to make his move. He went back to his office, checked his appearance in the mirror, and took a packet of Viagra from his desk drawer. Then he went to his victim's door and knocked. It was Sue who opened the door. She smiled and said, "Mr. Geller, please come in." She was a little nervous as she opened the door, feeling embarrassed to see him because she knew that she owed rent for 4 months. He had been very generous and patient and allowed her to continue staying there. He said she should pay the rent whenever she could. He went into her living room. "I'll get you a drink," she said as he made himself comfortable on the sofa. "Miss Bradley, have you found a job yet?" Philip asked. Eyeing up Sue's slender body, he was starting to get aroused. He knew that soon he would be rolling on the bed with this beautiful lady. Parts of his anatomy started to grow. Sue's heart sank and she became anxious. She tried to think of the best way to respond. Finally, she said nervously, "Not yet, but I've been searching as hard as I can. I believe I'll find one soon. Please, give me a few more days." "I really want to help you out of this situation, but as you can see, I've already allowed you to stay here for almost 4 months without paying rent. I'm just the middleman, and I'm also under a lot of pressure from my manager." His words made Sue even more anxious. "I'm so sorry. I never wanted to put you in a difficult position. I understand. I'll just have to move out." She didn't want to cause trouble for him either. "I'm afraid you can't just move out. You still owe us 4 months of rent. A few days ago, Lawrence Heights changed ownership, and I'm sure the new owner won't be happy with this situation. If he finds out that I've let you stay here for 4 months without paying rent, not only will I have to pay your debt myself, but I'm sure I won't have a future in the company," Philip said with a worried frown. What? Sue had never imagined that letting her stay rent-free for the past 4 months would have serious consequences for him, and she knew that she could never afford to pay the rent arrears of nearly $8,000. "I'm so sorry. I never wanted to get you into trouble. It's my fault. What should I do?" she muttered anxiously. Seeing her remorseful expression, Philip felt that the time was about right. "Actually, there might be a way that you can make it up to me," he said as he stood up. He walked to the door, locked it, and walked back to the window. He pulled the curtains closed while saying, "Miss Bradley, there is one way that you can compensate me for my losses." "Why are you closing the curtains?" Sue asked. She found it strange. "You said that there's a way to make it up to you. What is it?" Episode 140, The Matchmaker. Philip had completely closed the curtains. He really enjoyed the moment of anticipation when the room became dark, and the woman that he was with didn't yet know what was about to happen. It was always like this when he set his sights on a female tenant. Miss Bradley, Sue, I've done so much for you. You must have worked out why I've been so good to you. He turned around. In the dark room, his face was so malicious that it made Sue's heart tremble. It felt like he became a completely different person the moment he closed the curtains. What are you talking about, Mr. Geller? Open the curtains. It's too dark in here. I don't like it. She walked to the window and was about to open the curtains, but he grabbed her hand. Ah! She cried out in shock. She was terrified when she saw the sinister smile on his face. What are you doing? Let go of me! Previously, she had thought of Philip as a generous, warm-hearted man who enjoyed helping others. Now she realized that something was very wrong, but she was still trying to convince herself that she was mistaken. I've helped you so much, Sue. You must have realized that I really like you. Looking at her pretty face in front of him, Philip became increasingly aroused. He said, Satisfy me once now, and I'll let you off the 4 months' rent. And you can stay here for as long as you need to. When Sue saw his lustful eyes, she finally realized the severity of her situation. What are you saying? Let go of me, she screamed. She tried to get away from him, but he was holding her tightly to him, and she couldn't get free, no matter how hard she tried. The evil light in his eyes grew. Holding both of her hands in one hand, he took a condom and the Viagra out of his pocket and waved them in front of her. He said, Don't be afraid. I've come prepared. A couple of these Viagra and I guarantee that you will experience ecstasy like you've never felt before. And remember, I'm paying $8,000 to buy you for one night. It's a great deal for you. You should be grateful. Let me go! Let go! Sue felt repulsed when she saw the condom and Viagra in his hands. She grew even more scared as she yelled, Let go of me, you bastard! Let go! You're so beautiful, come on. We'll start on the sofa. Philip's mind was completely focused on what was about to happen. He pulled her toward the sofa. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door. What's wrong? Someone shouted from the other side of the door. Miss Bradley? Philip was distracted by the noise. He was puzzled. He knew that the apartment next door was currently empty. Could it be that people passing by heard her screams? Whoever it was, he knew that he had no choice but to stop what he was doing. He let go of Sue. You bastard! She yelled and kneed him in the groin. Oh! Philip bent over in agony. He was sure that this feeling of being crushed like an egg was causing him much more pain than a woman giving birth to a child. Sue opened the door and Alex stepped in. What's happening? He asked worriedly. Nothing. Sue was too embarrassed to tell him what had just happened. After all, the root cause of the problem was that she hadn't paid her rent, and nothing had actually happened. She was worried that people would judge her if they heard that she had been sexually assaulted. Now get out! She shouted at Philip, who was hobbling along, not even able to stand up straight. With difficulty, he left. But he wasn't planning to give up. Sue invited Alex to stay for a drink. She opened the curtains and sat beside him on the sofa. Thank you for what you did just now. She was still a little afraid when she thought about what had nearly happened. Did that person touch you? Alex asked. Don't say any more. It's not what you think. If he tries anything, I'll crush his balls, she said with a small smile. Alex sighed. Looking at Sue's expression, he was sure that he was right. Philip had been assaulting her. At that moment, the TV and air conditioning in the room suddenly stopped working. Sue went to check the bathroom and found that the water had also been turned off. What's going on? Alex asked with a frown. Before Sue could answer, there was an abrupt knock on her door. When she opened it, 2 staff members walked in and started scolding her rudely. "You have to leave today," one of them said. "And you have to pay the 4 months' rent as soon as possible. You've been blacklisted with all the letting agents in the city. Until you pay back the money you owe us, you won't be able to rent a room anywhere in New York." The 2 men sneered and one said, "Hurry up and clear out. If I see that you're still here tonight, you'll be forcibly removed." With that, the 2 men left. "This is Philip's doing," Alex said, still frowning. Sue let out a heavy sigh. She cringed when she remembered how she had believed that Philip was helping her out of kindness. She felt like an idiot. She also couldn't understand how he could want to sleep with her against her will. Gloomily, she started to pack up her things. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Alex asked worriedly. He thought, if Sue owes over 4 months' rent, it means that she can't have any money on her. How is she going to survive in New York? It's so expensive to live here. And there are all sorts of dangers for a girl on her own on the streets. "No," Sue replied honestly. She really didn't know where she would go when she left this apartment. If she couldn't think of anything else, she would have to go home. She was 26 years old, but would have to go back to her parents' house. "Goodbye. It was nice to meet you." Sue had packed up her things quickly and was about to leave. I've got a suggestion. You could live in my apartment," Alex suggested, looking at Sue. He was really worried about her. She had made a really good impression on him earlier when she wanted to help him. Now he was keen to help her if he could. "You..." Sue was still angry about Philip tricking her. Her first thought was that Alex was similar. He was trying to bully her and take advantage of her. She had really warmed to him since meeting him, so the thought that he was another rogue upset her. He noticed the suspicious way that she was looking at him and said quickly, "Don't get me wrong, I'm a student at Preston University, so I usually stay in the dorm. I rented this apartment, but I'm still really busy at school, so I'm not planning to live here yet." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Sue asked, puzzled. "I promise I'm not lying to you. Of course, if you're worried, you could always get the locks changed. If I want to visit, I'll always knock. I won't have a key to let myself in," Alex explained in earnest. Finally, he said, "If you still don't know if you can trust me, I completely understand. Anyone would feel the same after what just happened. But I'm really afraid that you'll be in danger out on the streets. I've got $800 on me, which I'd like you to take. You can rent a room at a guest house until you get back on your feet." As he spoke, Alex took out all his cash, which came to about $800. No matter how Sue looked at him, she just couldn't convince herself that he was lying. She still had a good impression of him. "All right," she said. "I would love to stay in your apartment. Thank you so much. Please keep your money. I still have a little myself. Do you want to help me move my stuff to yours?" "Sure," Alex replied with a bright smile. Then he helped her carry all her belongings next door to his apartment. "Sue, what's been going on?" he asked her when they finished moving her things. He had been puzzling over her predicament and couldn't work out how a smart woman like her could end up in a situation where she couldn't pay her rent. She sighed. Talking about her situation made her feel very sad. But she already felt depressed and didn't think talking to Alex about it could make her feel any worse. I used to be a sports reporter with a salary of over $3,000 a month. It wasn't a massive salary, but it was plenty for me and I loved the job. It involved reporting on all kinds of sporting events all over the world. Because of my job, I traveled all over the United States and even to Europe on some occasions. Her eyes lit up when she remembered her old life. But a year ago, the boss asked me to slander an American athlete. I refused, so he fired me and made it impossible to work again within the industry. He even brought several lawsuits against me. Alex was horrified, but he also had a lot of respect for Sue. "You're unbelievably brave and strong," he said. She smiled and replied, "I don't know about brave and strong. I just couldn't do something that felt so wrong." At that moment, her cell phone rang. When she saw the name Jade on the screen, she hesitated for a moment before answering. When she did, a barrage of criticism came down the line from her sister. "What the hell are you up to? Why haven't you come to see your parents for over 2 months? It's been so long that your family probably won't even recognize you. When they see you..." "Jade, I know and I'm sorry. I was wrong. But it's because I've been so busy at work recently. When I get busy, I forget about everything else." Sue smiled apologetically. "Too busy to see your family? And you really think that you're the only one who's busy? Seriously?" Jade mumbled to herself before continuing. "Tomorrow is Father's anniversary. Have you forgotten about it?" "How could I forget? Jade, of course not." "Well, at least you didn't forget. Go to Mom's house tomorrow morning. By the way, Mom's worried about you, so she found someone for you. He sounds pretty good. Wear nice clothes tomorrow because he'll be there." "What? Why is Mom trying to set me up again? I've told her so many times already I don't need her to worry about me. Sue looked miserable. "Hey, you can't blame Mom for worrying about you. Give her a break. At your age, you should be worrying more about the fact that you're not married yet. Mom is really upset about it, and you had the audacity to tell her off for worrying about you. You really don't know what's good for you. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow." Jade finished her lecture and ended the call. Sue immediately called her mother to ask about the man she was trying to match her with. Before they had said a single word to each other, they were both in bad moods, so they started to quarrel almost immediately. Her mother ended the call abruptly with a loud tut. "What's wrong?" Alex asked when he saw Sue's helpless expression. "My mom secretly found me a partner. She wants me to meet him tomorrow. I hate it when she tries to set me up. So why does she keep doing it?" She was so angry that her face was red. Suddenly, she had an idea. She looked up at him and asked softly, "Alex, how about you be my boyfriend?" Episode 141, Can We Borrow Your Villa? Alex was stunned. He couldn't react in time. He had known Sue for less than 3 hours. How could he be her boyfriend for no reason? "No, don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying that tomorrow you'll pretend to be my boyfriend and help me pass my mother's test, or else she'll force me to date the man she's trying to set me up with. Just help me, okay? Sue felt that she'd had an excellent idea and lightly pulled on Alex's arm with her two small hands to convince him. Alex gently pushed her hands away. He was feeling very conflicted and confused. He didn't know what to think, and he didn't know if he should agree to her request. Debbie's image flashed across his mind, and his heart ached. He was already dating Debbie, so how could he pretend to be another woman's boyfriend? Alex said in a low and embarrassed voice, "Sorry, but I can't help you with that." "Why can't you help me? You just need to come with me to my house tomorrow and say that you're my boyfriend. Don't you want to help me?" Sue demanded. She had managed to think of a way to deal with her mother, but Alex wouldn't cooperate. "It's better that I'm not involved. You can find someone else," Alex said weakly. Sue glared at him with a crinkled nose. "You can help me, but you won't. I was wrong about you. You and Philip Geller are the same kinds of people. You're both..." She couldn't finish her sentence. She knew that Alex wasn't a bad person, but his indecision frustrated her. "You're really pissing me off." She didn't say anything further to him. She stood up, walked to her bedroom, and after some rustling noises, she walked out with her luggage. "Where are you going?" Alex asked in surprise. Can't you see I'm not going on a tour? I want to leave," Sue sneered. Alex quickly stood in front of her and asked with a frown, "I thought you had nowhere to go. Where are you going?" "Do you care if I sleep on the streets? Get out of the way. If I get killed on the streets, it'll be because of you, you bastard." She pushed Alex out of her way. "All right, I agree," Alex caved in. "Don't block my way." "Wait, what did you just say?" Sue stopped. "I said I'll help you," he repeated. "So, you agreed after I said I was going to sleep on the streets?" She didn't believe him. "Whatever you want." Alex sat back down on the sofa. Sue felt more reassured by his promise to pretend to be her boyfriend. "Alex, thank you." She left her luggage and sat beside him. She held his hand with a sincere look in her eyes. She felt that she had been too intolerant. "You're too kind to me." Alex smiled at her. He knew he would only be pretending to be her boyfriend and it would not be real. If Debbie were here right now, she would want me to help her, he thought. He sat in the room for a while longer and chatted with Sue about what they were going to do the next day. Sue said that she would pick him up from Preston University. When Alex reached the Green Island Garden District, he got out of the bus and went to the nearby market. He bought a live chicken and walked toward his villa. When he reached the front door, he saw a couple standing nearby. He didn't know what they were doing there, so he walked over to ask, "Mr. Ambrose, hello, hello." Seeing Alex, the couple walked over enthusiastically. When they saw his puzzled expression, the man reminded him, "You don't remember us? We met when you bought this villa." As the man said this to him, Alex remembered that when he had bought the villa, there was a young couple there who had mocked and ridiculed him. This was the unpleasant couple. Thinking about their previous behavior, Alex couldn't help but be on guard. "What are you guys doing here?" "I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you the last time. We offended you. Please forgive us for our rudeness." The man secretly waved his hand at the woman, who quickly responded with an apology as well. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry. Please forgive us." "I don't have a lot of time right now. Just say what you want to say." Alex didn't have a good impression of this couple, so he wasn't willing to talk with them for long. "Oh, we won't take up your time," the man said quickly. "My name is Sheldon Brown, and this is my wife Jade," he said, introducing himself to Alex. "It's like this. We wanted to buy this villa, but you ended up buying it. We'd already told our friends and relatives that we'd bought it, so we didn't dare tell them the truth after we purchased it. We let them think that we had this villa. It's our fault. We loved it here." Sheldon pointed to his wife. "We thought we could afford to buy a villa here, but we don't have enough money. A few days ago, my mother-in-law called and asked to see our house. We couldn't tell her the truth, so we thought we would try looking for you." "Why are you looking for me?" Alex asked in amusement. He remembered that this couple had been very arrogant back then, and now they were stuttering in front of him. We wanted to ask if we could rent your villa for one day for $3,000 so we could show it to my mother-in-law. What do you think? Sheldon asked politely. You are such a good son-in-law, Alex said sarcastically. Mr. Ambrose, I must admit that I have a lot of respect for you. However, if you don't help me with this time, I'll look bad in front of my mother-in-law. Her family will look down on me. Please have pity on me and let me rent it from you for a day, Sheldon said with a frown. That's right, Mr. Ambrose. Please help us, Jade also pleaded. Alex thought about it for a while and finally agreed. Fine. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. On behalf of our family, I thank you. Sheldon and Jade looked grateful as they said, We'll transfer you the money right now. There's no need for money. You guys should earn more money and try to buy your own property as soon as you can. That way you won't have to lie anymore, Alex said. Oh, right. When will you need to use the villa? Tomorrow, but can you please arrange to not be here? That way my mother-in-law won't suspect anything, Sheldon asked respectfully. Tomorrow's fine. I have to go do some things with a friend. Alex thought that the timing would work well for him. He would go with Sue to see her mother and leave the villa for the couple to entertain their family. After Alex handed them a key, they thanked him profusely and left. Alex shook his head and headed into the villa. Oh no, Alex thought as he walked through the door. He had forgotten that the 17-year-old grandma was always at home. What if the couple or the man's mother-in-law saw her? He thought about it some more but decided that it wouldn't be that troublesome. The grandma had been living in this villa for several days, and Alex had not seen her leave the house or eat anything. There was usually no sound coming from her at all. Alex thought that the grandma must fly out the window to eat. As he thought about this teenager who had looked like an old woman when he had first seen her, but had then regained her youth, he felt that she was very mysterious. Knock, knock. Alex lightly knocked on her door. Grandma, I've brought you a live chicken. After he waited a long time, there was still no sound coming from inside the room. He found it strange, so he turned the key and gently opened the door. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor with her eyes closed, as if she were practicing meditation. Wisps of white smoke were coming out of her head, and her face was covered in sweat. Belch! The woman spat out a small mouthful of blood and opened her eyes. Grandma, how are you? Alex ran to her side and supported her. Have my powers deteriorated so much already? The old woman lowered her head and mournfully cried, Ah! Ah! Her voice was filled with such power that it shook Alex. He had to cover his ears, as if it felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Grandma, don't be so impatient. If you're more patient, you'll get better, Alex said to comfort her. Patience? Time is what I haven't got right now. If I let that bitch Zora Cook find me before I recover my power, I'll be in danger. Do you understand? She glared at Alex and scolded him. She had gained more familiarity with him over the past few days. Huh? Alex did not understand. Grandma, who is Zora? Is she very strong? Are you suggesting that she wants to kill you? Why are you asking? Grandma felt that she had said too much and decided she'd better stop talking to him. You're not trying to find out more about me to tell that bitch Zora, are you? No. Alex waved his hand as if to dismiss her notion. He had never heard that name before. By the tone of Grandma's voice, it appeared that she had a deep grudge against this person. Alex had to quickly establish that he was in no way connected to Zora. I just care about you. Care? Grandma sneered and looked at him with her sharp eyes. The words of men can't be believed. Did he say back then that he would protect me for the rest of my life? Neither of you men are good people. Alex didn't know who the woman was talking about, but her voice contained a trace of sadness and bitterness. It seemed that she had been hurt by some man before, so she had lost confidence in all men. What kind of unforgettable relationship did that man have with her that could still injure her so deeply? Granny, that Zora... Alex wanted to ask her who Zora was, as after all, he was the heir to a very wealthy family. He should be able to help Grandma. Before he could finish his sentence, the grandma, Georgina Fox, waved her sleeve. Alex felt a strong gust of wind as he was lifted through the air. Bam! His body sharply hit the wall. He felt a pain in his back. I told you, don't ask me things that you shouldn't ask. Grandma looked at him coldly. Alex's back hurt, and he was even more shocked. She just said that her power had deteriorated, but she seemed to be so strong. He couldn't even imagine how strong she would be when she was at her peak. Episode 142, The Setup. Alex slowly got up. However, he couldn't do anything about this weird grandma. You've got a pretty strong body. She looked at him without a shred of apology, and there was a trace of a smile on her face. Meanwhile, he eyed her speechlessly. Alex had let go of the chicken as he hit the wall and landed on the ground. The rope that tied its feet broke, so the chicken flapped its wings and flew toward the window. Grandma's eyes froze. She stretched out her hand, and a thin blade appeared in her palm. With a whoosh sound, the flying chicken fell to the floor. It looked like its neck had been cut off. The old woman reached out her hand again, and the dead chicken flew toward her as if it were being pulled by a rope. She yanked the neck apart and began to suck out the bird's blood. Grandma, I'm leaving. Alex felt disgusted and scared at the same time. He lowered his head and walked out of the room. Only when he had left did he realize that he had forgotten to mention that there would be someone at the villa the next day. But he was sure that she wouldn't be foolish enough to come out of her room, so it was unlikely that she would scare the people. After thinking it through, he went into his own room. The next day, Alex received a call from Sue, and then went to the university's south gate to wait for her. After a while, a taxi arrived and stopped by the gate. Sue got out. That day, she made Alex's eyes light up. She wore a black and white striped dress, and her hair flowed in loose waves. She looked just like a model. Sue glanced at Alex and sighed. She walked over with a shopping bag in her hand. You're going to be cursed to death by my mother. Hey, you know I'm just a poor student. I don't have any good clothes. Alex scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Thank goodness I prepared for this. Here, you can put these on. She handed him the shopping bag. You didn't buy me clothes, did you? He slowly took out the items in the shopping bag and was surprised. There was a nice summer suit, a pair of shoes, and an expensive-looking watch. Although they were not particularly extravagant items, they still looked expensive. Where did you get this much money from? He asked. Alex's first reaction was that he was being cheated by Sue. How could she afford such nice things and not be able to pay rent? Did she lie about losing her job? Alex hated it when others lied to him. He would definitely throw these things on the ground and leave without looking back if she had lied to him. I rented these clothes for $30 for the day. I'll return them after you come back to my place. Do you really think I have the money to buy these things? Sue whispered as she moved closer to him. She was a bit embarrassed, so she was secretive and afraid of being overheard. Huh? He didn't really expect her to come up with such an idea. He looked at the items again. He wasn't sure about the clothes and shoes, but the watch was undoubtedly fake because the hands stood still. What are you doing? Hurry up and put the clothes on. We need to get going. Sue pushed him a little, so he quickly went to a nearby men's room to change. That looks much better. Sue nodded with satisfaction when she saw him walking over wearing the outfit. She gently fixed the collar of his rented shirt. Remember, your identity today is a young man from a pretty good family. Your family has a small online company. Do we really need to do this? Alex was a bit worried about being a fake boyfriend. What do you mean? My mom has her eyes on a man's family. If your family isn't good enough, she definitely won't like you. She'll push me into dating the other guy. Our mission today is to let my mother compare you with the man she found for me. She has to feel that you and I are the perfect match. Do you understand? Sue explained. I understand, but what about after that? Alex was still a little worried. Since he was helping Sue this one time, would she be causing trouble for him from then on like Karen did? I'll just make up a reason in the future to say that we broke up. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Sue was still a little disappointed. What did he mean by that question? He thinks he's not worthy of a girl like me? She thought. Let's go. Sue didn't think too much about it. She and Alex waved down a taxi and went to her mother's house. A young man named Gary sat on the sofa at Sue's mother's house and chatted with her mother, Sarah. Gary, Sue is happy to be working in journalism. What about you? Sarah asked with a kind smile. Gary had been introduced to her by her sister, and she had heard that his family background was very good. You likely already know about the special movie town that's been set up next to the science park, right? I feel that over the past few years, our country's film industry has been a treasure trove, so we've started a company to do some side films and TV dramas. We also provide props for the various production teams. We've done well, and over the past year, my own net income has been close to $150,000, Gary said humbly. Sarah's eyes lit up when she heard how much money he earned in a year. All right, I think the two of you will have some things in common. When Sue gets here, you should have a good chat with her, her mother said. Ding dong, rang the doorbell. Sarah went to open the door with Gary following behind her. It was her youngest daughter, Sue. You finally remember to come home? Sarah greeted her with a rebuke. She had 3 daughters, but this girl was disobedient. Sue was already 26 years old, but she still wasn't worried about her future. Since her eldest daughter's daughter was already going to college, how could she not be worried about Sue? Come in. Gary has been waiting for you for over an hour. Sarah was in a hurry to get her daughter to meet the young man. Mom, I told you, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry about me, muttered Sue. If I don't worry about you, then who will? If only you would bring home a man, I wouldn't be in such a hurry, right? Sarah's attitude was a little anxious. This daughter of hers was already making her reach a breaking point. How could she not find a husband yet? Sue pursed her lips and pulled Alex, who was standing beside the door, into her mother's sight. Hello, Alex said with an awkward smile. Hello, who are you? Sarah asked with a puzzled expression. This young man seemed to be well-dressed and quite handsome. Sarah couldn't help but be polite. His name is Alex. He's my boyfriend. Sue glanced at Alex as if she said this to her mother. He's your boyfriend? Sarah was obviously surprised. If Alex had not changed his clothes, she would have died on the spot. However, he looked very decently dressed. Can it be that this young man is from a good family? She wondered. Alex nodded. Let's go in, Sue said as she pulled Alex into the house. Hello, Sue, my name is Gary. Gary, who was standing inside the living room, greeted her enthusiastically as she walked toward him. He was extremely excited to meet her. She looked even prettier than in the photos. Hello, Sue replied coldly. She motioned for Alex to sit on the sofa while she went to her father's picture to light a candle. Gary, look. Sarah felt quite awkward. Sue had already said that Alex was her boyfriend, and Alex looked like he had a pretty good family background. She couldn't push her daughter toward Gary anymore. However, Sarah was still quite cautious. She didn't know which of the two young men was wealthier, Alex or Gary. It was not good for her to express her thoughts too clearly. It's fine. It wasn't as if Gary had not heard what Sue had said to her mother at the door. But when he saw Sue's stunning beauty, he had resolved to use all the means at his disposal to snatch her away. Gary shot an unfriendly glance toward Alex. Huh? Thought Gary. He focused on Alex's clothes and looked him up and down. He nodded his head with a mocking smile in his eyes. Alex looked down at his outfit, but he didn't see anything wrong with it. Sue went back to the living room and sat beside Alex. Sue, when did you and Alex meet? Why didn't you tell me about him? Sarah's words were meant for Gary to hear, indicating that she didn't know that Sue already had a boyfriend. Sue and Alex looked at each other. They could see the nervousness in each other's eyes. Sue flipped back her hair and said, "Several months ago, right?" "Alex, what does your family do?" Sarah asked without hesitation. She wanted to get to the bottom of this right away and compare Alex and Gary to see which one was better. She didn't want to waste the opportunity of meeting the two young men at the same time. "Oh, we have an internet company. It earns over $1 million a year. It's not a big company." On the way to the house, Sue had coached Alex quite a lot, so he remembered her instructions quite clearly. "Oh, Alex is really funny. It's not a big company." When she heard how much Alex's family could earn in a year, Sarah was grinning from ear to ear. It seemed that Alex's conditions were even better than that of a high-class family. She started to look at Alex like a mother-in-law would look at her son-in-law. "Pfft," Gary snorted. He could not help but shake his head and smile playfully. "Alex might be more capable than me," Gary said. "You probably don't understand. Let me explain to you that he's wearing a suit that costs at least $500. It looks like he's wearing designer shoes that cost at least the same amount. That watch is even more expensive. It's probably over $2,000. My clothes are just over $1,000 and are nothing compared to his outfit." Episode 143, Clean the Toilet, Liar. Oh, if it were not because of Gary's comparison, Sarah wouldn't have noticed that Alex's clothes were so expensive. She looked at him with even brighter eyes. "I knew it. I thought Alex looked very smart. So it's that expensive, no wonder." Alex and Sue both had unnatural smiles. Sue adjusted her position on the sofa, covering Alex's clothes even more. Alex also subconsciously covered his watch. "He earns a lot of money, but he likes to spend it too. I'll watch his spending in the future," Sue added. "Alex, I like your shoes. Which mall did you buy them from? I'll also go buy a pair," Gary asked. Alex was caught off guard by his question. "My mother bought them for me. Yes, my mother bought them for me, and I'm not sure where. I'm too busy at the company every day, so I don't have time for shopping." Alex and Sue finally felt relieved. "What about your watch?" Gary asked before they could catch their breath. "My mother bought it for me too. I don't usually care about these things," Alex said as he braced himself. "This Alex. Sue, you have to help him more in the future. At his age, he can't just be relying on his mother," Sarah said with a kind smile. "Alex, what's the name of your internet company? Where is it located?" Gary asked aggressively. Our family's company's called the Cloud Network Company. It's located on New Street Corner. No, New Street. 10th Street. Sue had discussed the name with Alex in the taxi, but they didn't talk about it in detail. He already had a lot of things to remember, and he couldn't get them all right. So, Sarah was also suspicious. She looked at Alex in confusion and then at her daughter. "Alex has been studying abroad and doesn't know very much about his family situation right now," Sue said, quickly trying to smooth things over. "That's not right. Alex just said that he was busy at the company every day, so he didn't have time to shop for his own clothes and shoes. His mother had to buy them for him, isn't that so?" Gary keenly grasped the discrepancy. "Yeah, what's going on, huh? Alex, Sue?" Sarah couldn't help but ask. "Mom, Alex was too careless." Sue wanted to find a way to smooth things over, but Gary started talking even louder. "Do you still not understand? This guy called Alex has been lying since the moment he walked through the door." Gary pointed his finger at him. "Do you think Alex is lying to me?" Sarah looked at Gary in disbelief. "That's right," Gary sneered as he walked over to Alex's side. He contemptuously tugged on his clothes. "They're all fake, yet you dare to call yourself rich." "Nonsense! Why did you say that? I don't want to see you here. Get out of here now. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Sue stood up and angrily rebuked Gary. Sue, don't be silly. This is a swindler. Gary pointed at Alex and said provocatively, do you dare to show your watch to her mother and me? Why should he show it to you? Who are you? What obligation do we have to show it to you? Get out of here right now. Once the watch was in their hands, the whole situation would be exposed. Sue had to kick Gary out immediately. Only then would she have a chance of surviving this mess. Shut up, Sarah shouted. She could tell that there was something fishy going on. She looked at Alex and said, Alex, let me see your watch. Alex was extremely conflicted. Sue was also feeling very anxious. What should she do? But now that he was forced into this situation, Alex lowered his head slightly and slowly raised his right hand. He pointed his watch at Sarah. He wanted to admit to her that he was pretending. Gary, what did you say about Alex's watch just now? Sarah glanced at the watch, but she didn't find anything wrong with it. Take a good look at the second hand on his watch again, Gary chuckled. Ah, why isn't the second hand of this watch moving? Sarah noticed that something was wrong, and at the same time she looked anxiously at Gary. Of course it's not moving. How can a fake watch work? Gary had accurately pointed out the flaw. A fake? Sarah was shocked as she looked at Alex and Sue. Alex had an embarrassed expression on his face. Sue lowered her head and didn't care to look into her mother's eyes. Sue's face was red and flushed. This watch is not just a fake. Gary walked over to Alex's side and lightly tugged at his clothes he was wearing. Not only is that watch a fake, even the clothes and shoes he's wearing are fakes. Ah. Sarah scrutinized Alex's expression. Then she looked at Sue with a deep gaze, making them both squirm. Nonsense! What right do you have to slander my boyfriend? Who are you? If you say what he's wearing is fake, then you might think it must be true. Get out of here! Sue was shaken by her mother's gaze as she subconsciously made a move to fight back. Sue, you were deceived by this swindler. You should not have doubted my words. Why are his clothes fake? Gary pulled Alex's collar and skillfully flattened it. A small white strip was on the lining of the shirt that said, Item 52. Hey, you see, the clothes he's wearing are actually from the film crew. Gary took out a business card and handed it to Sue. This is my card. I opened a company and I have a business that provides props to film crews. Unfortunately, this guy's clothes, shoes, and watch are all rented from my company. What? Sue felt like she had been struck by a bomb. Her mind went blank. What else did she have to say? The clothes she had rented were rented from a film company? What kind of weird joke was this? Am I right, Alex? Gary asked provocatively as he looked at him in disdain. Get over here. Sarah pulled Sue over. She was furious and frowned anxiously as she spat out, You, look at the person you're dating. Now say that I don't need to introduce you to anyone. If Gary weren't here today, I can see that you wouldn't even know that you were being lied to. She had no way to refute her mother's words. Sarah pulled Sue behind her. Who exactly are you? What are you doing here? Tell me honestly. Sarah walked up to Alex and shouted at him. I'm a student at Preston University. There is no need for Alex to hide anything. Student? You're a university student? Your school just taught you how to cheat, right? The scum of the country. The cancer of society. With your honest looks, I didn't expect you to be so full of evil tricks. Sarah pointed at Alex and scolded him. Why are you still in my house? Get lost. Do you not know how to leave? If not, I'll help you. With that, Sarah started to drag Alex away. What are you doing? Don't push him. Sue walked between Alex and her mother as she tried to stop her. If her mother chased Alex away, she would be forced to date Gary. This was not something she could accept. You damned girl, he's a swindler. Are you still going to let him stay here? Sarah glanced at Alex speechlessly. She began to beat him with her hands. "Come on, you bastard, get out of my house. Don't lie to my daughter again. Get lost." "Why did you hit him? Don't hit him," Sue screamed and hugged Alex, standing in front of him so that her mother could not get at him. "Sue!" Sarah was angered by her daughter. "Do you not see that he's a liar? You're still protecting him. Do you want to be cheated by him until you're worthless? Until he's swindled away all your money and wasted all your time? Are you willing to give up? Are you stupid?" "Yes." Sue had never spoken to her mother like this before, but now she was ready to throw caution to the wind. "I just like him. Whether he's lying to me or not, I won't marry anyone else. I won't look at anyone else you find." Sarah glared at her daughter. She was unable to say a word and felt she was on the verge of having a heart attack. "Do you think you're serious?" Seeing how her mother was about to fall ill, Sue's heart was torn and in pain, but she had to fight for herself. "Don't suffer too much. Your health is more important." Gary comforted Sarah before preparing to walk in front of Sue. "Sue, listen to me. This man is not good for you." "Scram! Why do I have to listen to you? Leave now!" shouted Sue. "All right, I won't say any more." Gary shut his mouth resentfully. Of course, he wouldn't just leave like that. He went back to sit beside Sarah and comfort her. Alex didn't expect things to turn out like this. He frowned and looked at Sue. She nodded slightly, meaning that he should just listen to her. 20 minutes later, Sarah finally calmed down. "Gary, you can eat at our place today. Don't worry. Don't look at how things are right now. In a few months, you'll be able to brag. When the time comes, I'll let you know when you can date my daughter." Sarah saw that he had been insulted by Sue, but he hadn't left. It was obvious that he liked Sue very much. "I have a good relationship with Alex," Sue said as she turned toward Gary. "Even if I were to split up with him, it would be impossible for me to fall for you." "It's all right, Gary. Just listen to me." Sarah patted his hand and nodded at him. Gary smiled awkwardly and thought, since I've already won over her mother, it'll be much easier for me to win over Sue. Sarah couldn't get rid of the swindler that day, but she couldn't let Alex get away with it either. She pointed to the bathroom and commanded, "Go clean the toilet." "Mom, aren't you going too far?" Sue looked at her mother angrily. "Do you think I'm being excessive?" "Pfft," Sarah sneered. "If you don't clean the toilet, get out." "You're nasty." Sue did not hesitate to quarrel with her mother again. "Forget it." Alex held Sue's hand and shook his head slightly. He looked at Gary, who was smiling, and Sarah, who couldn't wait to yell at him again. He said softly, "I'll go do it." With that, Alex walked toward the bathroom. "Clean it good for me. If you can't clean it, you'd better get out of here," Sarah shouted at Alex's back. Episode 144, What's Good for You? Sue started scrolling through her phone and didn't say a word to Gary or her mother. She had achieved her immediate goal, as they both thought that Alex was her boyfriend, and it would be impossible for her mother to force her to date Gary. Ding dong, rang the doorbell again. Sarah opened the door and saw two women and one man standing outside. It was her second daughter, Jade, son-in-law, Sheldon, and her granddaughter, Rose. Sheldon and Jade were the couples that had asked Alex to rent the villa to them. Mom, Grandmother. Hey, why are the three of you together? Rose, where are your parents? Seeing the three of them, Sarah's mood improved slightly. Oh, Grandma. Rose held Sarah's arm affectionately. My dad has to work, and Mom has been looking after Grandpa in the hospital these past few days, so I'm the only one who could come over. I called Aunt Jade, and she said that she wanted to go to Preston University to pick me up, so we came over together. Sarah looked at Rose and mumbled, Your parents are really something. They even avoided coming to your grandfather's birthday. Oh my, Grandma, if you don't think I'm qualified to represent them, I'll call my parents right now and insist they come over, Rose said teasingly. You're clever. Okay. I've missed you so much, you little thing. Hurry up and light a candle for your grandfather. Sarah pinched Rose's cheek and then turned to Jade and Sheldon. Come on in. She looked at Sheldon with a kind gaze. She had always been very satisfied with this son-in-law. Seeing that Sue had arrived earlier, Rose was pleasantly surprised. Together with her aunt, she lit a candle for her grandfather before sitting down beside Sue. Jade and Sheldon also sat down on the sofa. Mom, is this... When Jade saw Gary, she could guess that this was the man her mother had recommended to Sue. Gary took the initiative to greet Jane, Sheldon, and Rose. Sheldon and Jade had a good impression of him and exchanged business cards. So, Gary, you're the founder of the film company. That's kind of like what Sue does. She's a sports reporter. Jade knew that since her mother had invited Gary to her house, she must have revealed her intentions of introducing him to her sister. If Sue can give me the opportunity, I would naturally want to discuss some films and sports stories with her. I'm just afraid that she won't give me this opportunity, Gary smiled. Seeing that Jade and Sheldon's impression of him was not bad, he wanted to gain their favor to speak on his behalf in front of Sue. As soon as Gary finished his sentence, Sue glared at him. Her displeasure toward him grew even stronger. Oh, what do you mean? Jade and Sheldon were both curious. They looked at their mother, who seemed to know something. Sue found a man, Sarah said with a sigh. You found the right man. Jade, Sheldon, and Rose were shocked. Jade quickly asked, Who? Sarah sighed heavily as her brows furrowed. She looked at Sue and said, She found a liar. He came to our house wearing fancy clothes and a watch. He claimed that his family owned an internet company, so they were high income. Luckily, Gary exposed him. Otherwise, I would have believed it. Huh? Jade and the rest looked very surprised. Did you chase him away? I had to send him to... If I kicked him out, he would have fought me like Sue, Sarah said sarcastically. Sue sat there motionlessly, but she felt furious from embarrassment. Sue, why did you argue with Mom? She did it for your own good, you know. Jade reprimanded her sister, but she didn't say anything else in case it would start another clash. A soft scrubbing noise came from the bathroom, which was far from the sofa. She couldn't hear the noise clearly, so Jade asked curiously, Mom, who's in the bathroom? Who else could it be other than that swindler? Her mother cried. He's still here? Jade asked as she walked toward the bathroom. She wanted to see what this shameless swindler looked like. Jade, don't worry about him. Sarah held her back. She looked at Jade and Sheldon and said, I told him to clean the toilet. It stinks. Let him stay in there alone. This is too shameless. Where does he think he is? His place with his family? A swindler who thinks he can stay in our house? Jade was dragged back to her seat by her mother. She purposely said it loudly so he could hear her from the bathroom, but Alex had his earphones on and was listening to music while scrubbing the toilet bowl. He couldn't hear the conversation in the living room. Sue, he clearly tricked you. Do you still intend to keep dating him? Jade looked at her sister. She liked to speak condescendingly to Sue in this way. Listen to me. Split up with this guy before he gets you into trouble. We're so busy, we don't have time to fix your mess for you. Since when have I troubled you, sister? Sue couldn't help but retort angrily. What sort of attitude is that? I'm doing this for your own good, okay? Jade was furious when she had heard Sue speak to her in that manner. Sue had always been obedient to her, so how could she dare to speak to her like that? Forget it, Sarah said. She lowered her voice and added, She's enchanted by that man. It's useless for anyone to try and say anything now. Jade still mumbled to herself as she glanced at Gary again. Sue, you don't know a good thing when you see it. You're actually willing to follow a swindler. What are you doing? Then she spoke to Gary. Gary, it's fine. My sister's a bit stupid sometimes. They won't be together for long. Thank you, Gary nodded his head. feeling even more pleased with himself. It looked like Sue's family was on his side. Although Sue felt uncomfortable, she didn't say anything. Her sister had treated her like this since she was so young, so she was already used to it. Rose gently squeezed Sue's hand and looked at her with some sympathy. She knew that her aunt had never liked it when her grandmother tried to introduce her to someone. When she heard that her aunt had found a boyfriend, Rose was quite happy for her. But she didn't expect that it would be a swindler. Sue could smile wryly at Rose. "Jade, we'll go to your house later. Let us see what this expensive villa looks like," Sarah said with a smile, changing the subject. It had already been more than 2 months since they said they had bought the house, and no one in the family had gone to visit yet. Sarah wanted to take advantage of that day's get-together so they could all visit Jade and Sheldon's villa together. "Do you want to go to the Green Island Garden District to take a look?" Rose asked. Preston University was very close to the area, so every time she saw a villa there, she felt especially envious. She would finally be able to go inside and take a look that day. Someday she would be able to show it off in front of her friends too. "Okay, we'll go later," Jade said as she smiled. She felt confident, as Mr. Ambrose had already given them a key to the villa. "You guys bought a villa at the Green Island Garden District?" Gary asked in surprise. Seeing that Sheldon and Jade indifferently nod their heads, the respect reflected in Gary's eyes grew even stronger. "Impressive. The Green Island Garden District is currently one of the top residential areas in New York. The villa in the center there is sold for a sky-high price of almost $40 million, and no one in the city has surpassed that record. It said that all the famous people in New York live there. Being able to buy a villa not only shows how wealthy you are, but how much power you have. I've been wanting to buy a place in the Green Island Garden District since last year, but even now I still couldn't do it." Jade and Sheldon were flattered by Gary's description. "So you also wanted to buy a house in the Green Island Garden District? To be honest, a place there is not that easy to buy. It's not only limited by money, but you also need the right connections." Sheldon asked as if he understood the process very well, completely forgetting that he didn't even have a villa. "How about this? Let me see if I can help you get in touch with someone who can help you buy a place there. But whether or not you really can buy one, I'm not sure either." "That's great. Thank you. Gary shook Sheldon's hand vigorously. "Sue, look at your sister. She already has a villa in the Green Island Garden District. Tell me, where are you living? Think about it carefully. See if your mother is right or not." Sarah once again shifted the topic to Sue. Sue pursed her lips as she was unable to say anything. "Are you still living at Lawrence Heights?" Jade glanced at her sister. "You're already 26. You're still renting? That's quite a shame. Do you have any plans to buy a house?" "No." Sue lowered her head. She didn't look at Jade or her mother. "She only makes $2,000 a month. After paying for rent and food, she only has $300 left over. How could she afford to buy a house with just that little bit of money? I won't be surprised if you start asking me for handouts," Sarah snorted. "Since when have I asked you for money?" Sue's nose crinkled and her eyes turned slightly wet. She forcefully held back her tears. "Fine. Since you didn't want my money, then you must have made all your own money. All the money you got for school must have fallen out of a money tree. Your mother never bought you any clothes. You must have all bought them on your own," Sarah complained. Sue was again rendered speechless by her words. Sue's cell phone rang. She picked it up without thinking and said to the person on the other end of the line, "Check it yourself. I've already made up what you owe me from the company. Don't call me again for it, okay?" With that, she hung up. Previously, when Sue had left her media company, she had discovered that they owed her a year or so of back pay, so she had called them to ask them to make up for it. "Sue, what's going on? Did something happen to your company? Tell me," Sarah asked as everyone in the room had heard Sue's phone call. Episode 145, Toilet Water Fight. Sue became extremely nervous as everyone looked at her. She clenched her fists and turned her head away. "I've lost my job. she tried to say calmly. What? Sarah slapped the coffee table heavily with her hand, making the glass on the table rattle. When did it happen? It's been more than 3 months, she said timidly, her heart beating heavily. 3 months? Oh my, how have you been covering your expenses? Sarah glared at her. This daughter of hers wanted to worry her to death. I'm out of work, Sue said. Hearing her words, Sarah excitedly stood up and was about to slap her, but Rose stopped her in time. You're such a bad daughter. You really make me worry. Really. This is such a big deal. You've been in this situation for so long and you didn't even tell us about it? You're not 16 anymore. You're 26. So even now you're still as arrogant as ever. Let's see how you're going to live in the future. Don't come asking me for money. I don't have any either, her mother cried. Sarah was furious. Her face was terrifyingly gloomy as she asked, Is this the fault of that stinking brat? It must be him who caused you to lose your job. Tell me that you're looking for a new job and that everything will be fine from now on. That guy's already lied to you so much. What can you say to me now? Sue sat on the sofa in silence with her head down. Her mother had never shown her any patience, which is why she hadn't told her that she was jobless. Damn it! Look at what he's turned Sue into. This person is really malicious, Sheldon said. Although Jade and Sue didn't have a particularly good relationship, Sheldon and Sue were on good terms. As a brother-in-law and the only man in the family, Sheldon naturally had to stand up for his sister-in-law. Mom, that brat is in the bathroom right now. I'll go find this bastard and ask him if he has any plans for Sue. If he dares to mess around in front of me, I'll fix him. Right, Sheldon, go to the bathroom and drag him out. You don't need to be polite with him. You just have to have control yourself and don't let anything happen to him. Just make that brat leave Sue of his own accord. Sarah felt that letting Sheldon solve the problem at that very moment for once and for all was a good idea. I'll go with you. If that brat dares to resist, I won't be polite. I'll spank him. Gary also joined in the ruckus. If Alex broke off his relationship with Sue, it would make it easier for him to pursue her. Good, you two go. You can do whatever you want, and you can use your manly methods to solve the problem, Sarah urged. What are you doing? What does my lack of work have to do with him? How could Sue not be anxious when she heard that Sheldon and Gary wanted to beat Alex up? She stood up and was about to stop her brother-in-law. It has nothing to do with him? Sue, I think you've been brainwashed by that man. Sarah stopped Sue and looked at Sheldon. Quickly, go find him. Don't worry about her. Gary, let's go, Sheldon called out, and the two of them headed for the bathroom. What are you guys doing? Come back here. It's none of his business. Sue panicked. She wanted to grab hold of Sheldon and Gary, but Sarah and Jade held her back. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't escape from their grasp. Let me go, get out of the way. You guys come back. My job loss has nothing to do with him. Sue was almost fighting with her mother and Jade. She shouted, Alex, quickly leave. Go. The reason you're so afraid is because you know that he's the culprit, right? Jade hugged Sue and said, That guy came to our mother's house today. Do you think we'll be able to make him leave? She looked at Sheldon. Hubby, Sue admits that the brat harmed her. There's no need to be nice to him. Rose anxiously stood beside Sue and everyone else. She didn't know what she could do. Seeing the three adults struggling, she could only say helplessly, All of you, stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Sheldon and Gary had already reached the door to the bathroom. They saw a young man with his back to them, wearing earphones and listening to music while wearing plastic gloves to wipe the toilet bowl. Beside him was a bucket of water with a green rag. Brat, you're intentionally pretending that you can't hear me, right? Sheldon said. But the young man kept on cleaning the toilet. Damn you, get him from me, Gary. Sheldon raised his chin toward Gary, and the two of them slowly approached the young man from behind with evil looks in their eyes. Idiot. Before you even try to put on an act to melt Sue's heart, I'm gonna pour water over your head. Gary walked behind Alex and slowly squatted down. he lifted the bucket full of dirty water up and over Alex's shoulder. Sheldon gave him a thumbs up. Just as Gary was about to pour the water over him, Alex turned his head to reach for the green rag. Seeing the young man's face, Sheldon was shocked. He made a grab for Gary's arm that was holding the bucket. "Ah!" cried Gary. As Sheldon jerked his arm, the bucket tipped and completely drenched Gary from head to toe. The water went into his mouth as well. One could smell the detergent mixed with the dirt. As Gary spit the filthy liquid out of his mouth, his stomach rolled and he almost vomited on the spot. Alex and Sheldon only got a few splashes on their pant legs. "Why are you watering your own head? Damn, I got a kick out of that." Alex took out his earphones and looked at the rest of his body. Luckily, he wasn't wet. Why are you..." Only then did Alex notice that the person standing in front of him was Sheldon, who had begged him to rent him the villa. Sheldon smiled stiffly as Gary was standing beside him. He didn't dare to admit that he recognized Alex. When he was standing at the bathroom door, Alex had his back to him. Also, his clothes were very different from what he normally wore. Sheldon hadn't recognized him until he had turned around, and his heart almost flew out of his throat when he saw Alex's face. "What are you all doing?" Alex was curious as to why Sheldon and Gary were standing behind him. "Stinking brat, you lied to Sue. Sheldon and I are here to beat you up." Halfway through Gary's words, Sheldon's fist landed on his nose. He abruptly stopped speaking and let out a painful cry. "Why are you cleaning the toilet? Yuck, this is too rude. Please stop doing that." This was a very rich man, one who had bought 2 villas, including one worth $40 million, and there he was cleaning a toilet. Not to mention that Sheldon was also borrowing Alex's villa in the Green Island Garden District. It was like a huge joke. "Please come out," Sheldon said, throwing away the rag that Alex held in his hand and inviting him out of the bathroom. "What's going on?" Gary wondered. He had been drenched in toilet water, so he still didn't understand. What is Sheldon doing, he thought. He wiped himself with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. Sue and the other 2 ladies were still struggling with each other while Rose stood to the side. She was unable to make a move. They saw Sheldon and Alex walk out of the bathroom with a smile. The 3 of them stopped. Sue and Sarah hesitated. Didn't Sheldon and Gary say they were going to beat Alex up in the bathroom? How come it seemed like Sheldon was trying to please him? Jade's heart skipped a beat. How could it be him, she thought. Rose also felt the same way. When she saw Alex, she had a strange feeling in her heart. Seeing that Jade was also there, Alex made the connection that Jade and Sue were related. He couldn't help but sigh. This was a small world. When he saw Rose, his gaze only paused on her for a moment before he looked away. Sheldon, he was the one who tricked Sue. Why are you treating him like this? Hurry up and kick him out. Sarah looked angrily at the contented smiles on their faces. She felt that Sheldon was being unreliable this time around. Sheldon couldn't think of what to say at that moment. He rolled his eyes as he walked over to Sarah with a fake smile. Mom, it might just be a misunderstanding. I think he's a pretty decent man. Yeah, Mom, didn't Sue say that Mr. Ambrose wasn't lying to her? Right, Sue? Jade also spoke up for Alex. Yes, he didn't lie to me. Sue was stunned, but she didn't understand why her sister would speak kindly on her behalf. Maybe we overthought this. Mom, please calm down first. Let's sit down and have a chat, Jade said, as it occurred to her that her sister should try to catch this billionaire. Sarah was also curious about the sudden change in the attitude of her daughter and son-in-law. She was reluctant to sit down with Alex, but she ended up sitting on the sofa. Alex, do you want to sit too? Jade asked carefully. Alex nodded and sat beside Sue. Seeing Alex sitting together with her aunt and thinking about how he was now her aunt's boyfriend, Rose felt sad for some reason. She turned her head away and no longer looked at him. It's just this loser, so why should I care about him, she thought. Although she was comforting herself, Rose's heart was still a little messy. She felt as if she had lost something. Gary also walked over and explained why he was wet. He said he had accidentally fallen in the bathroom. He wanted to move a stool to sit next to Sue, but when he heard Sue's unintentional mutter about how smelly he was, he tactfully moved farther away from her. He gave Alex a look that was filled with anger. Sheldon originally wanted everyone to sit together and let Alex and Sue's matter pass, but Sarah still had a bad impression of Alex. Sheldon and Jade were also afraid that if they continued to speak up for him, it would arouse Sarah's suspicion and disgust. If they messed up a good thing, it would be bad news for their villa rental. Sheldon brought up a distraction just in time. "It's almost noon. Mom, let's go to my villa. We'll have lunch together," Sheldon suggested as he looked at the others. Episode 146, I Know Him. Sheldon had driven his car to his mother-in-law's house. Sarah and Rose got in the car first, while Sheldon and Jade waited outside. Alex had not climbed in yet, and they didn't want to get in the car before him. "Sue, hurry up and get in the car with Mr. Ambrose," Sheldon said politely. Jade also smiled apologetically. Sue and Alex opened the car doors and started to get in. Although Sue was curious about their behavior change, it was refreshing to see her sister and brother-in-law act more nicely towards them. "Get out. This isn't your car," Sarah said as she glared at Alex. "Mom, don't say such harsh words. There's plenty of space inside," Sheldon said with a frown. He stole a glance at Alex. He was afraid that Alex might get angry and reveal that Sheldon was renting the villa from him for the day. Even if there's room for him, he's not allowed in here. He might get the wrong ideas if he gets used to sitting in nice cars, Sarah said as she continued to speak negatively about Alex. She waved at Gary, who was standing outside. "Gary, let's go there together." "Okay," Gary agreed, pushing Alex aside and getting into the car. Sheldon looked at Alex with embarrassment. "Okay, I won't go with you," Alex said to reassure Sheldon as he patted him on the shoulder, smiled indifferently and left. "Don't come back," Sarah said angrily. She glanced at Sue and said, "Why are you still standing there? Get in the car and sit next to Gary." Sue looked at her mother, but she didn't say a word. She turned around and chased after Alex. "Come back here," Sarah yelled after her daughter, but she didn't look back. Sheldon drove Sarah, Jade, Rose, and Gary to the Green Island Garden District. As they drove, Sheldon and Jade felt uneasy. They had borrowed Mr. Ambrose's villa, but Sarah had been unkind toward him. When they arrived, everyone got out of the car. "I wonder if Sue will come back," Gary muttered worriedly. "Don't worry, she'll come back," Rose whispered to him. That day was her grandfather's anniversary, so one of the three girls had to be present. If not, it would be very disrespectful toward her grandfather. "That damn girl better not bring that swindler with her," Sarah said with a dark expression. "Jade, take everyone to the villa. I'll go and buy some groceries now. I'll show you a thing or two with my cooking today," Sheldon said. "All right, Mom, everyone, let's go." Jade led them into the residential area while her husband walked toward the nearby market. As he walked, Sheldon phoned Sue to check in on her. He was relieved to hear that she and Alex had taken a taxi to the Green Island Garden District. He continued to walk to the market to buy some food. Jade led everyone to the villa's front door. When she inserted the key into the lock, her hands were trembling. After all, this wasn't her house. But she heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the door click open. "Come in, Mom, Rose." Jade lightly wiped the sweat off her forehead and gestured for Sarah and the rest to enter. "Gary, please come in." The group walked into the villa. They were shocked when they saw how it was decorated. Inside the villa, the walls were white. There was an arched window to one side with an elegant small living room on the right. The main living room was very large and decorated with all kinds of art. There was a mahogany coffee table, a leather sofa, and a large vase full of daffodils. There was also a winding staircase to the second floor with black banisters. After seeing the decor, everyone's eyes lit up. It looked as if they had entered a palace. "So beautiful," Rose whispered with shining eyes as she sized up everything in the living room. It had exceeded her imagination. "This is amazing. It must have cost a lot of money to renovate to this quality, right?" Sarah snapped out of her daze and gave Jade a big thumbs up. Jade was also shocked. When she looked at her mother, she remembered that the villa did not belong to her. She smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't spend that much money." "You didn't spend that much money? Fine. I see that the two of you have gained a lot of wealth these last 2 years," her mother said with a smile. She walked with Rose around the living room and looked at the decor. After a few rounds, Rose and Sarah sat on the sofa. Gary and Jade also sat down. Alex didn't want to go to the villa anymore, but Sue persuaded him to go with her. If her mother thought that he had run away, then she would have more reasons to push her toward Gary. "I'm sorry, but my mother is that kind of person," Sue said, as she felt very sorry for the outrageous words that her mother had uttered at her house. "It's fine, I don't mind," Alex said quietly with a faint smile. He was not heartless, but he had experienced excessive bullying before, so his resistance to it had become stronger. "Thank you." Sue felt slightly more at ease. She raised her head to look around the area. With a trace of confusion in her eyes, she murmured, "I wonder which house belongs to my brother-in-law." "Come with me," Alex said and walked in the direction of the villa. Sue followed him in confusion. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, so Jade went to open the door. "Sue, Alex, you're here," she exclaimed. Sue glanced at Alex. She couldn't understand how he had known where to find the villa. "If you had just gone away, I would admire you more as a man. I didn't expect you to follow us here. How shameless," Sarah said coldly when she saw them arrive. Sue was afraid that Alex would get angry when he heard her mother's words, but she looked at his expression and saw that he was quite calm, so she did not say anything. She brought him into the living room and tried to avoid her mother and the sofa that everyone was sitting on. Sarah could only sigh helplessly when she watched her daughter avoid them. "That's right, Rose. How did you solve those problems the last time? I was worried to death." Sarah temporarily ignored Alex and looked at Rose, continuing a conversation they'd been having. Rose had messed with the Heavenly Lion group, and it had caused a huge ruckus in their family. When everyone felt helpless, Rose's family declared that they had solved the problem perfectly. Oh, that time. It was solved by a mysterious person who asked President Chase of the Merchant Union to come forward," Rose said with a smile. "A mysterious person?" Sarah, Jade, and Gary looked at each other in confusion. "Are you saying that your family still hasn't figured out who the person is?" "Yes," Rose laughed awkwardly. "However, it should have nothing to do with my father. It's very likely that it was a student at Preston University." Rose did not have any clue about this at first, until the evening of the night market, when she had been kidnapped by Lucille and saved once again by a mysterious man. She gradually had a feeling that the person who had saved her twice could be the same person. The people in her circle were all Preston University students, which was why she was certain that this mysterious person was also a student. Thinking about this, Rose could not help but glance at Alex, who was chatting with her aunt. A few days ago, she had thought Alex may be that mysterious man. But now that she had thought about it some more, she decided it was a ridiculous idea. Rose somehow felt angry when she saw Alex and her aunt sitting together. They looked comfortable talking and laughing with each other. "Oh, so it's like that," Sarah said, but she was still confused. She patted Rose's hand. "You must properly express your gratitude if you're sure that one of your classmates has helped you. If it's appropriate, you could also try dating." "Grandmother, what are you talking about?" A rare, bashful look appeared on Rose's face. Oh, you're still such a shy little girl. I'm telling you the truth. Think about it. The kind of person that can make Donald Brennan of the Heavenly Lion Group back down is not a joke. Just pay attention, okay? Sarah whispered as she leaned toward her granddaughter. Seeing that Rose's bashful expression was becoming more serious, her grandmother laughed and said, "All right, I'll stop now." Sarah and the group chatted for a while longer, but when Sarah saw Alex and Sue sitting together in the small, distant living room, she got angry. "Rose, that darn liar said that he also goes to Preston University. He's in the same school as you, right? Have you heard of him?" Sarah said loudly on purpose, interrupting their chat. Rose could not help but glance at Alex. She noticed that he was looking at her, and when she saw him sitting with her aunt and looking like the perfect couple, a trace of hatred rose inside her heart. "Of course I know him. I met him once when I was doing business with my father at the Metro Skybank. He didn't even have a card. He just rushed in recklessly and hit my head. He's very good at boasting. When my family was in trouble, he even faked that we would be fine, but he didn't do anything. Last week I went to the night market with my best friend, and she'd asked him to protect us. But when we were in danger, he ran away. He didn't apologize or show any concern. He didn't do anything at all," Rose reflected. Episode 147, Get Out of Here. Alex sat in the smaller living room and watched Rose vent her anger. He turned his head away bitterly and looked disappointed. "Alex," Sue said to him in a low voice. She never thought he would have this kind of conflict with her niece. Although she had only known him for less than 2 days, Sue knew that he was not like what Rose had described. "I'm fine. Whatever she says doesn't affect me." Alex raised his head and smiled at Sue. "Don't lie to me. I can see that you care," Sue said. Although Alex was smiling, it was with a hint of disappointment. She leaned toward him and asked with concern, "Do you have a misunderstanding with Rose?" Alex didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked out the window to hide the sadness in his eyes. He thought about how he had helped Rose so much, but now she mocked him in front of everyone. He felt foolish. Bam! Alex raised his fist and smashed it down on the coffee table in front of him. The tea set on the table fell with a crash, and some pieces breaking and others rolling on the floor. Rose, who had been chattering non-stop, jumped up in fright. Looking at Alex, whose anger had turned to embarrassment, she felt a trace of guilt. He looks so angry. I must have made him furious, but why do I feel so uneasy and guilty now? Isn't this what I want to see? She thought. Countless questions appeared in her mind. What's wrong with you? Sarah found another opportunity to dislike Alex. You're still so cocky in my daughter's house. Sarah pointed her finger at him. Get the hell out of here. Who do you think you are? I've told you this before when you said and did those wicked things back at my house, she cried. Alex wanted to kick Sarah out, but he stopped himself when he saw Jade. After all, he had made a promise to her and her husband the previous day. If he could not keep his promise, it would make life difficult for this couple. Alex kept his promises, so he did not say anything. Mom, don't talk so much. It's not a big deal, so please just sit down. Jade quickly calmed her mother and complained, My dear mother, can you not cause me any more trouble? You're making me worry. With Jade's comforting words, Sarah also sat down. Ding dong. Jade ran to open the door. Sheldon had finally returned, so she felt slightly relieved. Sorry, I've made you all wait. I'll go to the kitchen now and get dinner ready. He walked in with a large shopping bag filled with all kinds of vegetables and meat. On his other hand were live chickens. Where's the kitchen? Sheldon whispered to Jade. She ushered him toward the kitchen. Very soon the sound of tinkling could be heard. Sarah stood up and went to help them cook. All goes well. Gary couldn't get close to Sue now, so he decided to make her mother happy before making a move. He followed Sarah into the kitchen. Rose's mood was somewhat calmer, She walked up the stairs to the second floor to look around. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The shrill sound of a chicken being slaughtered rang out from the chicken. Georgina had been quietly sitting in her room when she heard the sounds of clucking with her sensitive ears. She slowly opened her eyes and stood up. For the first time, she opened the door and slowly walked out of her room. Rose was in a room on the second floor and did not notice Georgina, the grandma, passing by. Grandma walked down the stairs slowly and lightly. She did not make a single sound. It was not until Grandma got down the stairs that she noticed there were more people in the house. Alex saw her when she was already in the living room. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Why did she come down here? She could kill someone so easily, he thought. Who are you? Jade and Sue also noticed Grandma's presence. Granny, these are my friends. Alex ran to her side, afraid that she would kill them. He didn't notice that she already had 2 blades in her hands. What's wrong? Sarah, Gary, and Sheldon came out of the chicken to see what was going on. She just... Seeing the strange woman in the living room, Sarah was extremely surprised. The doorbell hadn't rung, which meant that this woman had always been in the house. Sarah looked at Sheldon angrily and said, Sheldon, who is she? Why is she in your villa? I don't know. Sheldon was also confused. How could he know that there was another person in the villa? You still want to lie to me? Is she your mistress? Grandma had rejuvenated to a younger version of herself, so Sarah saw that this strange woman was prettier than her daughter. She guessed that her son-in-law had been keeping another woman on the side. No, Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. She really isn't. Sheldon waved his hands in denial. Mom, I believe Sheldon. He has nothing to do with this woman, Jade said, speaking up for her husband. She knew that this villa belonged to Alex. Even if there was a hidden beauty inside, she would be here because of him and not her husband. You're all in trouble, Sarah cursed loudly. You're so noisy. The woman's sharp eyes landed on Sarah and the rest of the group. Her gaze stabbed into the vase beside them. As her pupils constricted, a daffodil fell to the ground. The vase lifted and flew towards Sarah and the others with a loud crash. They screamed, but they didn't know that it was the woman who had caused the damage. This vase is so odd, Sarah sighed and continued to snap at the intruder. Little Vixen, get the hell out of here right now. Are you tired of living, damn you? The strange young woman got angry when she heard Sarah. Her palm moved and a blade appeared. She wanted to end the noisy woman's life. Seeing this, Alex was shocked and hurriedly grabbed Grandma's hand. Granny, no, they don't understand. Please leave them alone, Alex said in a low voice. Let go. Alex knew that at least one person would die if he let go of her. Although he was afraid, he still held tightly onto her hand. For some reason, the gaze of the strange woman standing in front of her made Sarah's heart turn cold, and she took a step back. Sarah, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I think she wants to beat you up, so I'll defend you. It was a good time to please Sarah, so Gary volunteered to protect her. Are you still not letting go? Grandma's shoulders trembled, and without exerting any strength, she caused Alex to feel a sharp pain in his arms. He felt as though he had been twisted into a circle, but he still did not let go of her. Seeing Alex grit his teeth, Grandma's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes became blank for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something. Let go, she demanded. Alex had no choice but to let her go after Grandma put in a bit more effort. He fell to the ground with both of his arms aching and sore. The moment Alex released his grip on her, she quickly raised her hand and several sharp blades flew out. Alex's heart instantly turned cold. Shoot, shoot, shoot! In less than a second, 6 or 7 blades flew through the air. They were all unharmed, except for Gary, who had been standing in front of Sarah. His clothes slowly revealed long slits. One piece of cloth fell to the ground. 2 pieces of cloth fell to the ground. A few more pieces of cloth fell to the ground. Gary's clothes were tattered. It was as if someone had used a pair of scissors to cut them up. His body had countless small cuts from the blades. Gary moved stiffly as he touched his body. It felt like he had survived a disaster. The others were also stunned. The strange woman walked slowly towards Sarah and slapped her in the face heavily twice, causing her to bleed from the corner of her mouth. Then she slowly walked toward Alex and said, "This group of people is very annoying. I'll go out and look around. I'll be back in 2 hours. They're still here. I won't care about the consequences." "Yes," Alex nodded. She did not kill anyone, which was already a relief for him. With that, Grandma slowly walked out of the villa. "Mom, how are you?" Sue, Jade, and Sheldon rushed to Sarah's side. Sarah started crying. She stood up and pointed angrily at Alex. "So you brought that damn woman here. You'll pay for this." Sarah was no longer afraid after the woman left, so she decided to vent all her anger on him. "Gary, go over there and slap him twice. I'll let you marry my daughter." Sarah grabbed him by his tattered clothes, commanding him to take revenge for her. "Maybe next time. I still need to see a doctor, so I won't be staying." Gary rushed out of the villa in his tattered clothes. "You're useless! Get lost!" Sarah cursed at his back. "Sheldon, this is your villa. Kick this bastard out, and then help me call the police to arrest that damn woman." Sarah felt extremely upset and wanted Alex to pay the price. Sheldon mumbled in embarrassment. This was Mr. Ambrose's villa, so how could he kick him out? "Mom, calm down first. Let's sit down and talk." "What are you talking about? I don't have anything to talk about with this damn swindler." Sarah was flustered and exasperated. She stood up and walked toward the door angrily as she spoke. Sheldon and the rest of the group could not stop her. "You stay. I can leave," Alex said. It seemed he had no choice but to go away. He walked over to Sheldon and patted his shoulder. "I'll leave now and come back in 2 hours." "Get lost! What right do you have to come back here in 2 hours? Do you think this is your home? We don't want to see you again." Sarah felt great when she heard that Alex was leaving. Alex sighed and walked toward the door. "This is your home. Why are you leaving?" An apologetic voice could be heard from the 2nd floor. Episode 148, Rose Cries Her Heart Out. The voice belonged to Rose. She stood on the 2nd floor and looked down at Alex. She seemed to be overcome with feelings. Her words had stopped everyone in their tracks and made their hearts tremble. "Rose, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and get down from there. Stop messing around." Sarah thought Rose was just spouting nonsense. Alex prepared to leave the villa in case something else happened. "Stop. Alex, where's your bracelet?" Rose asked. "Bracelet?" he thought. Alex felt around in his pockets. "Damn, where is it? I had it in my pocket. It must be under my pillow," he thought. His heart tightened. He looked at Rose again. She slowly lifted her hand, and she held his bracelet up for everyone to see. Rose had casually walked around the rooms on the 2nd floor and accidentally walked into Alex's room without knowing it. She had sat on the bed and found a bracelet under the pillow. She had been sure that this was Alex's bracelet. Her heart had filled with mixed emotions. She had sat on the bed and thought about this for a long time. She had not heard any of the fighting downstairs. She had only walked out just now. Rose walked down the stairs with the bracelet in her hand. She walked up to Alex and asked, "This is your house. Why are you leaving?" Everyone still could not understand why Rose had decided this bracelet meant that the villa was Alex's home. Rose, what happened to you? Asked Sarah. That's right, Rose, this is my home. Why are you saying it's Alex's home? Asked Sheldon. Stop joking, this isn't fun, said Jade. Oh, so you're talking about that bracelet. I left mine in the dorm. The bracelet in your hand isn't mine. Mr. Brown told me earlier that he also had brought a bracelet, right? Alex tried to think of an excuse to get through this awkward moment, but he was interrupted by Rose. Even now you still want to lie to me. This bracelet looks just like mine, so how could I not recognize it? Rose said with a wry smile. Alex was speechless. He remembered that the last time that they were at the Angel Bar, Rose had put the bracelet on his wrist, and he had not removed it for a long time. He let out a sigh. It was useless for him to say anything more. When I was kidnapped by Lucille, it was you who sent those people to save me, wasn't it? Rose gathered up her courage to ask him. Alex remained speechless. That time when I was at the Berkeley Hotel and Manager Woodsworth didn't want me to pay, that was also because of you, right? She asked. Alex still stood there speechless. He just looked at Rose indifferently. Her eyes started to fill up with tears. It was you who asked William Chase to help me, right? Rose's voice began to choke up with sobs. She felt like her throat was burning, making it difficult for her to speak. Alex continued to look at Rose silently. Rose burst out crying. Her small, pale face was covered in tears as they rolled down her cheeks. This man had been helping her all along, and she'd been paying him back by taunting him in front of her classmates, denouncing him in front of her family, and humiliating him at hotels, in restaurants, in dormitories, in night markets and bars. The person who had been so good to her and helped her get through all these difficult situations over and over again was precisely this man whom she had humiliated. How shameless she was to do such a disgusting thing to him. Rose was crying so hard, she couldn't even breathe. Her family looked at her with stunned expressions. Rose, what's wrong with you? What should we do? What's wrong? Don't cry, just breathe. What is it? You can tell your grandmother. Don't cry so much, my child. They gathered around Rose and looked at her worriedly. But Rose walked in front of Alex and gazed at him with tears in her eyes. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Rose kept saying those words over and over again. She wanted to hear him forgive her. All right, you don't need to say any more. I'll forgive you, Alex said with a frown. He hated Rose's actions toward him, but when he saw how much she was crying now and how sincere and humble her apology sounded, he was quite moved. She felt that she truly meant it this time. Thank you, Rose said sincerely. Alex's forgiveness had made her feel much better. Rose, why are you apologizing to him? What's going on? Sarah still didn't understand what Rose was saying. Grandma, don't you understand? He's the one who helped us before, Rose said, looking at Sarah with a mournful expression. Sarah looked at Alex in disbelief. She could not accept what her granddaughter had said. She looked at Rose and said, You think that this villa belongs to him? Rose nodded. Sarah did not believe it. She then shifted her gaze toward Jade and Sheldon. At this moment, her perception was being shifted. How can this luxurious villa belong to this damn swindler? She thought. She urgently needed Jade and Sheldon to give her an answer that would let her return to normal. However, both her daughter and son-in-law had awkward expressions on their faces. They didn't know how to react, so her heart turned cold. Jade, is the villa yours? Sarah still held on to her last sliver of hope. No. As things stood, there was nothing Jade or Sheldon could say. What? Sarah shouted anxiously. Her eyes went red as she spat the question out, with her eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. No, you'll understand when I explain. I was going to buy this villa, but... Anyway, this villa actually belongs to Mr. Ambrose. We're just borrowing it for the day. Sheldon blurted out the truth in panic. Sarah sat down on the sofa. Her heart had nearly stopped beating. Mom, are you all right? Jade quickly asked. Mr. Ambrose, I'm really sorry for making you suffer at my mother-in-law's earlier, Sheldon said, apologizing to Alex. Help me up, Sarah said to her two daughters after resting for a few seconds with her eyes tightly shut. Jade and Sue, one on each side, helped Sarah stand. She walked toward Alex. Alex looked into her eyes and thought that she was still going to destroy him even then. Just when he was thinking of this, she knelt in front of him. Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry. I offended you. Please forgive me, she said quietly. Mom, what are you doing? Her daughters both felt sorry for their mother and tried to help her get back up, but she continued kneeling on the ground. If Mr. Ambrose doesn't forgive me, then I won't get up. Mr. Ambrose, I was wrong. Alex, or Mr. Ambrose, you see... Sue and Jade looked anxiously at him. Okay, get up. Alex let out a heavy sigh. He wanted to make her kneel on the ground for a bit longer, but he thought about her age, so he relented. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose, thank you. She was extremely grateful as her daughters helped her to her feet. Sue, I don't need your help. I'm still healthy. Let's all sit down. Sheldon, go to the kitchen and cook so we can let Mr. Ambrose eat. Sue, you don't need to worry about me. Just go and sit with Mr. Ambrose. Sarah's face changed quickly as she urged Sue to sit next to Alex. This expensive villa was owned by Alex, so it was clear that he was rich and powerful. Sarah hadn't expected that Sue would find herself a wealthy man. Now, she had to nurture their relationship. Sue was stunned. She thought Alex was just a poor student, so how could she imagine that he had such an expensive villa? If they continued to pretend to be a couple, it would probably cause more problems in the future. Go on. Sarah pushed Sue away. Her daughter was so confusing. When Alex was a liar, she stuck close to him. Now that Alex was rich, she didn't go near him. Go, Sue, shouted her mother. What's there to be shy about? We're all family, urged Sheldon and Jade. Sue couldn't figure out what exactly was the right thing to do, so she lowered her head and walked to Alex's side. So you're rich, Sue said timidly, as she looked up at him with a pitiful and shy expression. Alex didn't know what to say. He had complicated feelings swirling through his heart as he sat on the sofa with her. Yes, they look really good together, Sarah said as she nodded in satisfaction. Seriously, Mother, please stop, Sue remarked. A nice pair, don't you think so, Rose? Sheldon said. Rose's eyes were still red. Seeing Alex sitting together with her aunt, she felt a little bit of pain in her heart. She ignored Sheldon and turned her head away. Hearing Sarah and Sheldon, Sue and Alex became more and more worried. They felt that this flurry of words was getting more and more complicated. Sue kept rubbing her hands together, thinking about how she had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Mom, you might not know that Mr. Ambrose has another villa in this district too, Sheldon said. He hoped that Sue could win him over so that Alex could help him. When you came into the district, did you see that villa on the artificial island? Alex gave Sheldon a warning look, but he had already blurted out this information. Are you saying that the villa on the artificial island belongs to Mr. Ambrose? When Sarah had come into the residential area, she had noticed that villa. According to Gary, it was the most expensive house in New York City. That's right, it's worth $40 million, Jade said with a smile. Rose's mind was a mess. She looked at Alex quietly with her heart racing. She felt that he was a very strange and mysterious man. Mr. Ambrose, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, you really have a lot of money. I'm not... Oh my, look at me. Whenever I'm nervous, I always say the wrong thing. Sarah became incoherent. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her daughter becoming immeasurably wealthy. I'm saying that my daughter can be with you. Sue, you must treat Alex well in the future. Do you understand? Sarah said. Sue, you must cherish Mr. Ambrose, Sheldon added. I think you and Sue will be able to get along forever, Jade said. The worry in Alex's heart became heavier. He felt conflicted and wondered how to end this pretend situation in the future. Calm voice spoke up. You guys have misunderstood. Mr. Ambrose and I are not a couple. Episode 149, Grandma's Teaching. Sue felt very uneasy listening to her mother and everyone talking with such enthusiasm, as if they already thought that she was the perfect match for Alex. She felt that if she didn't confess now, it would get more and more complicated until the situation became uncontrollable. What? Sue's words shocked Sarah and everyone in the room, demolishing the joy they had been feeling up to that moment. Sarah smiled awkwardly and said, Sue, you're talking nonsense. Please don't joke with me. Sue's making fun of us, Sheldon said. Sue, you have to listen to Mr. Ambrose from now on, Jade piped in. She could feel her heart thumping. Sue stole a glance at Alex and saw that his face was calm. After meeting her gaze, she was a little dazed before he moved away. She did not want to admit it because it would shatter the sliver of hope in her fantasy. But her heart also gradually calmed down. Mr. Ambrose and I are not a couple, she repeated as she looked at her mother, Jade, and Sheldon. She was neither happy nor sad, only a little disappointed. You're not really a couple? Sarah and the rest finally realized that she was not joking. They panicked. Sue, how can it be that you and Mr. Ambrose are not dating? You are so protective of him. Mom, like I said, we're not a couple. I asked Alex to pretend to be my boyfriend because I didn't want you to introduce me to another guy. We only met yesterday. I have nothing to do with him, so you don't need to go around in circles about it, Sue said with a frown. Her words made Sarah and her family speechless. They looked at Alex. Sue also glanced at him. He was sitting on the sofa and seemed a little anxious with everyone staring at him. Sue's heart sank, and her family's hearts turned cold. Only Rose, who was sitting at the side, secretly looked at Alex with a glimmer in her eyes. Since this is Mr. Ambrose's villa, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go, Sue said as she accepted the reality. No, you guys will like to stay and eat, right? Since the air had finally been cleared, Alex no longer disliked Sarah. No, thank you, Mr. Ambrose. Let's go. Sarah was no longer in the mood to stay. She nodded to Alex and led the others to the door. They also saw that Alex was trying his best to remain calm. Alex shook his head and walked back into the villa after watching Sue and her family disappear into the horizon. He lifted the broken vase, swept up the shreds of Gary's clothes, and tossed the live chicken into the kitchen. He collected the blades from the floor and threw them away. After cleaning up the mess, he sat down on the sofa. The bracelet that Rose had found was still lying on the table. The door to the villa opened and Grandma walked in. She sauntered into the living room and threw something at Alex. He caught it with his hand and saw that it was a wrapped chicken sandwich. He couldn't recall if he had given her money. What are you staring at me for? Eat! Grandma looked at him with a puzzled expression. Okay, Alex nodded. He did feel hungry, so he put the bracelet down on the table and started to eat the chicken sandwich. Huh? What are you doing with that bracelet? Graham looked at the woven band and became interested in it. She walked up to the table, picked it up, and started to play with it. Oh. Alex paused as he took big bites out of his sandwich. He was really hungry. I went to the night market the other day and a seller gave me 2 bracelets. She said that as long as 2 lovers wore them, they could always feel the presence of the other, no matter how far apart they were. Now that I think about it, I'm so stupid. How can there be such a thing? He smiled as he chewed. Hearing Alex's words, Grandma laughed softly and said, "She was just a normal person. How else would she know how to deceive you guys?" Alex carefully mulled over her words. His nibbling slowed down until he finally asked, "Grandma, do you know what this love bracelet thing is all about?" The grandma snorted lightly but disdainfully answered his question. She spread out her right hand and let the bracelet lie on her palm. She closed her eyes as she held it, and the corner of her mouth moved slightly as if she mumbled something. "Stinky brat, come over here," Grandma said to him as she opened her eyes. He came up to her with the sandwich in his hand. Seeing his confused look, she muttered, "You only know how to eat, don't you?" "Oh," he was speechless, holding the sandwich. "Which wrist would you wear a bracelet on?" she asked. "The left one," Alex answered casually, and then hesitantly asked, "Grandma, will you explain this to me?" "Don't speak nonsense," she cursed. She grabbed his left hand and roughly slid the bracelet over his wrist. "Ouch!" he cried out in pain. When she let go of him, she looked at his arm and saw the bracelet on his wrist. "Grandma, is the bracelet working?" he asked curiously. "Do you need to ask so many questions?" said the old grandma with dissatisfaction. Alex was embarrassed, but he dared to ask, "What is it about the bracelet? Will you teach me how to use it? Hey, Grandma, what are you doing?" Alex saw that she had untied an end of the woven bracelet and wrapped a thread around her left thumb. The seller had said that this was for lovers, so how could they wear it together? "If you say any more nonsense, I'll shoot you," she muttered. Alex closed his mouth. He watched Grandma wrap the thread a little more around her fingers. She looked at the thread, adjusted it, and said to Alex, "You all have cell phones. I don't have these things, so I'll contact you." Alex was speechless and confused. "Are you buying a phone?" he thought. Grandma adjusted the thread on her fingers, and Alex stretched out his hand. She moved her thumb and index finger, and Alex moved his left index finger as well, as if there was a connection between their fingers. Hey, her fingers are moving at the same time. He excitedly moved his finger a few times, and her fingers also moved. He felt that it was magical. "If you move again, I'll chop off your hand." After she said this, Alex kept still. She continued, "From now on, I can only call you. You can't call me. Do you understand?" "I understand." Alex was a bit dissatisfied that he couldn't initiate this magical power. "Aren't you being too unfair?" he thought. However, thinking about the situation more, he didn't have anything to call her about anyway, so he felt a bit better. She looked at the thread in her hand, but she didn't seem very satisfied. She took something out of her pocket and slowly put it on the thumb of her right hand. When she put her hand down, Alex saw that she had put on a ring that was clear and green, with a trace of light flowing through it. He wanted to take a closer look, but Grandma pulled her hand away. "I'm done," she said. "Yes, it's about time," he agreed. "Come with me." After saying this, she walked into the kitchen. Alex followed her. Her eyes were already fixated on the live chicken. Alex thought that she may be ready to suck blood again, so he said something and got ready to leave. "Halt!" she shouted. "What's the matter, Grandma?" he asked in confusion. "From now on, I need you to do something for me. It's best if you don't get beaten to death by the others. You don't have to tell me how rich you are, but it's hard to predict the future, so you must rely on yourself for everything. Do you understand?" She stared at Alex. I think I understand. He didn't know what to say now, but her words made some sense. Because you saved my life, I'll just teach you a few moves, she said. Granny, you want to teach me a few moves? Although he didn't have a competitive spirit, he was very willing to learn a few moves to protect himself. He had already witnessed her powers. Even if he could learn just a couple of moves, it would help him feel not so useless. Watch carefully, she snorted and stopped looking at Alex. Her gaze was fixed on the chicken on the ground. He watched her attentively. She raised her hand and a light flashed with a windy sound. The chicken let out a blood-curdling screech and it fell flat on the ground. Its wings and claws had been tied up. You try it. She handed him a blade. Grandma, should we kill it first before trying this? He asked. He could not bear it, so he picked up a kitchen knife and moved to put the chicken out of its misery. The old woman did not allow it. Right, you'll throw badly, won't you? Practice throwing the blade at the wood chopping board first until you can kill the chicken swiftly. Ah, yes. He knew her personality, so he didn't dare say anything more. He just wanted to finish the training as soon as possible. She taught him how to hold the blade and all the key points that he should pay attention to. He diligently practiced, but when he fired the blades at the chopping board, he could not achieve the same effect as her. He threw dozens of blades at the wood chopping board. I won't teach you any more moves, you're not good. She scolded him in a flustered manner. Grandma, I'll do it again. I'm getting some feeling for it now, he said. He recited the words she had taught him and raised his hand steadily. The blade flew and stabbed the chopping board solidly in its center. Episode 150, The Manager. Grandma, I did it, Alex said in excitement as he walked toward the blade sticking in the wooden chopping board. Swoosh! Another blade flew quickly at the chicken's neck, and it died in an instant. He turned around and saw Grandma walk out of the kitchen. She said leisurely, I'm going to my room. Bring me back another live chicken. He sighed, tidied up the mess in the kitchen, and left to buy her another live chicken. Over the next 2 days, Alex studied the information that Robert Miller had sent him about Lawrence Heights. He then used his status as a university student to probe the management about the building and carry out private interviews to investigate its overall situation. He believed that the building's situation was not very good, but it was not bad either. He thought that Lawrence Heights could still be a very high-quality asset, but only after some proper management changes. Alex summarized the areas that needed to be fixed and outlined his personal experiences there. And then he communicated with the main manager, Bob Brook. He told the manager that he had a time limit to make the changes he requested, otherwise he would remove him from his position. Bob quickly agreed to Alex's instructions. Although he didn't know Alex's true identity, he was, after all, the new boss who had taken over the $125 million Lawrence Heights building. Alex also specifically asked Bob to investigate if Philip Geller, the office manager in charge of rentals, had seen his message. Alex would not let him off lightly for ignoring him. Bob agreed and promised him that he would investigate Manager Geller properly. Alex wasn't afraid of being fooled by Bob. If he dared to shield Geller, he would have Sam Woodsworth, Ken Stokes, and Graham Sterling to help him. For Alex, uncovering the truth of the matter was as easy as making a phone call. Of course, if he were forced to investigate personally, Bob's position would be lost. The day after Alex handed him the task, Bob called him. Mr. Ambrose, I've already investigated it thoroughly. There is indeed a big problem with Philip Geller. He's gotten involved with many female employees in the company through deceit, intimidation, and drunkenness. Many of these female employees have already left. In the past 2 years, he's also taken advantage of his position with the female tenants in the building. By pretending to help them, he committed sexual assaults in their rooms. Since Bob was able to obtain so much information about Philip's crimes in just one day, he must have known about the manager's private affairs. Although Alex saw through it, he didn't intend to pursue Bob. As long as he remained helpful in the future, Alex was willing to close his eyes. All right, I understand. I'll deal with it as I should. I'll try not to affect the reputation of the building. I'll give the evidence of my possession to the police right now and have him arrested. Don't worry, it won't have any negative impact on the building. With that, Alex hung up the phone. Alex put down his cell phone. He sat beside Ramsey Lake and looked at the sparkling water on the surface. He was once again filled with worry. He had been busy with matters related to Lawrence Heights for the past 2 days, but he had also closely observed the progress in trying to find Debbie. He had developed the habit of listening to reports from Ken every night. For example, Ken had sent people to Debbie's hometown to check where she used to work, along with the places she used to visit. They had searched through a couple hundred cities by then, and it was hard to believe that they could not find her anywhere. Alex closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He told himself that he would be reunited with Debbie in a short time. Alex, let's go. Ben and Carl walked over to Alex's side and lightly patted him on the shoulder. A few days ago, the classes at Preston University had finished for the summer, so the two friends were going back to their hometown that day. All right, let's go. I'll be happy to take you two to the train station. Alex adjusted his mood, stood up and patted his two friends on the shoulders. Are you really going to work here alone in New York? You're going to suffer. Oh yeah, why isn't Debbie here? We're all about to leave, so why isn't she coming to send us off? Ben teased. Last time when Alex and Slayer had killed Henry, Corey and their underlings, Alex had tricked them into believing that he had found a mysterious person to help him get through it. Ben and Carl were suspicious, but the situation was still good. Alex never told him about Debbie's disappearance. You guys talk too much. Let's get going. Although Alex was smiling, his eyes still flashed with sadness. He chatted with Ben and Carl and walked toward the gate. You two should think about some important things in life. You're still single after 2 years in university. Are you looking down on us? Said one of his friends. There were many couples carrying suitcases while walking under the shade trees along the university's road. The men were pulling suitcases for the women, and the women were saying sweet things to the men. Listening to their sweet words, Alex's heart was heavy. If Debbie were still here, wouldn't I be pulling her luggage? He thought. He pushed Ben and Carl into a taxi and rushed them to the high-speed train station. After sending his friends off, Alex finally walked out of the station. He called a taxi and headed toward Lawrence Heights. He wanted to go to the building and find answers to another question, and he also wanted to see that upright and strong woman, Sue. He didn't know if her mother still approved of him after they had left the villa. It had only been a few days, but the condition of the building had improved quite a bit. At least the people at the reception were not playing around during work hours. When they saw him walk in, they politely asked, "Hello, sir. May I ask if there's anything I can help you with?" Alex leisurely wandered around the building for a while, and then he walked toward the room he had rented. When he was almost at the door, he became a little nervous. Thinking about Sue's face, he could not help but feel a little bit softer. He opened the door. Sue was not inside, so he looked around and found the room neat and clean. There was not even a speck of dust on the windowsill. It was much cleaner than when he had given it to her. She's a good girl, Alex thought. He was lost in thought, but a sound coming through the windows of something breaking startled him. He looked up. Bang, bang, crash. Knock, knock. Sounds were coming from the ceiling. What are they doing up there, he wondered. If I'm in 1403, this noise would be coming from room 1503, he muttered. This was not good, as the noise was coming from the first room that he had chosen that day. He had given it to a young woman, Lindsay Marvel, who had walked into the building after him. Thinking of Manager Geller, Alex ran out the door. In room 1503, a young woman had her hands tied with a rope, and her mouth was covered with tape. She leaned against the desk and wanted to run, but she could not get away. The woman looked at Manager Geller in fear. "Lindsay, don't be afraid. I'll love you gently. Come into my arms and let me hold you." Philip's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. He had originally planned to wait until the time was right before he went after Lindsay. However, an hour ago, he had been hiding in his office watching adult movies. When he had seen an interesting part, he had lost control, so he had run up to the young woman's room. He put a Viagra into his mouth and swallowed it. "Now that I've taken my medicine, I'll be super strong. I'll take you to the big bed." He approached the young woman with blurred gaze. "You're the prettiest and youngest of my targets, my darling." He pounced on her. She was so scared that her heart felt like it was going to fly out of her body. She kicked his legs and quickly dodged him. She continued staring at him in fear. He stood up while holding onto his leg and looked at her in pain and fury. "Don't do this to me, okay? Why is everyone doing this to me?" He looked excited. "You're from the city, right? You're rich, right?" He spoke to her softly. "I can tell you that I came from the countryside, from the poorest and dirtiest part of the countryside." He paused and slowly carried on. "My dad abandoned my mom and ran away when I was young. When I was 6 years old, my mom had gone too. I grew up eating scraps. Otherwise, I would have starved to death." Philip continued reflecting on his difficult past. "When I was 14 years old, I used the little money that I had to take the train for a day and a night to New York. When I arrived, I could only find low-paying jobs. So that's what I did every day. I wanted to find a nice girlfriend too, but the women just laughed at me. They mocked me and ridiculed me. They were really mean to me." He looked at her intently. "When I was 22, I decided that all women would only ever look down on me. So I decided to target rich, young, and pretty women. Don't blame me. You can blame those females who had hurt me before." The more he spoke, the more unhappy experiences of his past made him believe that these women were able to heal the wounds in his heart. "Come, let me have a good time, and I'll let you go," he said as he walked toward her. Episode 151, Down and Out. Forced into the corner of the room, all the girl could do was shake her head vigorously. She felt helpless and was extremely afraid when she saw that Philip was unbuckling his belt. She closed her eyes and ran blindly in the direction of the door. "Don't run, my little baby. You want me to be strong with you, don't you? I think you like it a bit rough," he said. He had already thrown his underwear onto the floor. He tried to grab her. The girl banged hard at the door, desperate to escape, but the door was locked and her hands were tied, so it was impossible. She was in tears, desperate to get out. Bang! Suddenly the door broke open, knocking the girl to the ground. "Are you okay?" Alex asked her as he rushed in. He squatted beside her and tore the tape from her mouth. "He's a monster, please help me! He's a monster!" the girl cried as she threw herself into Alex's arms. He noticed Philip standing behind him, totally naked and aroused. Without hesitation, he took the knife, which he now carried, from his pocket and threw it at him. "Ugh!" Philip screamed when he saw the knife heading for his groin. He covered his lower body and fell to the ground in agony. Blood flowed out from between his fingers. He screamed in horror when he saw that his penis was lying on the floor. In addition to the pain, he was screaming in panic and fear, horrified at what had happened and the implications. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Despite the intense pain, he stood up and rushed at Alex, who stepped forward and took a defensive stance in front of the girl. Suddenly, a group of police officers rushed in. Mr. Ambrose, you're here too. Are you okay? It was Sam Woodsworth who had brought the police. He rushed in with them. I'm okay, Alex replied, shaking his head. Sam was relieved. Officer, this man is Philip Guller. He's been molesting his female tenants. You must arrest him right now, Sam said to the police. The police handcuffed Philip. Wow, said Sam in shock when he saw what Alex had done to him. Where's his penis? Here it is, the captain of the police said, as he used a white glove to pick up an object up from the ground. Ouch, said Sam. When he and the other officers saw what the police captain was holding, they couldn't help but tightening their crotches and sighing. How small, one of the officers commented. Give him a code and take him and his body part away, the police captain said. The other officer led Philip out. Shall I go with you? Alex asked. No, Mr. Ambrose, I'm sure you're busy. I'll go with them, Sam said with a reassuring smile. Then he left with the police. Are you okay? Alex asked the girl as he sat down next to her. Yes, I'm all right, she sobbed. She had calmed down a little, but with Alex's kindness, she started crying again. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him, whimpering. I'm sorry, but if it wasn't for you, that asshole... Thank you for everything. Thank you. Alex was suddenly hugged by a beautiful woman who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. She seemed very upset, so he hugged her back. After crying in his arms for half an hour, the girl finally calmed down. As she slowly let go of him, he could feel that his chest was wet with her tears. I'm sorry, she said timidly. Her eyes were red from crying. It's okay. You've left a free map on my t-shirt. Look, this is America. Alex pointed to the imprint on his chest that was wet from her tears. She was amused, and she smiled. Well, the nightmare is over. I hope that you can get over this okay, Alex said. He was turned about her. She looked so young and vulnerable, and he was worried that she would suffer long-term psychological effects from her ordeal. Well, I'll try my best to forget what happened today, the girl replied with a nod. She looked at Alex and suddenly felt uneasy. She asked in a whisper, What's your name? My name is Alex, he replied with a smile. Alex, she murmured twice under her breath. Her red eyes fixated on his as she said, My name's Lindsay Marvel. Lindsay Marvel, he repeated with a smile. Your surname is quite rare. It's a lovely name. Thank you. Lindsay felt a little happier as she asked, Can you help me pack up my things? Why, are you moving out? Alex asked in surprise. Well, I'm too afraid to live here now. I'm going to find somewhere else to rent. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get the thought of Philip out of her head as long as she stayed in the apartment. Okay, of course. I'll help you clean up. Alex nodded. He could understand why Lindsay felt too scared to live there. It made him feel very uneasy because he did own the place now, so he quickly helped her to pack her things. He helped her to check out, and they walked out of the Lawrence Heights together. As they walked along the street, Alex asked her where she was going. She had no answer. She only said that she was going to walk around the city alone, with no plan at all. He wanted to help her, but couldn't think of what to do for the best. When a cab pulled up in front of her, Lindsay said, Okay, I have to go. Okay, take care, he replied simply. Lindsay suddenly felt a sense of loss at the thought that she would never see him again. On impulse, she stood on her tiptoes and tried to kiss him on the corner of his mouth. However, Alex was shocked and stepped back without thinking. He looked at her in surprise, a puzzled expression on his face. I'm sorry, she said. To his amazement, she didn't blush or look at all embarrassed, just a little sad. I hope that we meet again in the future, she said. Alex looked at her but didn't say anything. She nodded slightly, got into the cab, and drove away. "Maybe we'll meet again," Alex murmured and walked back to Lawrence Heights. Later that evening, Sue was walking out of an office block following another unsuccessful interview. She had been looking for a job for the past 2 days, but she hadn't been able to find anything. That day, she had gotten up early again and washed her clothes. She felt that the reason that she'd been unsuccessful in finding work might be because of the way she was dressed. She didn't have much money, and her clothes were all quite old and shabby. To give a better impression to the recruiters, she had spent some of her remaining money on a new bag and new cosmetics. She had also borrowed some smart shoes from a friend. She hadn't gotten to bed until midnight the previous night, but felt she well prepared for the interview that day. After a 3-hour wait, she finally met the interviewer. She introduced herself politely, but the recruiter didn't ask her any questions or even look her in the eye. She simply said, "Sorry, you're not the right person for this job." The job that she'd applied for was with the large television news channel. When she first arrived, she had noticed that the other candidate was greeting all the existing reporters, correspondents, and managers as if they were old friends. She felt that she had never stood a chance. As she walked out of the building carrying her new bag, Sue felt that she was useless. Feeling desperate that she would never be able to find work, she slapped herself in the face. She let her hair loose and unbuttoned her suit jacket. She just couldn't understand what she was doing wrong. Her newly bought bag was dragged along the ground, getting badly scuffed, but Sue didn't care. She didn't even notice. She walked the streets of New York in despair. She lost all track of time. Finally, just as she reached Lawrence Heights, her right leg gave way. The heel of her shoe had broken. Sue took off her shoes and threw them away. She sat on the steps in front of the building, not caring that her clothes would get dirty. Looking up at the bright moon, tears gradually started to roll down her cheeks. Not wanting people to see her crying, she buried her face between her knees. The tears wouldn't stop flowing. She looked so sad and pathetic that everyone who saw her was sympathetic and wondered why she was crying. She was just a young lady. She shouldn't have so much grief. For half an hour, Sue sat on the steps and wept. Her voice became hoarse, and her clothes were wet. Finally, she slowly stood up and looked at Lawrence Heights behind her. She couldn't help but think of Alex. She remembered how that rich young student had helped her. If he could see the mess she was in that day, would he feel even more sympathy for her? Or would he regret having helped her? Barefoot, she made her way to the main entrance of Lawrence Heights. She went to her apartment and was about to open the door when she was approached by a young man who said, "Miss Bradley, you're back at last. Please, follow me. Our boss wants to see you." Sue raised her head in confusion, but she agreed to go with the young man. She followed him to an office on the first floor. "Please go in," the young man said, pointing to the office. When she entered, she saw Alex sitting behind a desk, and her eyes widened in surprise. The young man said to him, "Mr. Ambrose, I've brought Miss Bradley as you requested." Episode 152, The Pink Slippers. Sue stood in front of Alex and Sam. She looked so disheveled and despaired that Alex was moved. She recognized Alex, but still had no idea who he was. "Mr. Ambrose bought Lawrence Heights a few days ago. He's the new boss here," Sam explained to her. She was slightly surprised but not shocked. People bought million-dollar properties in New York all the time. There was nothing so remarkable about someone buying Lawrence Heights. "Sam, from today, Miss Bradley is going to be the new property manager at Lawrence Heights. Please help her settle in and teach her about her new role. She'll start in 2 days' time. Do you understand?" Alex hadn't discussed his decision with Sam at all. He was just giving him an order. "Yes, no problem," Sam said as he looked at Sue. Although he had doubts about her suitability, he didn't dare disobey Alex's instructions or question his decision. "You can go now," Alex told him. Sam and the other staff member who had fetched Sue walked out of the office. Sue looked at Alex, feeling slightly dazed. She couldn't understand why he had just given her such a good job. "What's wrong?" he asked with a slight frown. He was a bit frustrated with her. "Nothing," she replied as she lowered her head slightly and started to tidy her hair with her hands. In her opinion, she and Alex were worlds apart. She couldn't understand why he should care so much about her situation. He let the matter drop. If she didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't pry. "Sit down," he said, preparing to talk about her new position with her. That afternoon, he had been alone in the office thinking about who should take the manager position that Philip Geller had vacated, and he thought of Sue. He knew that she was looking for a job and he wanted to help her. The job came with a decent salary that should satisfy her family. Sue walked over to the sofa. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. "Ouch!" she cried as she stumbled and nearly fell. Alex quickly stepped out from behind his desk and helped her. He looked at her feet and took a deep breath when he saw that she wasn't wearing shoes. Her feet were bleeding, and her stockings were stained with blood. She lowered her head in shame, and Alex sighed deeply. He helped her to the sofa, where she sat down with relief. He quickly stood up and walked outside. Before long, he returned with a plastic bag, which he gave to Sue. Then he brought a bowl of water from the bathroom and sat down beside her. Sue saw that there was some ointment inside the bag, and she felt grateful. "Now, give me your foot and I'll help you apply some ointment," he said to her. When he had seen her injured foot, he had felt some responsibility, so he had run out to buy some medicine without saying a word. During his poverty training, he had lived alone for 7 years. He had learned all about treating wounds and knew what to do. Sue slowly extended her foot toward him. He gently removed her silk stocking and exposed her bare foot. When he looked at the wound, he was relieved to see that it was not serious. She just had a few cuts caused by treading on stones on the street. He held her foot in the water and washed it carefully. Sue tried not to let herself make a sound, but when the water touched the wound, she couldn't help crying out in pain. "Sorry, I'll be finished soon and the wound will be clean," he said as he continued cleaning her foot. When he finished, Alex tried to disinfect the wound with alcohol. "Hang on," he said as Sue tried to pull her foot away. He held it tightly and looked at her injuries. He told her, "You have to bear the pain. If we don't disinfect it, it might get infected." "It hurts too much. Let it go. Let it get infected," Sue cried. Although she was not from a wealthy family, she had been well taken care of since childhood. She had never suffered in her life and was not used to dealing with pain. Although she liked Alex, she scolded him. "Let go, Alex. Why do you hate—" But no matter what she said to him, Alex was unaffected. He continued to meticulously disinfect her foot and finally applied 4 Band-Aids to protect it. She pulled her foot back and tucked it beneath her in the corner of the sofa. Alex shook his head helplessly with a wry smile. He picked up the used tube of ointment and put it aside. Then he picked up the basin of water and took it to the bathroom. After a few minutes, he returned carrying a large bag. "Are you still angry with me?" he asked as he sat down next to her. She snorted, reluctant to forgive him. "I'll tell you about your new position," he said. He was not going to beg her to forgive him. He had been happy to help her by tending to her injured foot, but he didn't feel sorry for her anymore. He told her about her new job. "From Monday, you will be responsible for the rental business of Lawrence Heights. Your new title is property manager, and the initial salary is $3,000 a month. Once you've passed a probation period, it will increase. If you work hard and do well, you could be in $5,000 a month by the end of the year. Sue was still confused. She asked, "Why do you want me to work here? I'm a journalist. If you give me this management position, aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your company?" Alex said with a leisurely smile, "Oh, you underestimate me. If you think you can single-handedly bring down my company, that's something I would like to see. If you actually do manage to destroy my company, I'll give you another $100,000. He felt that he had seen enough of Sue to have a good understanding of her character, and he trusted her. "Well, even if you're not afraid that I'll destroy your company, I am. You'd better supervise me all the time. Otherwise, you might not have a company at all in a few weeks." She glared at Alex with some tears in her eyes. Her foot was really stinging. "Well, before you do bring down my company, at least look after your foot. I suggest that you find yourself some shoes," he said jokingly. "You," she snorted and got up to leave. "Slow down, don't hurt your foot again. I may not be there to patch you up." Alex grabbed her arm and stopped her. Sue frowned in surprise. "Put on some shoes, and I'll help you get back to your apartment." Alex picked up the plastic bag he'd brought with him and took out a pair of pink slippers. "I didn't know what you liked, so I bought you these. They'll have to do for now." He gave her the shoes. "They're hideous," she said. "I can't wear those." She looked at Alex with disgust. "There wasn't much choice. I'll buy you a better pair next time, but please put these on now," he pleaded. But she refused. He sighed and asked, "Are you really not going to wear them?" When Sue remained adamant, Alex gave up asking her politely. He grabbed her foot to put on one of the slippers. When his hand touched the skin on her foot, she flinched. They looked at each other and both laughed. They seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. He let go of her foot, and she slowly put on the slippers. Without another word, he helped her to her apartment. As Alex was about to leave, Sue said, "Why don't you sit down and have a drink?" He poured 2 glasses of water and sat on the sofa next to her. "Thank you so much for the job. I'll do my best," she said. She had finally calmed down. "I'm sure you will. I can see that you're a very capable person. My company needs people like you." Sue took a sip of water and then glanced at him and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" She quickly sipped from her glass again to cover her uneasiness. She had been wondering about that since she met him and decided to ask him directly. Alex hesitated for a moment. "If I got a girlfriend," he wondered. "I once had the best girlfriend in the world, but I lost her. I've no idea where she is now. Was I a good boyfriend? Did I deserve to be Debbie's boyfriend?" "No," he replied sadly. He gulped down his glass of water and wished it had been a glass of liquor. When she heard that Alex had no girlfriend, Sue's heart fluttered. "Is there some girl you like?" she asked carefully. "Yes," he replied, thinking about Debbie. When Sue heard that there was another girl that Alex liked, her heart sank. "Can you tell me what kind of girl she is?" she asked with some disappointment. "She is a kind and beautiful girl. Things have not gone smoothly between us, and we've had many misunderstandings. I thought I could protect her, but I realize now that I couldn't. I think I've even caused her more pain. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't be in the situation that she's in now." Alex felt increasingly desolate. "Does she also go to Preston University?" "Yes." "Does she like you?" "I don't know if she likes me, dislikes me, or hates me." Alex's head was starting to ache. He was sure that Debbie hated him now because he had failed to protect her. Can you tell me her name? Sue was very interested in the girl who made Alex so emotional. I need to go. My head hurts. You stay home and rest. The more she asked, the more Alex thought about Debbie and the more miserable he felt. He couldn't stand it any longer, and he covered his head and walked out. Sue sat on the sofa with her arms around her knees and looked at the band-aids on her feet. She remembered how gently Alex had handled the wound for her earlier, and a trace of tenderness came into her heart. She saw the pair of pink slippers lying on the ground and picked them up gently. Slowly, she closed her eyes and held one of the slippers against her face. As she thought about Alex and remembered that he already had a girl that he liked, her face wrinkled slightly in pain. Episode 153, It's Me Who He Loves. Over the next 2 days, Sue's foot injury fully healed, and she put the pair of pink slippers carefully back in the box and into the closet. On the first day of her new job, she had just finished applying her makeup when she received a video call from Rose. "Auntie, you look nice. Have you found a new job?" she asked with a smile. She knew that her aunt had been trying to find work. "Yes, I've got a job. I'm the new property manager at Lawrence Heights. I have a temporary salary of $3,000 a month, which will increase when I'm confirmed in the post." She didn't hide anything from her niece because she wanted Rose to pass on her news to her mother. She didn't want to have to bring it up herself. "Auntie, that's wonderful. $3,000 a month is fantastic. How did you get the job? Did my father help you?" Rose was both happy and surprised for her aunt. "No, actually it was Alex. He's the new owner of Lawrence Heights, and he hired me to be the rentals manager," Sue said. Rose's face froze. She had been trying to make herself forget all about Alex over the past few days. "Alex," Rose murmured, and thought to herself, "Now he even owns Lawrence Heights. People used to laugh at him for being poor." Rose asked quietly, "Alex is so good to you. Is he in love with you?" "What makes you think he's in love with me?" Sue asked hopefully. She wished that Rose was right, but she knew that she wasn't. She said, "He already has a girl that he likes." "How do you know?" Rose asked. "I asked him, and he told me that he doesn't have a girlfriend, but that there's a girl who he loves." "No girlfriend?" Rose was puzzled. Susan definitely told her that Alex had a girlfriend called Debbie. Why did he tell Sue that he doesn't have a girlfriend? They split up, or is Alex just playing with her? "What else did he say?" Rose became a little anxious. "He said that the girl he liked was very beautiful and kind-hearted, and that there were many misunderstandings between them. He thought he could protect her, but then he found that he couldn't. He said that instead of protecting her, he ended up hurting her." Beautiful and kind? Misunderstandings? Couldn't protect but hurt her? She must hate him now. Rose repeated her aunt's words under her breath as her brain mulled over what she had heard. "He also said that this girl is from your school," Sue continued. "Our school?" Rose tried to remember if she had seen Alex with any particular girls, but she couldn't think of any. She had never really paid any close attention to Alex. As she was racking her brains, Sue suddenly asked her, "Sweetheart, are you the girl he likes?" "What?" Rose's heart fluttered. "She thinks it's me. Can it really be?" she thought. "Auntie, what are you talking about? How can it be me?" "Why not? Think about it again," Sue replied assuredly. Over the past 2 days, while Sue had been recuperating in bed, she had wondered about the girl Alex liked and had thought of Rose. He thought back to the day she had seen them together in the villa and had been sure there was something between them. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that the girl Alex liked was Rose. Rose recalled the times she and Alex had been together and thought about what he told her aunt. "She's very beautiful and kind-hearted," he had said. Rose knew she was beautiful, but would he describe her as kind? She thought about it, then remembered that last semester she had volunteered to teach in a remote mountain village in Montana. She had also volunteered to help in the earthquake-stricken areas of Washington state, and she regularly volunteered in the community. She thought she was very kind, but knew that she had never shown this side to Alex. "If he really likes me, maybe he's secretly found out more about me," she mused. He had also said, "There are many misunderstandings between us." That is certainly true. He thought he could protect this girl, but ended up hurting her and thought that she must hate him now, her aunt had said. Rose thought that he had always managed to resolve situations when he had been in danger. Then she remembered that day in the villa when he had cried. Maybe that's what he was referring to. He thought that I would hate him if he cried like that, but I didn't hate him at all, she thought. I only hated myself. Is it really me that he likes? All the information seemed to fit. Rose felt confused, but also started to feel hopeful. "Rose, I have a question for you, and I want you to answer me truthfully. Before that trip to the villa, how did you feel about Alex?" Sue asked her. Sue shook her head. She didn't want to tell her aunt the truth. She started to feel stressed. I don't know, she answered. Sometimes I thought I hated him, but then my heart started to flutter when I saw him. Does that mean anything? I don't know. I really don't know. She covered her face with her hands. I think it's you, Sue said confidently. Auntie, what are you saying? I asked Alex what the girl he liked felt for him, and his answer was exactly the same as yours. He said, I don't know whether she likes, dislikes, or hates me, Sue told her niece sadly. Rose, if Alex is in love with you, I hope that you take good care of him and cherish him. Not because of his money, but because he is indeed a man worthy of love. Right, I need to go to work now, she said and ended the call. Rose was stunned. She asked herself, is Alex really in love with me? Did he hide his true identity as a billionaire so that I wouldn't feel inferior? He must have pretended to be a loser so that I would feel more comfortable when he approached me. But I was so vicious to him before. With all his money and power, he had 100 ways to deal with me. Not only did he not attack me, but he actually kept saving me. Why? Rose had not been able to understand Alex's actions, but now she felt that everything could be explained. Because Alex, like me, he's put up with everything I've done. He's acted the way he has toward me because he's in love with me. There was no doubt left in Rose's heart that Alex loved her. Her heart lifted. I am being pursued by a billionaire, she thought, and he's completely in love with me. In the past, I wouldn't have known what to do about it, but from now on, I know that I can't let this opportunity pass me by. At that time, Alex was at the university. Although the school term had ended, he still went to the campus and walked by Ramsey Lake every day. There were a small number of students who had stayed at the university over the vacation, and they would often sit by the lake, which made him feel less lonely. Alex's cell phone started to ring. The screen showed it was a landline number that he didn't recognize. He frowned as he answered the call. The caller said, Hello, Mr. Ambrose. I'm calling from the live streaming service Tryst with an official request to shoot a video clip. We're planning to hold a celebration of online celebrities from New York, and if possible, we'd like to shoot the video at your villa on the artificial island. We're willing to pay you $50,000, and if you agree to our request, you'll have our absolute guarantee that it'll be at no detriment to yourself or your property. If there's any damage, you will receive full compensation. As soon as he finished speaking, The microphone seemed to have been snatched by someone else. Alex was happy to agree. He said, "Fine, I don't need any payment, just a reassurance that nothing will get broken. I'll meet you there in half an hour to give you the key." He hadn't used the villa much since he bought it. He felt that it would be good to let them use it to shoot videos. The man replied gratefully, "Thank you so much, Mr. Ambrose. That's extremely generous." Alex sat by the lake for a while and then went to the Green Island Garden District. When he asked the security guard, he was told that they had already started filming outside the villa. He walked to his house and gave the Tryst team the key. When he reached the artificial island, he saw that a camera van was parked in front of the villa. A few of the film crew were setting up the cameras, and several young girls were sitting on the wall, holding up small mirrors and touching up their makeup. He was about to walk to the island when he noticed an old man in a rowing boat out on the lake. He was trying to fish some garbage from the surface with a net. The man was sweating and his arms were shaking. Alex knew that the artificial lake was primarily for his villa, and he felt that this poor old man was therefore doing it for him. He saw that he had already cleared most of the lake. "I'm strong, why didn't I do that?" Alex thought. He called out to the man. He told him to stop working and to go home, and that he could clean the rest of the lake himself. He instructed the man that if anyone questioned him, he could tell them that the owner of this villa on the artificial lake had asked him to leave. No one would dare question that. The old man left feeling relieved. Alex put on the life jacket and climbed into the boat. As he rowed around the lake, he used the net to pull trash out of the water. Suddenly, from the artificial island, he heard, "Look at the garbage collector on the lake." A young girl in heavy makeup was gesturing excitedly at Alex to her friends. "He's only in his 20s. Why is he collecting garbage?" commented one of her companions. He's clearly someone with no ambition. He probably can't be bothered to look for a better job. Even a job washing dishes would be better than picking up garbage. I think he's either lazy or stupid," said another girl. "Doesn't he realize that no woman would ever want to marry someone with such a menial job? He probably can't even afford to buy food. What normal woman would want to marry someone who chooses to pick up garbage for a living?" Several girls sat on chairs discussing what Alex was doing. He was focused on collecting garbage and couldn't hear what they were saying. Finally, he finished cleaning the lake, emptied all the garbage into the trash can, and walked to the villa still wearing a straw hat. He really did look like a menial worker. The person in charge of the shooting looked at his watch and complained. "The owner of the villa should be here by now. He said to meet us here in half an hour. That was nearly an hour ago. What's he playing at?" Alex heard his complaint and walked toward him with a small smile. "Sorry, I'm late," he said. "Ah, you're here." The person in charge was startled when he saw Alex. He grinned and looked embarrassed. He said quickly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything just now. We didn't mind waiting." Then the person in charge noticed Alex's appearance. He didn't look wealthy. With some doubt, he asked, "Are you really the owner?" Alex didn't answer, but he took out the key to the villa from his pocket. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ambrose. It's a pleasure to meet you," the man said. Then a voice from behind them said, "You idiot. You don't really believe what this guy said. He's just a loser from our school." A girl approached, sipping a cola. Alex glanced over and recognized her as Minnie Jones from his class. Episode 154, Can We Stay in the Luxury Villa? Minnie had been broadcasting live for more than 2 months and had gradually gained some popularity on Tryst. She was currently ranked among the top 100 online streamers, and she had also been invited to participate in the Tryst Night, the celebration of the top 100 online celebrities held at Alex's villa. She had stayed in New York since the end of term and lived in a rented apartment in Manhattan. "Minnie, don't talk nonsense," Uncle Bo, the person in charge, said as he looked at her. "He's got the key to the villa. Of course he's the owner." "Hey, Uncle Bo, I'm telling you the truth. He's not the owner of this villa," Minnie said adamantly. She looked at Alex and added softly, "Alex, tell Uncle Bo yourself. Is this house yours?" Alex thought to himself, "I don't want Minnie to know that I own the most expensive villa here." "No," he replied casually. "Oh, no?" On hearing this, Uncle Bo shoved Alex and patted his heart. "What's going on? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Minnie glanced at Alex contemptuously. That month, she had already earned more than $3,000, which made her gradually start to look down on the other students, especially Alex, who she knew was poor. She said, "I told you I know him. He's a poor loser in my class. He's so poor that everyone knows who he is. He's made friends with a few other losers, but most people stay away from him. Alex, it's summer vacation and you haven't gone home. Why have you stayed in New York? And how can you do this kind of garbage picking up?" Minnie asked as she glanced at the boat docked on the artificial lake. She thought, "Now I'm earning thousands of dollars and you're doing this kind of menial work? You are worthless." Garbage picking? Alex turned his head and realized that Minnie had just seen him fishing for garbage on the lake. He nodded his head with a smile. Uncle Bo was completely relieved. "Damn it, I understand. You're the community garbage picker. You should have explained who you were. It gave me a fright." He assumed that he had mistaken this cleaner for the owner of the villa, but he still wasn't satisfied. He took the keys from Alex's hand and asked, "How did you get the keys?" Alex quickly thought of a plausible explanation. "Well, the owner was in a hurry to get to work, so he gave me the key and asked me to bring it to you." "Well, this man's something else. I waited for him for over an hour, and he didn't even come himself. Arrogant bastard." Uncle Bo spat on the ground. He stared into the distance and swore bitterly. "Okay, Minnie, tell the others, and we'll go into the villa now to start shooting." Then Uncle Bo took the key and went to open the door. Minnie was about to call the other internet celebrities when she glanced at Alex, who was standing on the side and accidentally dropped her empty cola bottle on the ground. It amused her to make Alex bend down to pick it up. Minnie turned around and walked triumphantly over to the other celebrities who were waiting by the lake. Alex shook his head and picked up Minnie's cola bottle from the ground. Then he realized the group of young people walk into his villa. He was about to leave when he realized that he was still wearing the old man's life jacket, and that the old man had now gone home. He took it off and put it beside the villa for the time being. No one would steal it. When he saw him tomorrow, he would return it to him. A few hours later, Alex returned to the villa. By this time, the people had loaded the cameras, props, clothes, and so on into the van and were ready to leave. When Alex saw Uncle Bo, he went over and asked him for the key. He told him that he would pass it on to the owner of the villa when he returned. Uncle Bo didn't even look him in the eye, but threw the key in his general direction and walked away. Alex sat on the side waiting for everyone to leave. When they had gone, he took the key and slowly walked to the door, opened it, and entered the villa. Although Uncle Bo had said that there was no damage in the villa, he wanted to check it for himself. He had a good look around and found a few cigarette butts, but no real damage. He was relieved. He rarely came to this villa, even though he knew that it was much better than his other villa. He sat in the living room and looked out through the French windows. In the distance, he could see ducks swimming among the water lilies that were quietly blooming on the lake. His hands rested gently on the armrests. It was rare for him to enjoy peaceful moments such as this. He was feeling so calm that he almost fell asleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the French windows and he became alert. He was startled and almost fell off the chair. When he looked again, he realized that it was Minnie. "What are you doing here?" Minnie asked, peering through the window. She looked at him with confusion. She couldn't understand what he was doing in the villa. "Hannah, come with me," Millie called to a girl who was standing back. She looked at Alex doubtfully, and then she and Hannah walked away. Soon there was a knock on the front door. Alex opened the door to find Minnie and Hannah standing outside. Minnie stared at him in bewilderment. The girls had not left with everyone else. The house Minnie rented was near Preston University, not far from there, and they were in no hurry to get back. After filming, she and Hannah decided to go for a walk together around the artificial island. Minnie was shocked when she returned to the villa and saw Alex through the French windows. Hannah recognized him and whispered in Minnie's ear, "Isn't this the man who was fishing rubbish out of the lake this morning?" Minnie stared at Alex, shoved him out of the way, and pulled Hannah into the villa. "Why are you here?" she asked him while looking around inside. "Well, this is my villa," Alex mumbled. Finally, he thought of an excuse and said, "Yes, the owner of this building has been away for a long time. He asked me to clean it for him and said that I could stay here for a while, so..." He smiled awkwardly. Minnie listened to what Alex said and was surprised. She said, "Damn it, now you're sleeping in a luxury villa, and I'll bet you're making a lot of money." She couldn't believe his luck, and she was a little envious of him at the moment. Not everyone gets the chance to sleep in a villa this luxurious. "Did you say that the owner of the villa is away?" she asked him tentatively. Alex didn't know why she was asking, so he nodded in agreement. Minnie grinned and asked, "How about Hannah and I stay here with you today?" Alex was taken aback by her request. He answered, "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" Minnie demanded, wrinkling her nose. "The owner of the villa is away. As long as you don't tell him, he'll never know. Will you tell the owner?" "It's not that, it's just..." "If you're not going to tell him, there's no problem. So, that's settled. Hannah and I will stay here tonight." Then she turned to Hannah, smiled and said, "Hannah, let's go upstairs and find a room." The two girls ran upstairs excitedly. "You..." Alex could only shake his head. After checking out each room, the two girls finally found one they liked. Lying on the soft bed, they felt very satisfied. They agreed that the lives of the super rich were extremely comfortable. Hannah said, "Minnie, let's go and get something to eat. You're doing a live broadcast later. Can we go out for dinner together now?" Hannah's live broadcast was not yet as popular as Minnie's, as she looked up to her friend. "I don't want to go out. I'm tired after the day's shooting, but I really fancy eating some Chinese takeaway," Minnie replied. She didn't want to get up from her big, comfortable bed. "I fancy Chinese too, but the restaurant won't deliver here. We'll have to go there to get it," Hannah said in a dejected voice. "It's really annoying," Minnie mumbled, and suddenly thought of something. "I know," she said. By this time, Alex had also decided to stay in the villa for the night. He noticed that he had missed a call from Grandma and remembered that he had forgotten to take her a live chicken that day. He sent her a message telling her that he would bring her one immediately. As he was about to leave, he was stopped by Minnie calling, "Alex." She walked up to him and said, "I want you to go to the Chinese takeaway and buy beef chow mein for me and sweet and sour chicken for Hannah. Go on, hurry up." He knew that the Chinese restaurant was on his way, so he agreed, and then he left the villa. "He's very obedient," chuckled Hannah. "I know, he's just a loser from our class. In his freshman year, he did a part-time job delivering takeout and cooking in the school restaurant. He had to work all the time just to cover his living expenses," Minnie said and laughed with Hannah. Minnie opened the live broadcast channel on Trist. She was planning to watch the broadcasts of other more experienced and successful streamers to learn some new tricks. To be successful in the world of live broadcasting, she knew that she had to keep herself up to date. Eating, broadcasting, walking, making new friends, playing games, watching sports. Why isn't there anything new? Minnie threw her cell phone onto the bed, looking irritated. Her number of fans had not increased since it reached 360,000 last month. It seemed to be a bottleneck for her. Experienced broadcasters had told her that if she couldn't find a way to attract new fans, her fan base and therefore her income would not increase. Minnie wasn't satisfied with that. She was desperate to find a new angle to attract new fans, and she just couldn't think of anything. Hannah looked at her friend and frowned. She understood her frustration. Then her eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded excitedly to Minnie. "Minnie, I've come up with an idea that might help you," she said. Minnie turned to her expectantly. Episode 155, The Poor Homeless Man. Alex took the live chicken to Grandma, and on his way back, bought the Chinese food for the girls. He also bought a portion of egg-fried rice for himself. When he entered the villa, he saw Minnie and Hannah sitting in the living room deep in conversation. When they saw him, they welcomed him immediately. "Here's your food," he said, thinking they were happy to see him because they were hungry. "We'll eat that later," Minnie replied, taking the carry-out bag from him. Then she said in surprise, "You bought food for yourself too?" "It's my own food," he replied. "Don't worry, we won't eat yours. It looks really boring." Minnie glanced at him and said, "Alex, will you take a video for me?" "A video?" he asked in surprise. "Yes, will you please?" Minnie pleaded as she took his arm. "You should help Minnie," Hannah advised him. "Can't you see that live broadcasting is also hard work, no less than cleaning?" Alex often looked at live broadcasts and video platforms, and he knew that a lot of the featured videos were filmed by the general public. He understood that Minnie wanted a video of herself to post. "Okay, I can help you with that," he agreed. He couldn't see any reason not to help. "Great, thank you so much," Minnie said, and then she continued setting up her live broadcast. Later, Minnie pulled Alex out of the villa and asked him to sit on the steps outside. "Where's your life jacket from this morning?" she asked him. "It's here," he replied as he grabbed the life jacket. "Put it on, quickly," she ordered him. He did as she asked. She then picked up some dirt from the ground and rubbed it into his face and hair. "What are you doing?" Alex was disgusted by her rude behavior. Minnie looked at him with satisfaction. She turned to Hannah and asked, "Well, what do you think?" Hannah smiled in response. She turned back to Alex and said, "I'll need your help a bit later. If you do everything I ask, I'll give you $200. Don't screw it up for me, okay?" Then she turned and walked into the villa with Hannah. A few minutes later, Minnie started the live broadcast. This time, instead of sitting in front of a camera, Hannah was filming her on her cell phone. Requests started to appear on the screen. "Minnie, are you singing live today? I want to request a song." "I'd like to request a dance. I want to watch you dance Little Apple." "Hey, something's different today. The background has changed." Minnie still had plenty of seasoned fans. She announced, "Viewers, I'm doing a live broadcast from my relative's villa today, and I have a new anchor, Hannah from Trist, helping me shoot." Minnie went on to describe her location as a villa belonging to her rich relatives, hoping that this would impress her viewers and raise her status in their eyes. She continued, "Let me show you around this luxurious villa. I think you'll be impressed." She then proceeded with a live-streamed video tour of the entire house. This resulted in a barrage of admiring messages saying that she must be from a super-rich family and that the villa was comparable to the White House. All of this satisfied her vanity greatly. "Viewers, I'm not singing and dancing live today. We have something more meaningful to do." She finally moved on to explain the main theme of her show. "My relatives told me that there's this homeless man who they've seen around their home. Apparently, he came to New York from Montana, and he only has the skills to do very menial work. He has nowhere to sleep and only earns enough for a tiny bit of food. She looked anxiously at the screen and was moved by the barrage of comments that she saw there. But it's 2019. How can anyone still be homeless? It's too sad. My heart aches for him. There are still so many poor people in the world. The media want us to believe that everyone is prosperous now, but it's not true. Minnie continued, It's nearly 9 o'clock. My relative said that he usually comes around this time. Let's go and see if he's around. Then she looked directly at the camera and said, By the way, when I heard about the plight of this poor man, like you, I felt very sorry for him. I cooked dinner for him tonight so that at least he can have one decent meal. Let's go and find him. She had already tipped Alex's egg fried rice onto a plate. She grabbed this and walked out of the villa, holding her mobile phone in front of her. Alex saw Minnie and Hannah come out of the house. They went in the opposite direction, which confused him. What are they doing? Minnie was murmuring into her phone in a low voice. I don't know if he'll come tonight. Let's go and have a look. She looked like she was eager to find the man, and her viewers were riveted and very moved. They desperately hoped that she would find the poor homeless man and give him the food that she had cooked. It seems that he didn't come tonight, Minnie said, walking around most of the villa. Alex was still sitting on the stone steps only 7 yards away, but Hannah didn't point the phone in his direction. Hearing that Minnie couldn't find the poor man, the viewers were disappointed. They hated to think that he was starving in a ditch somewhere. Minnie could sense that her viewers were starting to despair and felt that the time was right for the next part of her plan. Wait a minute, she said suddenly. I think I see him. Yes, he's there. She looked over to where Alex was sitting and rushed toward him. Hannah followed her, filming everything. The viewers exploded with joy, and a barrage of messages appeared on the screen. Alex saw Minnie suddenly rushing toward him and frowned slightly. He asked himself, what is she doing? Minnie pretended to be overjoyed to see him. She said to her audience, It's really him, everyone. Hannah aimed the camera directly at them and captured everything. Watching Minnie find the poor homeless man, the viewers were elated. Positive messages and gifts poured in for her. She's found the poor man. The life jacket he's wearing is his work clothes. He clearly has no other clothes to wear, so he has to wear work clothes all the time. You can see his hair is messy and his face is filthy. It looks like he's only in his 20s. Why is his life so bad? I want to cry. I'm the same age as him, but I have so much more than him. Can I give him some money? Minnie approached Alex and said, Hello, my name's Minnie, and I'm the owner here. May I sit next to you? She was pretending to herself that she wasn't now speaking to Alex, but to the poor homeless man that she had just invented. She knew that the more respect she showed him, the more her viewers would like her. What? Alex asked in confusion. He wanted to ask her what she was doing, but as soon as he started to speak, she glared at him. She sat next to him and said to the camera, Look, everyone, my relatives told me that he collects garbage nearby and sometimes cleans out the lake. The life jacket he wears is his work clothes. You can see how dirty his hair is, and there's some grime on his face. You can't tell from the video, but he smells terrible. It's probably months since he last washed. He often sleeps on these very steps. Alex suddenly understood what she was doing. She was pretending that he was a poor homeless man, and she was helping him to impress her viewers. He felt angry and glared at her. She looked him directly in the eye and glared back. Her meaning was obvious. She was not happy with him. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She asked him. To her viewers, she appeared to be a genuinely kind-hearted girl trying to help him. She took the rice in her hand and said, I cooked this fried rice for you. If you're hungry, please eat it. Alex looked at the rice. It was obviously the egg fried rice that he had bought himself earlier. Of course, she hadn't cooked it herself. He raised his eyebrows and fixed his eyes on her. Minnie was angry. She gestured to Alex that he should eat the rice, but he didn't move. "He's too shy," she said to the camera and winked at Hannah. Hannah stood behind Alex so that the viewers could only see the back of his head. They could see Minnie scoop up a spoonful of fried rice and move it toward Alex's mouth. She said gently, "Don't be afraid. I'll feed you." She was trying to demonstrate her kindness to the viewers. Alex refused to open his mouth. Minnie frowned for a moment but quickly recovered her smile, determined not to let her viewers notice that anything was wrong. She used her wrist to secretly pry his mouth open and forced in a spoonful of rice. "Chew it," she ordered him quietly, and he began to chew. Using this method, she proceeded to feed him the whole dishful of fried rice. "He's eaten it all," she said sweetly to the camera. Seeing Hannah nodding to herself, Minnie knew that there had been a good response from her viewers. She pulled out her purse, took out a wad of $20 notes, and handed them to Alex, saying, "Take this money. Find yourself a bed for the next few nights." Alex didn't take the money, so she forced it into his hand. She continued tenderly, "You haven't taken a bath in a long time, have you? Look, your hair is filthy. Why don't you come and take a bath in my villa?" With Hannah focusing the camera on her, she appeared to help him stand up and supported him as they walked toward the villa. "Viewers, I'm going to show him where he can now take a bath. After that, I'll buy him 2 sets of clean clothes. I'll pause the live broadcast for now, but when this is all done, I'll be back on air. If you like my live broadcast, make sure you come back and join us. That's all for now. Goodbye." Hannah filmed for another 10 seconds so that the viewers could see Minnie helping Alex slowly walk up the steps. Then she turned off the live broadcast. "Minnie, the live broadcast is off," she said as she walked quickly over to her friend. Hearing that the live broadcast was off, Minnie shoved Alex away. She stood still and stared at him angrily. Hannah went to her side and started to say, "Minnie?" Minnie glared at Alex and complained angrily, "Hannah, look at this lousy loser. He almost ruined my live broadcast. Everyone watched me trying to feed him decent food, and what did he do? He shut his mouth tightly and glared at me as if he wanted to kill me. I gave him money, but he refused to take it. He looked at me if I was trying to hurt him. He tried to make me look bad in front of my viewers when I was only trying to help him." Episode 156. Thank you, poor man. "If you'd told me I'd be helping you cheat, I wouldn't have promised to help," Alex said coldly as he stared at Minnie. "You didn't have to promise me. Who made you promise in the first place?" Minnie was even angrier at his retort. She shook off Hannah, who was holding her back, and rushed up to him. She touched his chest and said, "If you promise to lend me a hand, you'll help me a lot. Do you know that I have 360,000 fans on my live stream? If they find out I'm trying to trick them, do you know what the consequences will be like for me? My fans will run away. It'll be a huge loss. I'll lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Will you compensate me for that loss?" she said. She was almost foaming at the mouth. Hannah couldn't restrain her. "I gave you my money. You don't even know how valuable you are to me." "Don't look down at my money. Give it back to me. Quick, give it back to me." She savagely snatched back the dollar bills that she had just given him. "And don't talk to me again," she added. "Let's go. Let's not pay attention to this low-class guy. He'll probably be a garbage collector one day," she said as she looked at Alex, spat on the ground, and was pulled into the villa by Hannah. Alex stood there feeling disgusted. He had been kind to her by lending her his villa and buying her food, but look at how she repaid him. She fretted and scratched his head, and then he hit the wall hard with his fist. Alex, are all the women you meet crazy, or are you creating your problems? He thought. He sat by himself for a while before he went back inside the villa. Naturally, he wouldn't be petty and kick the girls out, as he had already promised to let them stay with him. He went to take a bath, and then he went to his room. Meanwhile, Minnie and Hannah were watching the live stream. The impact was as good as Hannah had expected. It even exceeded their expectations. The number of Minnie's fans had been growing rapidly over the last hour. She had already gained 20,000 new fans, and each minute she was getting dozens more. The number of private messages was also increasing, with fans asking the poor man's situation and expressing their gratitude toward her for the help she was giving him. More than 400 people had asked to be added to her WhatsApp list, and she had received more than 100 phone calls within the past hour. She, of course, only selected a few people. A couple of girls even cried and offered to give her money. Only a few hardcore fans had previously known her WhatsApp and cell phone number, but with so many people contacting her now, it showed that her live stream was successfully reaching a wider audience. Minnie was overjoyed when she saw that it was almost time to start again. She turned on the live stream, and as soon as it started streaming, 80,000 fans flooded in. Oh my, 80,000 people are watching the broadcast. The streamer Minnie is rising so fast. It's only been an hour and she's added 20,000 fans. I'm a newcomer. My heart breaks when I see that poor man. How is that poor man? Yes, where is he? Many of her live stream fans jumped in to ask about the homeless man's situation. Fans, I've just bathed the poor man. I've bought him 2 sets of clean clothes too. I've also rented a room for him. He should be sleeping now. Don't worry, he's safe now, Minnie said. Her followers sighed with relief. My name is Minnie. I'm the streamer. It's a beautiful job. Thank you so much. Good people will get good rewards. It's peace of mind. You deserve to have fans. I'll give you a reward. The netizens supported Minnie and could give her gifts of money. 3 of her followers, who went by the screen names Moneygun, Treasure Map, and Goldtooth, were constantly helping Minnie to influence fans to give gifts. They were really moved by her. She was such a loving streamer who spent money to help poor people. The fans felt like they were helping the poor by giving her gifts. Thank you, everyone. Okay, please don't send any more gifts. I just tried my best. It's nothing. Okay, my lovely fans, please don't give more gifts. Stop. Oh, why don't you listen to me today? If you don't stop sending me gifts, I'll end my broadcast. Minnie was ordering her fans not to give her any more gifts. Of course, she wasn't being sincere, as she wanted her followers to spend money on her. She had been working as a live stream broadcaster for a long time, so she understood the psychology of the internet crowd. She knew that if she told them not to give her gifts, they would send her even more. Her live stream ended at midnight sharp. As soon as she turned off the camera, she jumped 3 feet high in the air with joy. She roughly estimated that if her fans had sent at least $20,000 that evening, she would be getting over $10,000 that day. It would be the second highest amount she had made in one day since she had started streaming. The most money she had ever made was at the beginning of her live streaming career, thanks to donations from Darren and someone else with the screen name Esteemed Admirer, who she assumed was Brad Summers. She couldn't help but think that if Brad had watched her live stream on this occasion, she would have topped 50,000. But Brad had never watched her live stream again. Sometimes she looked at his picture in a daze. Her biggest success this time wasn't the gifts, but the 30 to 40,000 new fans who would create a sustainable source for her. Minnie, we should really thank the garbage collector tonight. If he hadn't pretended to be a poor man, we wouldn't have made this kind of impact, Hannah said with a smile. He had given Minnie such a good idea for the live stream. I should thank him? Minnie sneered. I feel like vomiting whenever I see him. It would be nice if I didn't feel like spitting on him. You're right. He was acting like he was more than a mere garbage collector, and then he dared look at us with arrogance. I really wanted to slap him for you, Hannah said as she tried to flatter her friend. Okay, Hannah, let's go to bed. Tomorrow we'll go to Miami for the internet celebrity party. We shouldn't stay up too late, Minnie said. Minnie's phone rang, and she saw the name, Content Director for Tryst, on her phone's screen. She answered right away. Hello, Director. Minnie, congratulations. Just after your live stream ended, the streaming platform detected that the number of fans in your account increased dramatically, and the number of rewards was more than 10 times your usual number. I've reported this to the big boss, who watched your stream's playback and thought it was very innovative. It could even lead to a new trend over the next few months. The big boss decided to upgrade your account level and adjust the share ratio from 55 to 70% for you and 30% for the platform, said the director. Thank you. I will continue to work hard, she said with excitement. The popularity of your new live content on the platform is very good. Although the total amount can't compare with other streamers, you have the highest growth rate. The big boss also wants to promote your brand new live stream so that tomorrow's streaming party will be more explosive. When you come tomorrow, he wants you to bring this pitiful man. Can you bring him? Asked the director. I should bring him with me tomorrow? She was a bit tongue-tied. Will it be difficult? Or did you pay that poor man to be on your show? Just tell me the truth. Actually, it doesn't matter. Just tell me what he's like. It'll be good for all of us. The director had been in the industry a long time, so he knew the routines and thoughts of the streamers. Yes, I did it. She had to admit it. Well, the director thought for a moment. You had a good idea. The streams are supposed to get the followers to give more gifts. As long as it makes a good impact, it's okay to do so. You can give him some money and ask him to come with you for another performance tomorrow. Director, I've nearly broken up with that person. I can ask him to come with me, but he probably won't. I don't think I can bring him, she said. Oh, well, the boss might not be happy about that. He might take back the new conditions or make changes. I can't predict what could happen, the director said. Okay, I'll find a way to bring him to the party. She understood that if the big boss got angry, her live stream career would be covered with the shadow. She had developed such good momentum, and she didn't want to ruin her career. I have to find a way to get Alex to come, she thought. Well, I'll look forward to Miss Minnie's performance at the party tomorrow. I won't keep you any longer. He hung up the phone. The director had asked her to bring Alex to the party, but how could she convince him to go with her with the current state of their relationship? Minnie, what are you going to do? You yelled at Alex so much tonight. There's no way he's going to go with you now. Hannah was also worried about her. Minnie sat on the bed and thought about it. She whispered, I can't ask him. I wasn't nice to him, but I feel sick when I think that I need this lousy loser. She punched her pillow, and then a trace of hope appeared in the corner of her eyes. She was a little stunned as she had thought of something. Episode 157, Minnie Convinces Alex. Alex woke up in a daze when he heard someone knocking at his door. He stood up and walked over barefoot to open it. He saw Minnie and Hannah standing there, so he wanted to close it in their face. Wait a minute. Minnie jammed her foot into the opening. What do you want? Alex looked at her in dismay. Why are you so rude? You should be a little nicer and let us in first, Minnie said as she walked in with Hannah, whether he liked it or not. He looked at her and felt helpless. First, she scolded him for being so rude, and then she told him to be nicer. How can she say that to me, he thought. He felt very strange again. Why did Minnie change so much? And why is she in my room in the middle of the night, he wondered. She looked at him and sighed. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I'm here to apologize and to ask you to forgive me. To get him to go with her to the tryst party, she had to first lighten the mood between them and smooth things over. She thought she could do this by apologizing to him, although it was very uncomfortable for her. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly. Is she like a 3-year-old? She scolded me so badly, now she's apologizing? And I'm supposed to just accept this? He thought. Oh, Alex, I'm apologizing to you and you still look at me like this? I beg you. Will you forgive me? She said as she held his hand, shaking it gently and giving him an earnest look. But that wasn't what she was thinking. Smelly loser, I'm not apologizing to you because I like you. It's only because Tryst's boss asked me to bring you to the party, she thought. Alex, please forgive her. Sometimes she's just too impulsive. She felt bad and thought about it for a long time before she came over here to apologize to you, Hannah pleaded. He looked at Minnie. She showed traces of sincerity. Okay, I forgive you. It's late. You should go back, he said casually. He didn't care if Minnie was sincere or not. He just wanted to send her away quickly. Minnie and Hannah looked at each other and then at Alex. Alex, since you've forgiven me, let's be friends. Minnie looked at him, but there was no apology in her eyes. Let me tell you the truth. My live stream was very successful and the boss liked it. I'm going to Miami for the tryst party tomorrow night. I hope you can join me and help, okay? As he had expected, she had a different motive for her apology. Alex sneered. Minnie, if it wasn't because you needed my help, you would have never apologized to me, he thought. He went to the door, opened it, and said, It's time for you to go. Alex, I've apologized to you. What else do you want? You know this is a good opportunity for me to become famous. Maybe tomorrow night will be the most important night in my live streaming career. If you come with me, I could be a famous streamer and get the support of the platform. I have to grab this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you understand? Minnie said while feeling a little anxious when she saw him ask her to leave. She hoped that he could understand how important the party was to her. Not only that, Hannah also walked toward him and put her arm around Minnie. The director of Tryst called and said that if Minnie doesn't show up with you tomorrow night, she might be blocked from the platform. Even if her results are okay, they won't let her progress. So please think about it carefully. After all, it would be very easy for you to help her. His heart moved when he heard that his presence would have such a profound impact on Minnie's career. I won't go with you, he finally said cruelly. If it was for something else, he would have agreed to help her. But her live stream content was deceptive. He wouldn't be able to live with helping her cheat her fans. Why? Minnie looked at him viciously. This is for my career. It's not for fun. If you don't go, I'll be finished. You're so cruel and vicious. You want to ruin my future, don't you? She grabbed him by his pajamas and said, You're so bad. Minnie, don't grab him. Hannah pulled her away from him, with arms waving and legs kicking. Alex, she's put a lot of energy into her live stream. I don't think you want to ruin her future. You can see that she'll go nuts, said Hannah as she hugged her. I can help you with other things, but I can't help you fake this live stream. I'm sorry, he said to Minnie. He thought that he would use his family's power to help put her career in order. Don't worry. Tryst's boss won't interfere with Minnie's live stream. I guarantee that your live streaming career will continue. Oh, are you kidding me? You're just a little garbage collector. Who do you think you are? Alex, are you so stupid to think you can solve this problem? It's no wonder you're picking up trash now. You deserve to be poor. Minnie felt that he was being ridiculous. You say that you don't want to help me because I cheat people. Ha! You're such a heartless and ungrateful man. Who do you think you are to talk to me about morals? Hannah, let me go. Hannah slowly let go of her. She sneered at Alex and walked up to him. He looked at her but didn't say a word. Do you remember Kathy? When Minnie mentioned her name, he was stunned. Ah. Minnie laughed with contempt when she saw his reaction. The sneer on her face got even stronger. It looks like you still remember her. I thought you'd forgotten about her. Did you know that Kathy dropped out of school? Minnie asked softly. Do you know that on the day she left, she packed up her bedding and clothes in the dorm alone, and that she walked out of the school with her suitcase all by herself? Do you know where she is now? Do you know how lonely and desolate she must have felt? How sad she must have been? And how many tears she must have cried the night before she left? Minnie asked. Her questions were like arrows shooting at his heart. Since the last time he had seen Kathy at the Autumn Beauty Boutique, he had not heard any news about her. He had not attended classes recently, so he didn't know that Kathy had dropped out of school. Kathy's family wasn't well off, so how could she afford to drop out of school? Did she give up? He thought, and worried about her. You don't know. You don't know anything. Minnie stared into his eyes as she tried to judge him. I think the culprit who drove Kathy to the point of dropping out was you. You don't want to put this on my head, do you? He complained. You coward, what's wrong with you? She said more loudly. Alex was shocked. He did feel some responsibility for Kathy's departure. Do you remember what you did to Kathy? Minnie sneered. If it hadn't been for you, Kathy wouldn't have gotten to that point. Do you want to say that Kathy dumped you and that she did a lot of unfaithful things to you? That she looked for another man behind your back? That she disliked the poor and loved the rich? She also sarcastically criticized you on all kinds of occasions. She's suffering now. Alex stared at Minnie. Yes, it's all true, but does it make you relieved to hear it? Minnie fiercely gouged out Alex. You could only see her bad qualities, but you couldn't see a little bit of her good side. Is it because she wasn't good to you? Are you such a great man? Do you know that Kathy has never left you out of her heart in all this time? She put forward a message that made him dumbfounded and puzzled. What are you talking about? You don't know, he said. Kathy's family's not so great, so you know that she wants to change her destiny. You understand that, right? So she did cheat on you with Billy behind your back. When you found out, I told her that if she wanted to make you feel better, it would be better to be cruel to you. Otherwise, you would blame yourself, which would be more painful. So she behaved badly in front of you to drive you away and make you feel better. After that, Kathy and Simon got together, Minnie continued. A girl from a poor family who tried hard to find a better boyfriend under the pressures of her family and society. She didn't rob anyone or break the law. Don't tell me that she was wrong, she said to him in a loud voice. Episode 158, Party on Board. Alex was speechless, but he was also deeply moved. In the past 2 or 3 months, since Kathy left you, you only saw her arrogant and domineering side. Did you know that she'd call out your name when she slept? She hid it very well from others, but I know her best. She didn't really forget you after breaking up with you, Minnie said. She continued. She told me that the day she broke up with Simon, she realized that the person who she really loved was you. She told me that she wanted to get back together with you. She wanted to spend the rest of her life making up for all the harm she'd done to you in the past few months. I was there when she called you 6 times, but you wouldn't answer. She cried on my shoulder and whispered that you don't want her. Minnie closed her eyes for a moment as she took a deep breath. Later, she told me that to save your love, she'd do something desperate. And then she ran out. I think she went to see you. What did you say to her that made her feel so lost when she came back? The next day, she dropped out of school and left. Alex remembered that time when she was in the boutique. he could not help but feel a trace of heartache. You remember, don't you? Don't you know how shameless you were to her? Minnie's eyes became sharper and sharper. And now you have the nerve to talk to me about morals? After all the things you've done? Do you really deserve it? I don't deserve it, but I don't need you to blame me for it either. I'm tired, so please go. He was really tired. He didn't want to see her flaunt this in front of him anymore. If he was wrong, he would use his methods to make up for it. But he needed to think carefully about it first. He pushed her out the door. "Why are you pushing me?" she exclaimed. "Do you want to know what Kathy asked me to tell you when she left?" He stopped. He didn't think it was very important to him, but he wanted to know Kathy's state of mind at that time. It would be a pity not to know and be disrespectful toward Kathy. "What did she say?" he asked as he stared at her. "She left you a letter. Everything she wanted to say to you is in it. Let me give it to you." Her eyes narrowed as she paused. "Give me the letter," he said. "I'll give it to you as long as you come with me to the party," she said. "Don't force me to go with you." His eyes tightened, which made her shiver. She tried to calm herself. If you don't go to the party with me, I won't give it to you." She had to blackmail him, otherwise he would never go with her. "You." He grabbed her by the collar and his eyes narrowed dangerously. She felt how strong he was, but she couldn't be timid, or her live broadcast would be doomed. "What about me? I'll tell you after tomorrow. If you get me blocked on Tryst, I'll find a place to burn the letter secretly, and then you'll never know," she threatened. He breathed heavily and closed his eyes tightly. "Okay, I'll go with you." He finally agreed to go with her as he slowly released her collar. "Okay, you agreed." She was overjoyed and relieved that she wouldn't be blocked from the streaming platform. "Where's the letter?" he asked coldly. "I'll give you the letter after tomorrow. Anyway, I haven't got it with me." She regained her disdain for him. "Well, it's late and we should go to bed. We'll get up early tomorrow and fly to Miami," she said to him and left his room with Hannah. He slowly walked back to the bed. Lying on his side, he couldn't help but think of Kathy's face. He eventually pulled up the quilt and fell asleep. The next day when Alex woke up, it was gloomy outside. It was already 8 o'clock. He called out to the two girls who were still in bed. After an hour of getting ready, they walked out of the villa. After some breakfast at a coffee bar, Minnie took Hannah back to a rental house, and then the three of them got in a taxi and rushed to the airport. After buying tickets, they quickly got on the plane. It was still gloomy outside. Alex and Minnie sat together. The two girls ate their snacks and chatted across the aisle, but they didn't look at him at all. "Do you have the letter?" he asked. "No," she said as she closed some bags. He knew that the letter was in her bag, but she was afraid that he would take it away and not go with them to Miami. He gave a faint smile and stopped asking her. He had already promised to go with them, so he wouldn't change his mind now. He closed his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing the city where Debbie had once lived for a short time. A while later, they arrived in Miami and went to the harbor where the Tryst party was being held for the top 100 online celebrities. The party was on a private luxury cruise ship. The magnificent ship was berthing at the port, so the party guests were not allowed to board it yet. They had to wait for an hour and a half before the party started. Like Minnie, the internet celebrities were getting ready, resting, and getting familiar with the party protocols in a nearby hotel. Alex couldn't stay in the hotel, so he walked along the harbor alone. Standing on a reef by the sea, he called out, "Debbie, where are you? Come back quickly." He had heard others say that when someone called out to the sea for their love would hear it and quickly return. But he only heard his echo, and the distant sounds of seagulls mingled with the waves. The sea breeze made Alex feel a little cold. He pulled his coat tighter and walked back to the hotel. At 6:30 in the evening, Alex followed Minnie and Hannah to the cruise ship. With hundreds of people on board, Minnie, Hannah, and the other internet celebrities were in awe and wonder. The cruise ship had 3 levels. The hull was made of shiny metal, and several lines of colored flags hung off the high mast from bow to stern. The top deck was huge, with a large swimming pool at the stern and several reclining lounge chairs around it. The stage with a reinforced framework was set up at the bow of the ship. Behind the stage, there was a beautiful red net curtain with the word Tryst. Sound equipment and seats lined both sides of the stage floor. The internet celebrities and guests were wandering around the observation platform on the deck, looking at the scenery. Standing along the ship's rail, they could see the endless sea in the distance until it met the horizon. The sounds of the rolling waves were soothing. Looking into the distance, Alex thought that the scenery would be even more beautiful if the sun were out that day. Several of the celebrities gathered to talk and laugh. "This cruise ship belongs to Lee Dempsey. They say that it's worth $500 million and that he bought it with his father. How many rich people have this kind of courage?" "Well, I heard that Lee broke up with his girlfriend and is single now. Do you think I have a chance?" "I don't see any chance for you. After all, I'm still here." "They say that Lee will also be here tonight. I have to perform well when I go on stage, and maybe Lee will like me." They stopped chatting and walked to their seats when they saw that the party was about to start. Minnie and Hannah had been standing nearby and overheard the conversation. Minnie also had an idea. "Hannah, do you think Lee might like me?" She looked at Hannah and asked with a trace of hope and confidence in her eyes. Seeing her determined look, Hannah laughed with disapproval. "Minnie, don't kid with me. The party's about to start, so let's go." Hannah was about to take her back, but Minnie still stared at her. "You haven't answered my question yet," she said. Hannah was speechless. "Minnie, I'll tell you the truth, but don't be angry with me. I've been dazzled by all the beautiful people you see here tonight. What's outstanding about us? Besides, there are some really beautiful streamers here. Lee will likely pick a beautiful one." After Hannah finished talking, Minnie couldn't help but feel lost. She thought that stepping into a powerful family was just a dream, so she should take her live stream seriously. "Alex, the party's about to start. Come over here," Minnie yelled to Alex, who had been staring out at sea. Episode 159, Who Is He? Alex and Minnie were sitting with the other internet celebrities, waiting for the party to start. They heard a rustling sound, and several people turned to look. Minnie also looked behind her and saw several people walking on the deck with a young man. This young man was Lee Dempsey. He seemed thinner than when he was selected for the Sky's the Limit talent show. He wasn't accompanied by Angelina Sanders. Last time, under pressure from Justin Ambrose, Angelina disclosed that she was pregnant with Guy Avery's child. She had cheated on Lee in front of everyone. Guy's family was much better off than Lee's family, so Lee had broken up with Angela. After that day, Lee became a joke. Of course, no one dared to mention such a thing in front of him. Lee had provided the cruise ship for the party, and he was with the organizer, who was naturally there to serve him well. A lot of the internet celebrities looked at Lee and hoped that he would notice them. Unfortunately, Lee lacked interest, and he didn't even look at the most beautiful ones. He just took a seat next to the organizer. "Minnie, you see, Lee doesn't seem to be very interested in the women. We don't have a chance," Hannah whispered to her as she nodded, feeling a trace of loss. At 8 in the evening, the party's live stream officially began. The two hosts worked together to organize the party in an orderly manner. The appearance of each famous internet celebrity brought warm applause from the whole audience, and the live stream's response was particularly good. Minnie had been preparing to go on stage. She had told Alex that he must speak well and not make any mistakes when they went up. The next person on the stage is a new online star, Miss Minnie. Her livestream last night reached a huge audience. If you watched her livestream, you must be deeply impressed by her. Let's invite her up onto the stage, the host exclaimed. Minnie and Alex walked up. Miss Minnie, can you share with us why you chose this live content? Well, yesterday I went to my relative's house and unexpectedly heard about him, Minnie replied as she pointed at Alex. After listening to his story, I was so moved. I had only one idea, and that was to help him as much as I could. That's so touching. It's no wonder your live stream attracted so many fans last night. Let's ask the poor man you're helping some questions, said the host. Did you sleep well last night? Miss Minnie has helped you so much. What kind of feelings do you have for her now? After the host finished, he handed the microphone over to Alex. But Alex thought that the previous night's live stream deceived the viewers, so he had nothing to say. It's okay, you don't need to be afraid. It's just a simple live stream, Minnie said as she comforted Alex in front of the audience, but she pinched him out of their view. She's very good, and she helped me a lot. I'm very grateful to her. Alex had to say something nice so he could get Kathy's letter from her. That's great. Let's take a look at the big screen to see what the fans are saying. With that, the host looked over at the big screen that showed a flood of people. Let's thank Minnie for her words. There were as many netizens as streamers, and they all gave positive comments about Minnie's stream and Trist. Is she famous? Lee, who is sitting under the stage, asked the organizer. No, she's just a small streamer on our platform. It's just that yesterday's live broadcast about that kid with her on the stage was so hot that the response was very strong, the organizer said with a respectful smile. She's quite nice, Lee sighed. Oh, actually, the poor man's not poor at all. She found this guy, and last night she cooked for him, let him use her shower, and bought him new clothes. But she directed it and acted it by herself. The organizer told the truth about what he knew. Oh, so who is that man with her? Lee became more interested. She may have hired him, or maybe it's her boyfriend. It doesn't seem like this guy has any dignity if this is what he does to earn money. He'd rather be a beggar in a live stream than go out and find a job. But then again, we can't make money with our platform if he doesn't pretend to be poor. This organizer wasn't the one who had talked to Minnie on the phone the previous night, so he didn't know the story very well. I don't think he's in love with that girl, so he knows he's helping her do the wrong thing. Lee looked at Alex and Minnie on the stage. Wait for them to step down and then get them to come over here for a while, Lee told the organizer. The organizer didn't dare to disappoint him. After Minnie and Alex stepped down, they were told by the organizer that Lee wanted to see them. Minnie was ecstatic and thought that Lee had liked her performance on the stage. But she was also confused. There were so many more beautiful women online, so Lee hadn't noticed her before. But now that he saw her, had he fallen for her? But why did he want to see Alex too? With expectations and doubts, Minnie walked over to Lee. Lee? I heard you were looking for me? She called out shyly, thinking only that the more tender and beautiful she was, the more he would like her. Lee asked Alex as soon as he walked up, Who is she to you? Lee didn't look at her at all. He continued to play with his phone as he glanced at Minnie and spoke with Alex. Huh? She was stunned. She looked at Alex doubtfully and said to Lee, He's a poor man that I helped on the live stream yesterday. He sleeps outside and doesn't have enough to eat. Lee's face was blank. That's an unlikely story. You're lying to Lee. Tell him the truth. The organizer, who had been sitting on the sidelines, barked and winked at Minnie, which suggested that he had already told Lee the truth. Lee, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you, Minnie said as she quickly apologized to him. I paid him. I gave him $100 and asked him to help me live. $100? I don't think this guy is someone who's willing to sell his dignity for only $100. Lee looked at Alex, but he didn't show him any flattery because he came from a wealthy family. Lee had some interest in Alex and turned his eyes back toward Minnie. "If you don't tell me the truth, you can leave." Minnie looked at Lee's sharp eyes with surprise. She had a feeling that his idea of leaving wasn't as simple as going back to her seat. "Oh, tell us, is he your boyfriend?" The organizer was also worried. Minnie was a popular streamer. If Lee blocked her for not telling the truth, it would be a loss to the platform. "Uh-huh?" Minnie was even more confused. How could she be a couple with Alex, the loser? She wanted to deny it, but she could see that the organizer was sending her signals like crazy by winking at her, which suggested Lee already had some ideas. Minnie was conflicted, as she didn't know whether she should agree with him or not. "He's my boyfriend," Minnie finally replied after making a difficult choice. After seeing Lee's face soften a little, she breathed a sigh of relief. "What's your name? What do you do?" Lee asked Alex. "My name is Alex Ambrose, and I'm a student at Preston University," he said frankly, as he also saw that Minnie had told him that he was her boyfriend. He felt helpless. Although Alex had read Debbie's diary, Lee's name had not been mentioned. But Alex didn't know that the rich man sitting in front of him was one of the people who had hurt Debbie that day. "Ambrose," Lee muttered. He remembered the day when he had been slapped by Justin publicly. Of course, Lee didn't connect Alex, who was badly dressed, with Justin. But Lee was dissatisfied with Alex because they both shared the last name of Ambrose. "So, to help your girlfriend be an internet star, you gave up your dignity as a man. You're willing to pretend to be a beggar in a live stream. You really are a nobody." Lee looked at Alex with a light smile and said, "Don't you know that it's not only men who abandon their wives, but also women who kick out their boyfriends when they have no money? One puts so much effort into helping them, but then your girlfriend becomes someone else's woman. Don't you think it's interesting?" Alex breathed heavily, but he didn't take Lee's sarcasm too seriously. Alex and Minnie were not lovers. But Alex was curious about Lee. Why would a rich guy ridicule a student he didn't know? "Minnie, let's hear it from you. When you have money, will you throw this guy away?" Lee looked at her with a light smile. She just smiled back awkwardly, as she didn't know how to answer. "That's interesting. It seems that you still have feelings for him. You can go now, but don't let me see you again. Since you two love each other so much, I wish you two a long and good life. Okay, go now," Lee exclaimed. "Yes, let's go now." Minnie was shocked and walked with Alex to their seats. Episode 160. Will he get the letter? "Minnie, what did Lee say to you?" Hannah asked as soon as Minnie and Alex sat down. "That was crazy," Alex said casually, remembering that he had nothing to do with Minnie. Lee had called him over to ridicule them. "You still help me, so do you want to help me?" Minnie said to him. He closed his mouth and didn't look at her. "What's the matter? Why do you look so unhappy?" Hannah looked a little sad herself as she took Minnie's hand and questioned her softly. It didn't look as though it was a good thing that Lee had called them over. "I don't know what Lee wants. He asked me if this lousy loser was my boyfriend." She sat on the chair and looked at Hannah. "Oh, so you explained to Lee that he's just helping you with your stream and that he's not your boyfriend?" Hannah replied. "I wanted to explain, but the organizer kept winking at me and told me to say he was. So in the end, I told them that this lousy loser was my boyfriend." She punched Alex in the shoulder. "Hannah, do you think I could date such a useless person? I really can't understand what Lee was thinking. I thought he might like me, but who would have thought that he's connected me with this guy? It really pissed me off." Minnie was deeply hurt. "Well, I've helped you. can you give me Kathy's letter now?" asked Alex as he looked at her. "What's the hurry? Are you afraid that I won't give it to you?" Minnie stared at him and took a sip of her drink. Alex heaved a heavy sigh. He wanted the party to end so he could get off the cruise ship. Minnie should have no reason not to give him the letter. The 2-hour party soon ended. Some of the guests began to leave the ship, but more people chose to stay on board for the reception. Alex had to stay and wait for the letter. There were more than 1,000 people who stayed on the ship, including the top internet celebrities. It was a good opportunity for them to enjoy the occasion and rub elbows with the rich, so they were unwilling to leave. Some people stayed on deck, holding goblets, talking and laughing with each other. Some beautiful women changed into swimsuits and swam in the swimming pool. Naturally, Lee was the focus of attention as he was surrounded by more than 10 internet celebrities who wanted to meet him. He walked onto the stage and grabbed the microphone. "Are you all having a good time?" "Yes," answered the crowd. Alex sat in a quiet chair far away from the stage. He looked at his phone and casually checked the weather. It said that day there would be a tropical storm passing through Miami. Alex looked up at the night sky. It was dark and black, as if it would rain heavily soon. "Today, I'm happy to take you out to sea," yelled Lee. It had been his happiest night since Angelina had left him. "Good. Go out to sea and play. Take us out to sea." The group of celebrities and many young people agreed to Lee's proposal. Alex frowned, stood up and walked up to the stage. A group of people was still following Lee. "Well, go and get me the captain," Lee asked a man. "We can't go out to sea tonight," a man's voice said as the group was caught up in the excitement. The crowd followed the sound to see that it had been Alex who had spoken up. "What did you say?" Lee noticed that the man who spoke was Alex, who he had seen earlier. "Who are you? Lee's already said that he'll take us out to sea." "Who is this guy? Isn't this the poor man from that live stream?" When Alex saw that people didn't understand him, he nodded to Lee in apology. "Lee, I didn't mean to go against you, but the weather forecast said that there's a tropical storm coming in. It's very dangerous to go out to sea." "So, when a tropical storm's coming, you feel that you need to tell me. Do you know that I just bought this cruise ship? Do you think a small tropical storm's gonna hurt me?" Lee said, gazing at Alex. "I don't mean that, it's just..." Alex still wanted to explain, but Lee didn't want to listen to him anymore. "Okay, stop with this nonsense," Lee said. "Lee's right, this is nonsense. It's such a big ship, it's not so fragile. Is he a man or a mouse? I'm not afraid." Alex was speechless. He began to look for Minnie in the crowd so they could get off the ship. The captain arrived to talk with Lee. "Let's set sail now," ordered Lee. "Lee, today's weather report indicates that the conditions are not very suitable. The Weather Bureau issued a warning message." The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a lot of experience at sea. "You talk too much. Don't you trust the quality of this cruise ship? Can it withstand a small tropical storm? You don't have to sail for our family anymore. I want a real captain," he said irritably. "Let me ask you a question. Can you sail it?" "Well, yes, I can sail." The captain thought some more about the level of the storm mentioned by the weather station and that it wasn't high. The ship should be able to withstand it, and the probability of encountering a tropical storm was very small. "Okay, go back and get ready to sail." Lee waved, and the captain left. After hearing the captain, he hesitated. Some people were flustered. They were whispering whether they wanted to leave now. "Scared? Go now, as I won't wait for you," Lee said over the microphone. "I must leave. My family has something else they need me to do." "Oh, my father-in-law's in the hospital. I have to go back to see him now." Some of them left quietly. "Fine, go," Lee said with a scorn. Alex found Minnie and wanted to leave. Hannah was quite reasonable, but Minnie was angry. Don't blame me. Alex had no other option but to pick up Minnie and carry her on his shoulder as they left the ship. Let go of me, you bastard! What are you doing? She beat him on the back with her hands. He ignored her as he carried her to the landing. Hey, you on the stairs, stop! Lee shouted at Alex with the microphone. Alex looked at Lee, but he didn't pay any attention to him. If you go, I'll block that small streamer, Lee yelled. Alex stopped. Let me go, you loser. Do you want me to get blocked? You can leave on your own. Why are you carrying me? She thumped him even harder on his back. Well, if you say so, but don't blame me if you get into danger. He put her down on the ground. She glared at him and said, Just leave me here right now. Go away. Minnie pushed Alex, hoping that he would fall down the stairs. Give me the letter and I'll leave right away. Alex was disappointed in her. Since she hated him so much, it would be better if he left. Letter? You still want the letter? She snorted. She patted her bag. The letter's in my bag. I wanted to give it to you, but look at what you've done to me. I should tear it up. I won't give it to you. You're a rotten loser. You bitch! Alex grabbed her collar and her eyes went cold. What are you doing? Let go! She pushed him aside, grabbed Hannah's hand, and ran to the deck. Alex knew that he wouldn't be able to get the letter from her now, so he got ready to leave the ship. As he was about to leave, the whistle blew and the ship started to move. He was trapped on board. He slowly walked back to the deck. He wasn't really worried. He sat alone at the stern with the blowing sea breeze as he watched the waves. This cruise ship was the only one at sea. Lee called Minnie to come over to him. She was very nervous. What's the matter? He pulled her closer, and she leaned on his shoulder and felt surprised. She was a mere internet celebrity. How could she be around such wealthy people? You're a good girl. Lee pinched her chin and said, Do you want to date me? Lee's abrupt question made her heart jump. He was quite frank. Does he really like me? She thought. Well, she nodded shyly. Good, I'm glad. He put his arm around her waist. It's very easy to get rid of your boyfriend. Lee, is what you're saying true? I'll tell him now. She was overjoyed. She would get rid of Alex if she could be Lee's girlfriend. How could she not be excited? Watching her reaction, Lee's eyes looked distant as he saw traces of Angelina in Minnie. Since Angelina had cheated on him, Lee's heart had become hardened. Hadn't Angelina looked for another man behind his back? Lee also wanted to take away other people's girlfriends and wives as revenge. He felt happy to see other men cry when they found out they were cheated on condition that you'll punish that guy. If I have a good time, you can be my girlfriend. Okay, baby? Lee gently pinched her chin.